Yeah, thank you very much. And we are live in Sound Candid Talk. And I think the show was closed earlier because some of our friends were not here to continue to help Bernard. But now we are here. We want to take 1 hour to 2 hours just to speak to our late evening viewers, panelists, and also for our early morning Kenya, Africa, East Africa, and those around the globe that it is morning. I think the subject at hand is the 7 people that have been unveiled by Kenya Kwisha to negotiate, have a dialogue, conversation with the counterpart in the parliamentary so-called bipartisan. As we all know, we have said no to such kind of talks. However, it looks like our people on the other side have agreed to finally start the conversation at their own time, with some shocking names being revealed to us. I want us to take a time in the evening show. Usually these are elders, people with minds that are refined, who will take us through the panel of the 7 individuals, starting with Boni Khalwale, the bullfighter. Recently, when we had some impeachment motion, it was taken to the Senate, co-chaired by 2 individuals from western region of Kenya, and that was Boni Khalwale and Edwin Sifuna. They did a stellar and superb job of getting us through some dark moments of impeachment that was ill motivated by some individuals of Kenya Kwanza. However, through the wisdom and guidance of these leaders, they were able to nullify the impeachment. Thus, the governor from Meru was not able to be impeached as some of the people thought. Now again, Sifuna back and Boni Khalwale with new names like Ledama and Adan Keynan. Where are we headed to? I think according to the stand of the people from our aisle, of which I subscribe to, that is Azimio, we did not want anything called negotiations, any conversations, any dialogue, neither talks. But our leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, His Excellency, Baba the Enigma, allowed it. However, this is how he framed it: multi-sectoral approach. And we have seen some elements of it. The retired military officers have come, the people we loathe most, which are the the religious leaders, have been agitating to be also involved in the talks, and many other civil society groups. Some politicians have now come, they want to be involved, but we are still wondering. Now, the team that Azimio unveiled was a team of eminent 7 people. And let us look at what our team actually did at the beginning. The team from our side is led by Narok Senator Olekina Ladama, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua, a very staunch guy who stands by his feet and you cannot push him. You remember during the standoff between Azimio and One Kenya Alliance, which we had even to change the name to Azimio One Kenya Alliance. Wambua was one guy who could not miss his word. Suba North MP, Millie Odhiambo. Nobody doesn't know Millie Odhiambo. A couple of years ago, she opened her mouth so big at Parliament, and that picture still retrogradively is in my mind. A new guy that many people do not know, but is very refined in terms of how he debates, not only how he makes decision. David Posing or Kosing, I don't know. We will be helped by Pogon here to tell us, comes from Turkana or Pokot, something of the sort. And our able lawyer, Rienda MP, Otiena Molo is there. And also we have a lady, the Malindi MP, Amina Nyanzi. Those are the names on our side. But on the other side, we do have names like, as we said, the senator for Kakamega, that is Boni Aluale, Bomet Senator Hilary Sigei, nominated Senator Esther Okenyuri, Amakisi, that's why I'm able to pronounce it very well, Okenyuri. Okenyuri is a very good name. Hiyo ni ile kitu tunakunywanga Friday. Okenyuri. Tharaka MP George Murugara, Kibwezi West MP, and remember on the 16th, William Ruto is planning to go to Ukambani, therefore he could not miss putting a Kamba there. So we have Kibwezi West MP, that is Mwengi Mutuse, Eldama MP, Eldas, not Eldama, I'm sorry, Eldas MP, Adan, Keynan, who Fatum said yesterday, and I couldn't forget what she said. This guy is very tough, and he didn't use very good words. And Taita Taveta women rep, Lydia, Haika. So we have these 14 eminent people. So if you have time, I want us to come to the panel and discuss, are we on the right trajectory? Do we want these people to present us? Where are we headed? Do we want talks? Do we want conversation? Should we go back to maandamano? What is your point of view? The link is there, and we can come to the panel and have a good conversation over the 7 eminent personalities from both sides. Who do you trust? Who do you not trust? You want a conversation? You don't want a conversation. Is this the right trajectory, or Ruto is wasting our time? Ruto must go. Is this the way for him to go, or this is a soft spot for us just to give him time to mess us up? As you know that there are other, and for me, I've not confirmed, we are hearing that Kidero's Hotel is hosting some Camagos, people in Venezuela, to try to mess up our servers. So we need IT specialists here to tell us if servers can be messed, if servers can keep information no matter what, and what do we expect from these talks. I personally did not expect these talks to even commence, but it looks like from the other side now they have unveiled the 7-day period surpassed before they named their people. Actually, 1 day after, our able panelist Mike reminded, it was Wangira who reminded us that time is over for these people. And I think we had already scheduled for our maandamano, Monday, Thursday, maandamano. But from the other side, they told us, even if you want kuandamana from Monday to Monday, go on. Are they threatening us, or they think we cannot do that? Now, come to the panel so that we can have the conversation. We have opened the show because of you, so the link is there. I can see some people behind here, but I think their cameras are off. So come, let's have a conversation. Naona hapa travel with Fred says Ruto Zakayo kula go. Nasema hapa Ruto must go. And see a couple of people here. Mary Wanaina anasema hapa Zakayo kula go. So the link is there. Come in, let's have a conversation. As we do that, let's do some videos here as we wait for the panelists so that we can have some few conversations here. Yeah, let's wait for a couple of people to come. Let's watch Tiende Amolo in regard.
Mr. Speaker, let me issue two cautionary statements. First, of the 4 issues that have been raised in the President's memorandum, 3 issues would expressly require referendum. Only one relating to the funds, especially CDF funds and the oversight fund, would not require referendum under Article 255(3). Insofar as the issues on composition of parliament in terms of gender, the issues in introducing CSS to the floor, the issue of introducing a leader of opposition, they are issues that touch on the sovereignty of the people, they touch on the structure of governance and the system of government, they touch on the functions and composition of parliament, and expressly they would require referendum. So as we discuss this, we need to bear that in mind very clearly. It's not an easy path. And the question I want to issue secondly, Mr. Speaker, is that as members of parliament, it is good to look for the interest of many people. But of paramount importance is the interest of our own citizens, of our own voters, who are the beneficiaries of these funds. I'd like it to be made clear, an honorable member said that so far the CDF funds are unconstitutional. That is not true. CDF funds are constitutional, and there is no court anywhere so far that has found the 2015 Act unconstitutional. What we are doing is we want to entrench the provision such that we cater for much more. Our sisters who are representing the counties have the NGAF. NGAF has not been properly included. We want to include the NGAF, we want to include the other funds that Senate oversight, so that we call them the oversight funds. That's why we are amending the Constitution. Let it not be supposed that we are amending it because we think that is unconstitutional. We'll be shooting ourselves in the leg. And for our own purposes, I would really urge members that we need to remove that bit of the memorandum that deals with the CDF funds and the oversight funds, because we were already on it. And let's use it, because as part of the ad hoc committee, we have already designed, we've gone much further than this memorandum. We have already drafted the amendments that are necessary to the Constitution and which do not require referendum. Let us move with speed, run with that, and leave these other issues that might raise partisan politics outside first. Let us take care of our interest before we take care of other interests. And if you don't heed my caution, watch this space. If you maintain this oversight fund together with these other 3 issues, they will be lost in space, and the consequences will be quite dire because we are racing against time. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the idea of amending the Constitution is not a bad one. Our Constitution is ripe for amendment. 12 years after any Constitution is enacted, it is good for citizens to sit together and look at what is bad, what is good. But amendment of any Constitution should always be bipartisan. It should always involve the public. In fact, it's not just bipartisan in Parliament, it is beyond Parliament. All previous attempts to amend the Constitution by President Moi then and thereafter by President Kibaki failed because the initiation was not bipartisan. I want to caution.
Now you can hear that, and that is what I wanted you to understand. Everything that is initiated so that we can change or we can amend or we can tilt our Constitution should not just be bipartisan. It should not just be parliamentary. It must involve the people. So we have seen the unveiling of the 7 people from Azimio, the 7 people from Kenya Kwanza. The question is, are you involved? Am I involved? And that is what Otiende Amolo told us earlier when they were speaking about the memorandum that was sent by Ruto to Parliament of the 4 things. One of them being the CDF, the other one was about the money that he wanted. The other thing was in regard to the members of Parliament, the gender sensitivity whereby they wanted to add. And there were 4 issues in that memorandum. but he said 3 of them required the constitutional change, and therefore we had to go to referendum. The only thing that did not require referendum was the CDF. And now we are seeing that Otieno Molo is part of the conversation, yet at the beginning he said that these issues must go to the referendum. Now, but Baba put it that the conversation is going to be multi-sectoral approach. So is this just the beginning? Is this just a way to cave in so that Ruto can do what he wants? Is Baba vigilant enough to know that these people are not ready for conversations? Because people like Kimani Ichung'wah, from the very beginning, when you saw all these issues start, they've been speaking in a manner that you cannot trust them. Let's hear what Kimani Ichung'wah spoke when the issue of the 4 issues were raised about referendum. It is a hurting video, but you can listen to it and understand where does Kenya Kwanza come from when the issue of changing of our constitution, unconstitutionally or unlegally, by them started. This is what he said in Parliament before even we started Mandamano.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion, that noting the contents of the memorandum submitted to Parliament by His Excellency the President, asking Parliament to consider initiate amendments to the Constitution, acknowledging that actualization of the proposals which relate to inter alia the composition of Parliament as provided for in Articles 97 and 98 of the Constitution, in order to attain the 2/3 gender principle, the creation of the office of Leader of Official Opposition in Parliament, and the inclusion of various funds in the Constitution would necessitate amendments to the Constitution, while the restructuring of parliamentary oversight to allow for cabinet secretaries to appear before the Houses of Parliament to respond to questions by members would require the amendment of standing orders. Further acknowledging that the Speaker via a notification issued on the 9th of December 2022 referred the matters raised in the memorandum to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs with regard to the proposals relating to the implementation of the 2/3 gender principle and the establishment of the Office of the Leader of Official Opposition, the Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee with regard to proposals to amend the Constitution to entrench the Constituency Development Fund, Senate Oversight and National Government Affirmative Action Funds, and the Procedure and House Rules Committee with regard to proposals to amend the standing orders to strengthen parliamentary oversight of the executive so as to facilitate public participation pursuant to Article 118 of the Constitution. Now, therefore, pursuant to the provisions of Articles 1, Sub-Article 2, and Article 95, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution, this House notes, considers, and makes general comments on the proposals contained in the memorandum by His Excellency, the President.
Madam Speaker, despite all this confusion, I take this opportunity to second the motion because it's important that we talk about this motion so that, we can together can go forward. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I don't see anything wrong with this motion, and therefore I second the motion.
Days and nights of behind-the-scenes mediation are tonight among the speculated initiatives that resulted in today's unexpected reaching out by President William Ruto to opposition leader Raila Odinga. It remained unclear late today whether the behind-the-scenes maneuvers could have included direct talks between the president and the Azimio leader, both of whom curiously kept a low profile this weekend, including the conspicuous skipping of church services earlier today. As our very own Chemtai Goin reports, a late afternoon press conference by President William Ruto flipped the atmosphere of a day that had initially been dominated by public anxiety over the prospects of yet another week of street protests. Take a listen.
The press conference initially scheduled for 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon, but was delayed by about an hour. Donning casual attire, President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua walked down the paved driveway of the Nairobi State House and on to waiting journalists into what may be regarded as a most unlikely public address.
Mumenichelewesha sana. This statement I was supposed to make at 4:30.
2 weeks of street protests by the opposition was the subject matter of the opening stages of the president's statement. He condemned the violence, regretted the deaths and injuries before extending that hitherto unlikely hand.
I have carefully listened to the issues raised by my friend, the Honorable Raila Odinga. In times like this, it is not about who is right or who is wrong. Like Winston Churchill said, I dare say, and I quote, "Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak, but it is also what it takes to sit down and listen."
Calling the opposition leader a brother, the president asked Odinga to call off the protest plan for Monday. On offer, the president said, was a bipartisan parliamentary process to address the contention in the reconstitution of the IEBC.
So that we can agree.
So, as you can see, this is what William Ruto said before, that courage is also part of sitting down and talking about the issues that are affecting. Now, the whole issue again came into a quagmire, and when earlier today, or yesterday to those who are in Kenya, there was a press statement by some people or by individuals from Azimio. Now, the opposition on Tuesday accused the Kenya Kwanza government of sabotage ahead of the bipartisan talks. This is what Minority Leader Wundanyi said about it. He said the William bipartisan team of 7 was meant or selected to sabotage the peace talk. He was speaking in Parliament. He stated that the Kenya Kwanza coalition was already kicking off the bipartisan talk on a wrong footing that will eventually lead to stalemate. He continued to say, "We are totally surprised and stunned by the fact that they have appointed Honorable Adan, Keynan, who is a member of Azimio la Umoja coalition." Now, see, this is where Kenya is very surprising. Whatever that happened in Parliament to date, and if you remember, the retired military officers who came to give a press conference, I agreed totally to what they said. First of all, they said Parliament does not have the authority to do that because it is part and parcel of what we need to investigate. The whole issue is about election justices or injustices. And part of what happened was the coalition that won, the majority, that is Azimio la Umoja, was not able to produce a speaker. Secondly, the coalition that won does not have the majority leader or was sabotaged. And therefore, what the retired military officer said, that Parliament cannot lead these talks because it has already been bought, in short. Now, when you hear what Adan Duale, not Adan Duale, I'm sorry. When you hear what Wundanyi was saying, say, we are totally surprised and stunned by the fact that they have appointed Honorable Adan Keynan, who is a member of Azimio la Umoja coalition. So if truly they wanted these talks to go ahead, and it was Kenya Kwanza versus Azimio la Umoja, why would they choose a member of Azimio la Umoja to be part of the 7? Are they honest in their conversation? Is this truly a bipartisan, or they are coercing us into a stalemate? Now, listen to what Wundanyi is saying, and he's very honest in what they're saying, that the coalition has already kicked off the bipartisan talk on a wrong footing that will eventually end to a stalemate. Now, already we are asking Kenya Kwanza, is Adan Keynan part of Kenya Kwanza? And if he is, let them be honest to give us how he became a member, because according to what we know, he subscribed or he got his ticket through one of the people who are a signatory to Azimio la Umoja. He has not, through the process that is needed to get out of. I don't know if the time allows him or the procedure will allow him, but since he has not initiated the legal process that is needed for him to get out of our coalition to go to the other coalition, so it is in bad faith for him to be part and parcel. Now, second thing is the Adan Keynan is one of the people who brings almost every issue in a standstill. He has been, I think, a two-term member of a parliament. And whatever he has touched or whichever coalition he has been, in terms of talks, it has always come to a stalemate. Why would they choose him? What was the purpose of them choosing? Was it strategic? Was it to stop the talks? Was it to bring a stalemate? Are they buying time? Are they playing with the other side, which is Azimio la Umoja, so that people may not go to the streets? So that is part and parcel what we want to talk today. So I'm still waiting for people to come, because we have been asked several times, why is the show not going on? And now people are there, but they are not coming, which is okay. We can as well close the show. Earlier in that day, Kenya Kwanza announced their members. Now, Keynan is among the Jubilee members who defected from Azimio and pleaded to work with the government after Raila coalition lost in the government. So Wundanyi also expressed dissatisfaction and noted that Ruto had appointed Kibwezi MP Mutuse of Maendeleo Chapchap, noting that it was a demonstration also of bad faith. Remember, Maendeleo Chapchap did not move out of Azimio. The person that moved as an individual, according to what they said, running, because even Maendeleo Chapchap pictures and everything going back to election had the Azimio la Umoja and also Raila and Martha Karua's pictures while they were campaigning. So legally, Jubilee Party and Maendeleo Chapchap remain bona fide members of Azimio la Umoja. Look, now, two people already are part of Azimio la Umoja within the 7 members of the coalition, the 7 members. Now, he went on to say that the idea of killing political parties is one of the issues that we would like to address in the bipartisan committee. How are you going to address it? Already, Ruto has appointed 2 members who are already part of Azimio, and you're going to address the same issue. Is it going to be with good faith, or it's going to be with bad faith? So, do you accept the 7 member? So I think I've been kind of tagged here, and Stone PK is here. Stone PK, can you help me while I try to restart my laptop so that we can do? Stone PK, are you there? Let me put a video and restart my compa, and because I think somebody has attacked me.
Mr. Ruto has asked me and Azimio to enter into a constitutional, open-ended and binding dialogue with his government to find a resolution to the issues that we in Azimio have raised about the last year's election and the key governance and the cost of living issues facing our country. As Kenyans know, we disputed the 2022 election results declared by the then IBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, and a minority of 2 commissioners against the express decision of a majority of 4 commissioners to reject those results. To our consternation, the Supreme Court unfortunately agreed with the IBC. We refuse to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court as biased and lacking in proper jurisprudence. Since then, we have widely consulted with the people of Kenya throughout the width and breadth of this great country of this great country of ours. We have held rallies and more recently demonstrations in Nairobi and elsewhere. We believe that the people of this country understand the danger we face as a country. In our view, elections are sacred because they must represent the true voice of the people. We have raised the key issues that we face as a country, including the electoral injustice, the cost of living, the legitimacy of the IEBC, the opening of the server for a forensic audit, the savage attacks on media and innocent civilians by the police, and the viability of our democracy, including buying off of members of parliament. We have said that members of parliament, once elected in political parties, must carry that mandate for the rest of the life of that parliament. I believe that Kenya is today facing its...
And you see here, our Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is very honest. He says, once a member of parliament has been elected in a certain seat, let's say if I, Alex, was elected under ODM, I should carry my mandate until the end of that term. If not, I should resign, tender my resignation, and what happens? Seek my seat in a fresh mandate, in a new party that I believe in, and go back to the people to see if they can give me that mandate. So if you are bringing two individuals who are aligned to Azimio la Umoja, legally and also constitutionally, but you are usurping the powers of the Constitution and making a 7 panel, are you ready for the negotiations, or you are kind of usurping the powers? Let's continue to listen to what Baba said also in the continue.
Mr. Ruto has asked me and Azimio to enter into a constitutional, open-ended and binding dialogue with his government to find a resolution. Mr. Ruto has asked me and Azimio to enter into a constitutional, open-ended and binding dialogue with his government to find a resolution to the issues that we in Azimio have raised about the last year's election and the key governance and the cost of living issues facing our country. As Kenyans know, we disputed the 2022 election results declared by the then IBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati, and a minority of 2 commissioners against the express decision of a majority of 4 commissioners to reject those results. To our consternation, the Supreme Court unfortunately agreed with the IEBC. We refuse to accept the ruling of the Supreme Court as biased and lacking in proper jurisprudence. Since then, we have widely consulted with the people of Kenya throughout the width and breadth of this great country, of this great country of ours. We have held rallies and more recently demonstrations in Nairobi and elsewhere. We believe that the people of this country understand the danger we face as a country. In our view, elections are sacred because they must represent the true voice of the people. We have raised the key issues that we face as a country, including the electoral injustice, the cost of living, the legitimacy of the IEBC.
So Stone PK, I'm being attacked here left and right, so I would like you to help me. But meanwhile, we have a nice topic here. the Kenya Kwanza 7 bipartisan Sycophants. Now, the reason I say that is we saw the 7-member group that the Kenya Kwanza has given us. And the approach, and that is what I was giving in my preambles, that already the leader of minority, Undani, said that they are totally surprised and stunned by the fact that they have appointed Adan Keynan, who is a member of Azimio la Umoja. And he also went further to say, according to, they're also dissatisfied and noted that Ruto also appointed Kibwezi West MP, Mwengi Mutuse of Maendeleo Chapchap. He continues to say, legally, Jubilee Party, Maendeleo Chapchap remain bona fide members of Azimio la Umoja. So one of the things that Baba says was the hopping of people from one coalition to another is part of the things they want to address. But Ruto has already loaded his gun by appointing 2 people who are members of Azimio la Umoja to his group. He's genuine in his approach to handle the conversation of electoral injustice. And remember, one of the things that, according to what they told us here, the main issue they're handling is the IEBC. The other issues are not going to be handled for now. Those ones will be later on. But the main issue here to be handled is the IEBC, the composition of IEBC, and the future of IEBC. Because as we are today, we don't have anybody in the IEBC. The Cherera 4 were kicked off. Masit was removed through some dubious ways, and the 3 of Chebukati and the rest of these 2 people retired from their current tenure of. So the issue they are going to handle, according to Kenya Kwanza, is the composition of IEBC. Now, do you think they are fair to handle it? Already, they have put people who belong legally and constitutionally to Azimio la Umoja. Is that a good start if they really wanted a talk? Because first and foremost, sisi hatutaki mazungumzo, but already they have unveiled. But looking at what they unveiled, are they ready for a conversation?
Thank you, Alex. You see, for me, I think Kenyans, we are not serious in anything. We are jokers. That would be my opening remark. Once you have lived several years, you've seen things, you've seen how people do things. I don't think Kenyans are serious in anything. We are just jokers, joyriders, selfish people, claiming to be brothers, and we are not. Very illiterate in terms of, let's say, governance. Why? We become illiterate even if we are educated, because 1, we are guided by money. That is money that we look at. You can sell your soul just because you've been told about money. You find professors reasoning like standard 2 kids just because they've been given money. So for me, when we talk of bipartisan thing, that's a bullshit. In the first place, it's nonsense. In the first place, and somebody convinced me that Azimio, as members of Azimio, we were trying to kind of abide. We are building our case, which makes some little sense. That we are building our case against the CGU international community, against US, against the UK, because people are anticipating that these 3 or foreigners will come to say, no, Kenyans, you are not behaving well and all that. So to me, all that doesn't make sense. Me, I stand with my thinking. That doesn't make sense. If you are 60 years old as a country and you claim to have gotten independence, there are things you can say no. We have had countries say no. Rwanda has said no to all nonsense from foreigners. That you know, Alex. Yeah. When I went to Rwanda, I stayed there for 12 months. And I was trying to, I was doing something different. But I admired the way these people are so much at home with whatever they do. However you think stupid it is, wanakwambia ukiona nafanya ujinga, we rudi kwenyu. Kama hii ujinga yetu inakusumbua, you go, leave us alone. And that's how the president talks. And everybody else calls him dictator. If I asked you, Alex, give me two things that you think Kagame is a dictator. You now as a Kenyan, as a foreigner, assuming you are a US guy, manake ndio wanajidai to command the world, then you are told to give three things that you think or makes you call Kagame a dictator. What would you say? One, of course, you tell me, there is no freedom of speech, which is a lie. He said he doesn't want nonsense from failures. You cannot, one thing also he did na akatumia nguvu is he said hakuna kuanzisha makanisa ya kishenzi. That you jump, unatoka juu ya mtu unashuka unajiita archbishop. Unavaa hiyo nguo. Hizo nguo ziko hata kwa school uniform. Then you start conning people and you start making money, and that money is not even being taxed. So that he ruled it out. Kasema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. The minimum is a degree in theology for you to start a church in Rwanda. People cried, people have freedom, even if I'm standard 2, I have a freedom. Akasema, you go practice it elsewhere. Alitumia this word, go and look for your Rwanda. You see, I mean, that blatant. The other thing is he refused his LGBTQ. He said blankly, said, if you want to practice that, go to the countries that allow it. And if you are in Rwanda, do it in your bedroom. And let us not, why are you inviting us to see how you do it, what you do and all that? What is your business? Why do you need me? You see, these are very simple reasoning. Very simple. You're saying freedom of work. Yeah, you have freedom in your bedroom. Please. And he said, in your bedroom, you can do it upside down, ujihang juu ya mti, uinamae, ufanye kile utafanya. Yeah? So what I'm coming at, or what I'm driving at, is this thing now that Ruto is saying and giving you these people, he's just calling you nonsense. Yani anawatusi. Anasema you guys are useless. We are stupid, as me is stupid. Yeah, because when let's say we unatoa first 11, mimi nakupatia watoto wa nursery kwenda kudiscuss. This is an insult. But you see, the good thing with Azmio is you can be insulted left, right, and center. I think that is our profession. We take anything, any rubbish, and that's why we are where we are. That's why elections was stolen. We were seated there. People are saying, let's be peaceful. We were there watching Ruto stealing election mchana. That's why he thinks everybody, Ruto looks at Azmio like this, anaona mang'ombe na mapunda. That is what he sees. Anaangalia hivi anaona. Sasa him, like he fooled us when we postponed the maandamano. Then we are going there saying, ati Bwana Ruto may extend olive branch. What olive branch? What olive branch? But as followers, we said, okay, Baba is always right. Let him do it. But we said it here. That was the worst mistake. Another mistake. Now he has made 6 mistakes. Will he ever become president of the country if he has those kind of mistakes? Not possible. Even right now, you are seated there saying, Ruto will pressure, ati atawekewa pressure, alafu atoke. Like where? In which earth? Which earth? And we are here saying, now you want to go for that dialogue. What are you dialoguing? And with who? You've already recognized and legitimized him. Yeah. So for me, whether they are nursery school kids or they are lawyers, they are professionals, they are professors, the whole thing to me is nonsensical. And that's why we will bite our own. Azimio ndio tutajimaliza tu pole pole. We eat ourselves. We will degenerate slowly and softly. You know, thinking that we are strategizing. What are you strategizing by having a dialogue with somebody who has stolen your things and you can see? Hiyo ndio sijawahi kuelewa. The best thing, and I gave this option, is Baba asarende, aseme ameshindwa. Na tutamsamehe. We will all let Ruto do whatever Kenya will be like. That's it. There is also some victory in quitting. Yes, there's victory in quitting. Yeah. I know that sounds ironical, but there is victory in quitting. But there is stupidity in persisting that you're winning, yet you are losing miserably. So we have to make up our mind. We go back on Thursday. Yeah, because this idiot is outwitting us as much as we think we are outwitting him. It is backfiring badly on us. And you will see, Alex, we are here. You remember me. Remember, it's 6 months
Tony,
down the line.
Right. I mean, we are making mistakes. We have made mistakes. We are refusing that we are not making mistakes. This person is outwitting us, and this is not me speaking. And this is where I want to bring no direction. I don't know why he's calling himself such a weird name, no direction, and also our friend Peter Cage. Now, Peter Cage, I want to ask you. Our friend in the comment section is asking a very good, legit thing. He's saying there is no dialogue or conversation by UDA, and I was highlighting it so that people can, because that's the basis of my question. By UDA bringing two political prostitutes, who, according to him, is Adan Keynan and the Kibwezi member of parliament. But for Murugara, it is totally different. What Baba said, he wants the Cherera 4 to be reinstated. How do you bring an individual who engineered the removal of Cherera 4 to be part of conversation? Is that not spitting on your face before even the conversation starts? Okay, no direction. Can you help us here? Are we having a direction or no direction by Ruto putting an individual who engineered the removal of Cherera 4? But our number one condition is you must reinstate Cherera 4. Are we serious on this? Peter Okech, help us here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good morning.
Okay.
Yes, good morning. Habari zenyu, mnanipata?
Yeah,
kabisa. Endelea bro.
Aya. Jambo la kwanza, hapo hakuna kitu inaitwa negotiation hata kidogo. There is nothing about negotiation. Because when you go back yesterday, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga is the one who read the names of the people who were supposed to go and represent the Azimio. Yesterday, ukiangalia kwenye UDA, Kimani Ichung'wah is the one who read the names, and it was so clear. He started with it so clear. Na akatuambia kwa uso wetu ya kwamba hakuna kitu watapitisha kuhusu mambo na Cherera. Wakakataa, wakasema kama hatuwezi turudi kwenye tuangalie mambo ya how did you call it? Akaongea juu ya katiba. What the Constitution of Kenya says. So me from there, nilipoona hiyo nikajua hapa hakuna kitu, hata baba wana waste their time. to tell their people, Otiende Amolo, to lead that group to go and sit down with the Kenya Kwanza people. That thing, we should just stop it immediately. Baba should call it off and call it off. Kwa sababu hakuna mwelekeo. Ruto tayari ashadhibitisha ya kwamba yeye ndiye kiongozi na yeye ndiye rais wa Kenya. Na akaambia baba kwa uso wake hadharani kupitia watu wake ya kwamba yeye ndiye kiongozi. Na tukirudi hapo nyuma, wakati Ruto aliongea akasema wangoje 2027. And that is what is being, hiyo ndio kitu napitishwa saa hizi kwa upande yao. They don't care. When you look at Kimani Ichung'wah, the way I was reading the statement yesterday, ukiangalia body language yake, all of them, how can somebody stand up in the morning, yani amke akuja achukue watu wako ndiye aweze kuwa point katika panel ile unaenda kukaa nao chini. The same people who are in your team are the ones who are being appointed. Hiyo ni madharau ya hali ya juu. Ni kuonyesha ya kwamba wewe katika uongozi hauna mwelekeo. You are nothing. And so Baba should just stop this thing of mambo ya kusema tuacha tuende tufanye nini? Tukae chini tuongee. Should stop it. Should just stop it. Kwa sababu kuna jambo moja mimi nimekuwa nikifanya uchunguzi yangu majuzi. Niliposikia kwamba yule jamaa alitempa na mambo ya result ya Kenya. Alikuwa amekuja Kenya, Kamargo. Sijui kama mulisikia. So me, I did my investigation. Kufikia jana niliconfirm ya kwamba Kamargo is in Kenya. And Kamargo aliingia Kenya on Friday, tukiamkia Saturday. He came with the Emirates, ile naingia saa 6 usiku. Kamargo alipoingia, the immigration guy who checked him in, alipoweka passport yake ikatoa red alert. But there's a phone call which I don't know came from where. Na akasemekana achilie aingie, na akaingia. Na baada ya kuingia akakuwa whisked away very fast. And you guys mnaweza kumbuka ya kwamba nikisema ya kwamba this thing, mambo ya server, Ruto si mjinga. Ruto si mjinga hata kidogo. Mtasema server, mnafikiria Ruto ni mjinga amelala, kwa sababu anajua server ndio mahali kuna kila kitu. Na server ikifunguliwa, yeye mwenyewe anajua uongozi wake itakuwa imeisha. Very soon mtasikia Ruto atawaambia acha tufungue server. Because wanajua washatempa na server wamepanga kila kitu. Na hili jambo niliconfirm ya kwamba ilifika kwenye meza ya baba. Na sijasikia baba aliongea tu mara moja ya kwamba server imefanya nini? Server, watu wanatempa na server. From there, sijasikia tena. So guys, hapa venye Stone PK amesema baba ni binadamu, anafanya mistakes. Na tukiendelea namna hii, mambo haitawezekana. Things are not going to be the same. Things are not going to be the same. Let me handle an issue first here, then I come back. Sawa.
Thank you so much, our friend Peter Cage, for being part and parcel of us. You really challenged us on that issue because we have been all the time saying Baba cannot make mistake. And we are not castigating that Baba is making a mistake or he hasn't made a mistake. The whole issue, do we have a direction? Are we moving forth in a direction that is progressive? So leo tuko na jamaa wetu hapa anaitwa no direction. Sijui kama ameona hatuna direction ama ni nini inaendelea. So no direction. It is your time kutuambia why that name, and you look beaten up. Leo hata ndevu zimesimama. Hebu tuambie. Naona Stone Pike anataka kusema kitu kabla no direction.
Nataka kuweka kitu ndio no direction. I know he might be in any direction. When you have no direction, you are in many directions. Wacha niweke haka kitu labda katakuwa part of it. Number one, let me with all due respect, Maggie Musao is telling me not to be a prophet of doom. One thing in life, there is prophecy of doom, and it has happened. So that's something also we have to start acknowledging. Number two, we have to start acknowledging that sometimes the devil can be stronger than God. That's a fact. But people don't want it because it's like ukiangalia babako unasemanga hakuna mtu anaweza piga babako. The day unasikia amepigwa ngumi ameanguka chini, you almost die. When I say that, I'm not blasphemous, but I'm saying we read that God gave power to Satan for reasons best known to him and all that kind of a thing. So some of those opportunities, Saitani amechukua, like today, he's the one reigning supreme in the world. That you can take it, depending on your faith, is up to you. What I'm saying is, let's take it the way we are taking it, peaceful. We want to follow procedure. How do you follow procedure when the one you are dealing with is not following procedure? I mean, it's repeating same mistake and expecting different results. That's what we call stupidity and foolishness. Okay, so yes, Pogon is also telling me that all these things have been taken into consideration by Baba and all that. Bado tutaenda maandamano, and then what? This is the question we've been asking. What is the end result? Draft huo unacheza ufike king. Tunaandamana mpaka lini? Tuna negotiate mpaka lini? Lastly, ndio nani ukuje. We are being confirmed Kamago ameingia nchini. Really? That's why I say Kenyans, we are totally different species of human beings. Somebody who stole our election, wallahi billahi, nchini, and we are not hunting him down. Even as Azimio followers, we are not hunting this guy down. Really? Really, Alex? And no direction? Jamaa huyu akatoroka tukasema ameponyoka. Sasa amerudi. Huyu jamaa ametairi mara 20 bwana. Yaani akiangai huyu jamaa wallahi billahi, nyewe sisi ni manongwe tu. Endelea bro. Really?
Yeah, you see, Bwana Stone PK, we are here to advise each other and speak to each other and analyze what we are doing. Immediately after this bipartisan thing was brought, I was among the first people to say, Baba has gone the wrong direction. And I said it here categorically. And I will not mince my word. I want to say, we have a lot of respect to Baba, but I can tell you, if Baba has to go the direction which he is going, what we are doing, and I want to be very categorical here. You know, even as we have brains and we can analyze what is happening. What we are now doing is, instead of being carried by the donkey, we are carrying the donkey. That is what we are doing. Actually, sijui kama sisi haja yetu ni kutoa zakai ama hatutaki kutoa zakai. Unajua, at times, people have also to be honest. Bwana Alex, let's come here, instead ya kusemanga tunataka zakai atoke, and all our procedures and our working methodologies are not pointing towards that. You see, when somebody is at his weakest point, that is the time when you roll it over. And I was saying, unaona ile siku tulitoa maandamano, Zakai alikuwa amebakisha maandamano 2 yaanguke. We only required 2 maandamano aanguke. So I wonder the person who said we stop maandamano so that we can come and plan another 20 maandamanos, which we are not sure kama zita work. and already Zakayo alikuwa heave, and things were not working in Kenya, and you can now even start seeing some of the results, like hata unasikia watu wajaripwa. That is why I'm saying here, and now Alex, I have to be honest here. Na mimi siwandanganyi. I always speak the truth. If we continue this way, just to mutuambia hakuna kitu. We have already lost people kwa maandamano ile ambayo tumekuwa nayo hapa, and then we are continuing in the way of confusion. I know people will come here in the comment section waanzie kuongea vibaya sana hapa about some of us here, but I can tell you we are going nowhere with whatever we are doing. Na ni afadhali ya watu watokezee wazi watuambie we are not fighting Zakayo, something happened somewhere, but they should not come here na waanzie kutuambia. Let me tell you, some of us, we have an analytical mind, and we can see things when they are wrong, and I can say we are going at a point zero, and I want to be very categoric. Whatever is happening, if Baba is not going to produce results, he is going to destroy all his legacy. Me nakwambia for real, because you see, Kenyans had a lot of expectation in what is happening, but we cannot have that expectation, and we are giving Zakayo. And you see, Zakayo cannot be rescued or saved. But remember, Zakayo is ready to rule a ruined country. And I don't know the direction which, because tumeanzia kurudi baraza tena. I do not understand it. Tunaenda baraza gani, and already the information is outside there. Watu wanajua the Kenyan economy is not working. They are not giving any ultimatums. Like we are not pointing towards a direction. We are not behaving as people who can form a government. I am now, to be honest, I want to say categorically, Azimio is not ready to form a government. Our procedures are not pointing towards that. And that is why I'm very hungry. I think very soon I'm quitting Azimio. Me, I want to be very categoric. I will be an independent person. Let me follow another direction. But he hakuna. And I want to say categorically, hapa ni uji tunapoesha and having some hopes here and there, supervising somebody who is destroying our country. I want to say here categorically, hata mwezi wa 5 na mwezi wa 6, we will be speaking the same thing. Na kama kuna mtu anapendanga retrogression ni mimi. And every time when I see things are not moving, me, I quit. Wacha mimi niteseke na mashinda zangu wherever I am. But the way Baba is doing this thing, he is wrong. And people can come here and attack me. I even said the first day here, he was wrong. Baba is extremely wrong. Na amekataa kutusikiliza, sijui anasikiliza nani. I don't know. I'm suspecting Baba anasikiliza watu wa UDA. I'm suspecting whoever is advising Baba, or Baba is listening to Mose, because I cannot understand. You see, Bwana Stony PK, and we have to analyze something here. That's why some of us, we are very bitter. You see, we were very categoric, and na tulikuwa tunaangusha Zakayo vizuri sana. But how comes when somebody is at the weakest point, when you have done everything, when things are not moving, when wakati mumefanya kazi yote, Zakayo anaanguka, alafu munaachilia maandamano? I want to say here, na watu wakuja hapo wani criticize. I'm saying tungeandamana ile Monday na tuandamane Thursday, Zakayo angekuwa kaput. We only needed 2 maandamano. Alex, you can come and maybe you can try to tell me whether I'm wrong or not. But we only needed 2 maandamano. So, sababu tuliachilia hiyo maandamano yetu, sasa we will have to organize for close to another 2 months. Na watu wakufe zaidi sasa. Because already tulikuwa tumefika inflection curve, inflection point, a place of no return. But Baba deliberately stopped these things. That's why I want to say here, kama kuna watu wana advise Baba, if he is not going to yield on this thing, as Zakayo is crumbling, he will also be crumbling. Because ile kitu iko hapa, Kenyans are tired, Kenyans feel they are restless, And we cannot continue tunajidanganya hapa ati tukisema ati baba ni kupanga anapanga through dialogue. Ni dialogue gani wanaongea hapo? We cannot have dialogue and I will never support that dialogue, and that is stupidity. Na nitaisema hivyo hapa. Dialogue with Zakayo is stupidity. Waongee peke yao huko, but for me I will never support that dialogue. But going the way we are going, we will even lose everything. We will lose direction. Our team will be infiltrated. Sasa unaona hawa watu wawili wako UDA huwa inazimio sasa. It is part of attack within the system. Lastly, as I finish, kama baba anatusikianga, please baba, the ground has spoken. Hata mumesikia hata watu wamechoka. People are ready for maandamano. I want to say we are wrong. We are on the wrong direction. We do not have a vision. And whatever we are doing now, na mimi niambiwa mapema, by the way, have been supporting Baba from 2007. And this was a time when he was almost becoming a president. And somebody is confusing him. Atuambie, if Baba amechoka na kukua president, atuambie sisi tuende barabara ingine. But some of us, hata Baba akisema ataki, we will not go and join Zakayo. Tutajipanga sisi kivyetu. We will go with our frustration wherever we will go. But it cannot be this way. Personally, some of us, we are very frustrated. I said it here on that Sunday. Baba is wrong. Baba is wrong. Watu wakasema sijui nini. And I will say it again. We are very wrong. Na tukiendelea hivi, Azimio is sinking. Including hata hiyo 2027, tunasema we can have Kalonzo and Martha Karua. We will be totally devoured. We are just creating Ruto hegemony. This is what we are doing. We are creating Ruto hegemony. Na tutasaidia Ruto kutengeneza hegemony to the extent those guys are going to rule us for 30 years if we are going to joke. But we had a concept to attack these guys, but we cannot continue this way. Otherwise, nyinyi Alex muendelee kuongea. Personally, I'm very frustrated. I cannot continue following these things. Mimi ile siku alisema ameleta bipartisan. That is the day nilimalizana na hizi vitu. So nyinyi muendelee kufuata. I'm planning my own political journey. I cannot follow bride methodologies any longer. Thank you. Mimi nimemaliza.
Usichoke haraka.
No, mimi siwezi kufuata bana. This thing has no direction.
Asante sana.
Usichoke haraka. Alex.
Ngoja kidogo.
Naomba nafasi kidogo.
Tuko kwa line ndugu yangu, kwa watu wamekaa hapa kidogo. Unless it's a question.
Continue. Yeah. Wacha sawa.
Yeah, so Mr. G, asante sana kwa kuja. I want to pose a question for you because I want us to have a dialogue that is structured and for us to come to not to compound a delusion, but I want us to make a meaningful, informed decisions based on what we are seeing. Now, when Baba gave the speech to cancel the Monday Mandamano, he said we stand down our demonstration for Monday, that is tomorrow, April 3rd, 2023. But in so doing, we want to emphasize that the right to assemble, to demonstrate, petition, and speak are ironclad as provided by our Constitution. He went on to say that there should be meaningful response from Ruto, which we have not seen. Now, in our comments here, one of our person has said this, and he has posted a question that I want you to answer him. And that is Panda. Panda has asked, Mr. G, and I want you to answer this. What is the purpose of the rally that we are going to have? And Baba in his speech already said, we have consulted enough with our people. And this is what we have gotten. Do we need another rally? Or I think we are playing games now anymore. Do we really need another rally for Baba to understand what we want? Mr. G, able to side up.
Thank you, Lex Media. Naona Stone PK, naona Lala and Peter. No direction ametoka sekta katoke. Thank you, Alex, for that question of Panda. Oje mimi I'm attacked. Kama sasa siwezi ona kabisa message, sijui anaandika nini, sijui niendelea paka nirudi kwa YouTube tena kando ndio niweze kuona, but hapa siwezi ona message. But on that question ambayo muuliza, I don't think it has any meaning sahi kuwa na another consultative meeting kama yamba anasema Kamkunji, because he's the only person.
That's the question. Unaweza isoma, I say, what exactly is the essence of Thursday Kamkunji rally? Hasn't Azimio consulted the public enough for us to get on what the business of getting rid of this guy called Zakayo? You know, ameuliza nothing but the truth.
Yeah, you know, right now, if we call this Kamkunji meeting, it's just like a game we are playing. Because sisi tumepatia huu mkora time ya kujipanga. There's nothing that we're going to talk kwa hii Kamkunji. Kamkunji meeting has nothing that tunaenda kuongea ambayo itakuwa beneficial, ambayo inaenda kutupatia any direction. Baba tayari amekosea. That's the question. I think you are the one who said that, I think you are the one who Stone PK ambaye alisema kuwa sometimes baba huwa na make a mistake but hatutaki kusema. Tukijaribu kusema baba tunaambia no, baba is always right. He's the same person ambaye tuambia kuwa ametembea the whole country na kila mtu amemuongelesha na akasikia kile kitu ambacho anahitaji. Sasa akasema amepatia Ruto ultimatum na akapatiana those issues, the same issues ambazo alipeana Ruto akuguzia hizo issue, akapeana another grace period almost 1 week. Ruto akuguzia hiyo kitu, then akaitisha maandamano. After 3 maandamanos tena ameakatisha hiyo maandamano, akasema they are going for bipartisan talk. About on the bipartisan talk amepeana, Azimio has good people to reason. The best people ambao amechoose kwenda kukaa kwenye mkutano, but now angalia hii watu ambao amechaguliwa na Ruto, some of them ni watu wa Azimio ambao ni watu wa Jubilee. Kumbuka on the same meeting nani tena anasema nataka kuingia, huyu ambaye ni speaker wa parliament wa Bungoma, huyu yeye pia anasema nataka kujiingiza. Kwa hiyo so we are heading nowhere, hakuna mahali tunaenda. Nimeona Lala ameinua mkono, sijui kwenda kusema nini before niendelee.
Yes, good to see all of you. It's good to be here. I want to comment on the perception that I think is going on here, which is really playing in the hands of Ruto and his team. We haven't lost anything. We have not lost anything. We may have delayed a little bit, but we are better. We have actually extended our tent bigger. We are going back to Mandamano with more people, with more commitment, and people is going to come. So I look at it differently. Yes, are there some things that we've lost? But let's do a better analysis of both ends. The only way we can lose is if we keep this fear, this is they are doing better than us, that kind of a thing, then people lose that interest. But if we look at this as a stand, let's call it let's use the role of a prosecutor. Baba's been prosecuting a case, and the case and the judge is Kenyan, okay, and Ruto is the defendant. The question is, has he presented a case that people can say, we are talking of the mind, we are talking of the reason. Has Ruto given us a better reason than Baba based on the time that we've spent? I think it's the opposite. I think we are winning this, okay? So my thinking, maybe just my position is that we are actually at a very good position if we do things right. And so, yes, we may be late. We don't know, but based on what I see, I listened to some young men from the mountain. Now, what is going on there? In fact, they were basically saying that people will see what's coming out of the mountain. So, in a sense, Baba's made a case, a very stronger case, because to me, if it's a research, project, a proposal, really, I think the answer is coming. In fact, it would have been interesting if Ruto complied, because if he complied, then we would have been in a bad position. But the fact that it's not, we expected this. This is exactly what we're looking for, so that we get a better argument when we go for the jugular. We go to finish the job. So let us not have this idea of defeatist type of a mentality and we miss this. This is a winnable war. Right now, there's no stop. When we get together, and even a meeting, we need that, because if you're a prosecutor, you want to present the case. And who are the people? It is us, it's we that's going to meet Baba. And so to me, I still think we are in a very strong position. Can things go wrong? Yes, they can go wrong. But at the moment, no. I think we are in a good position. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lala. Mr. G, you need to finish your point, and then we give probably Msimamo, and then we come back again, second round. Naona Madam Julia yuko nyuma. Madam Julia, we need your wisdom. You need also to come here so that we can prosecute this rightly. Nobody's against Baba. We are all here because we are pro Baba, and at the end, I think everyone here wants Baba to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. If you think you can insult the panelist and think you're better off, come to the show and let's make the case together. We all sacrificing our time here and trying to give our views. Thank you. Mr. G.
Okay, I'll be just short. Lala, what you have said is true, but now what you're trying to say in Ikua, we are winning. But sioni that winning ambao unasema we are winning. Tuna winning nini kwanza? Because if at all huyu Ruto angekuwa serious, tungeshakuwa tumeona kitu fulani ambayo imehappen. But sasa kitu ambayo imehappen ni nini? Watu wake ndio wanasema ni lazima kwanza Raila arecognize mtu kama president niweze kukaa waongee. Yesterday they choose their 7 guys. You see?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that where we are, nobody expected Ruto to do what, to comply. That's what we are looking for. It's playing into the strategy, If he started obeying and doing the things you wanted him to do, whatever, that's wrong. But for us, to me, I think it is showing who he is and his people. In other words, the case is becoming more clearer. The choices are becoming more clearer. It's not like night and day. Before this time, it was like people are not quite sure, but we are getting better and better. The case has been prosecuted in a way that no one, you step in, you know exactly where you belong. So to my thinking, I think our position is stronger and better if we now move for what we're looking for. So I'm just saying that it's worked pretty good.
Okay, let me finish my point. Alex, what we are seeing right now is just games. There's nowhere we are going. Bipartisan ambao wamesema tunaenda kukaa pale, there's nothing that will come out of that meeting. Hakuna kitu lolote. I can't see messages on my screen, so I have to go back. Nilikuwa nimerudi nyuma, nilikuwa there's somebody I think aliuliza kama kulikuwa na maandamano Mombasa. I think somebody asked that question hapo kwa comment section. I can tell you in Mombasa we had maandamano. Na maandamano ilikuwa town na maandamano ilikuwa pia Bangala. In town wakati it happened, it was the first day, lakini polisi wakuja kusabatisha watu wakatoroka. Ilikuwako lakini haikuwa that strong, but maandamano was in Mombasa. In Bangala ilikuwa kwa maandamano mpaka hata kwa media wakaleta ule polisi ambaye amelewa. Kwani alikuwa amelewa wapi? Si ilikuwa ni pale Bangala kwa flyover. So msiseme kwa Mombasa imerudi iko nyuma sana, hakuna kitu ina happen. Mombasa ni watu wa baba. Ndio tumekosa leadership, mtu ambaye anaweza simama vinajua kwa anasimama akitupeleka. Tumekosa, tuache mambo mengi. I'll come back to you later, Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we are not here to disagree. We are here to try to see the way forward. And we are having two kind of narratives. There are those who believe The issue of bipartisan was a wrong issue. There are those who believe that Baba accepted it because he saw an end out of it. So it's better for us to have a conversation, to reach out. And if you have something to allow those who are losing hope, let's talk. But try to question ati mtu hakuenda maandamano na anakuja hapa panel kuongea. I think that is the greatest ill you can ever do. If somebody is in the panel here to speak the mind, if you want to come, come. But just castigating that some of us never went to maandamano, we should not be here in the panel, I think that is the wrong way to go. So we are having a conversation. Nobody disagree. We are all pro-Baba, but maybe the approach is different. So please, let's have the conversation. Msimamo na kuona hapo, lakini kwa sababu hapa unajua wamama wakikuja wanapewa it's ladies first, hatuwezi kana hivyo, so namuona hapa nothing but the truth. Msema kweli yuko hapa, tutamwambia aongee kwanza ndiposa nawe uongee. Msema kweli, nothing but the truth. It's your point now. Tell us what you think. The Kenya Kwanza 7 bipartisan sycophant. Do you think it was the right approach? Are we headed to the right direction? What is your view on our stalemate right now? Thank you.
Yeah. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. My greetings to you all. And I think to answer your question, Alex, I don't think it was the right decision. I'm beginning to have many questions actually. I have been supporting Baba in every step, every decision he has taken, and the advisors around him. But the recent development have really made me question this move, as I am slowly really, but very seriously thinking that we are playing in a Zakayo's hands. I don't know which one they are using, but I think they are way ahead of us now, trying to read our movements and steps to take advantage of it. I think what is happening now, what the mood that I'm sensing a mood that is really slowly getting very desperate. They're despairing. And people are getting fed up and tired and frustrated. And I think that is what Kenya Kwanza wants. Just wants to frustrate Baba. And by the time we think we will get back on track, which is where we were on our maandamano, people will have lost all, that zeal, that motivation, that fire, and the anger, to carry on with this whole thing. I'll give you one example of what just happened recently. I think, was it yesterday or the other day, when the terrible two went to join the Muslim brothers for prayers, and they were all clad in the Islamic attire and regalia and all that. Now you remember that there's been serious criticism about this religion thing, that has been one-sided about Christianity and all that. Now I'm wondering why he has now switched quickly into Islam, and I'm thinking that because Baba, I think part of what the reason is that most people are giving, because we are not really getting reasons from the inner camp of Azmir. A lot of it is out of speculation of our own, trying to analyze and make sense of it. But because this whole ceasefire was based on perhaps the respect for the holy month for the Muslims and Easter holidays, Zakayo has moved very fast to hijack it. So now he has gone into this. While we are respecting the Muslim, the holy month, he has now gone into the camp to try and infiltrate, to try and also perhaps influence them. And you'll not be surprised to see them also falling the same thing. So there's so many things that are happening that are really making me believe that this whole move was a wrong one. I'm thinking that maybe we should have just, continued with this maandamano. My worry is by the time we get back on track, getting back on track to mobilize people to get on with the maandamanos, people will have lost, the zeal and that morale and the anger to fight this this cause. So I'm just wondering what the barazas and the Kamkunji meeting is going to be about, because this is what we went all around the country doing and mobilizing and consulting. So I don't know what it is that is going to be different on Thursday. And by the time we finish this, is it not going to be really too late for us to get on track? That's one worry. If someone can help me allay my anxiety, perhaps by providing some answers. Yeah. What is it? Is there anything that we should know that we don't know, that we are not being told? Yeah. There are so many signs now, to be very honest, that are making me think twice about this whole thing. And I am getting a bit concerned. So what could it be that we don't know? Us, the outsiders, we're not outsiders, but I mean, obviously we are not the inner circles. We're not part of the inner circles that is part of the strategic team. But if any of you had to read their mind, what do you think it is? Is there anything that Baba should be sharing with us, at least to allay the anxiety that is crippling some of us? It's becoming really agonizing supporting Baba, even though we remain loyalists, but it is really agonizing. There's a lot of anxiety, and it's not really very, very helpful here. So I welcome any explanation or anything, at least to, allay my anxiety here. I'm one person who is not getting really anxious about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
It's Monica. It's Monica. I just changed my name to Nothing But the Truth.
Monica. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Monica. Thank you so much, Monica. Yeah, you see, one thing I would want to urge anybody who claims to be Sigei diehard or Baba, supporter or Baba, people thinking they are more Baba than others. That is one of the stupidity of people who don't win battles. When you start thinking you are better off than the other, it's a stupidity, and you cannot win with those kind of attitude. Like some of the things I'm seeing on the comment side, you can't win. Telling somebody to go and tell all what he's saying here in the panel to his wife and children. Mr. Ngige, man up, man. Grow up. Look like you're a child. You see, you pretend you know Baba more than most of us here. Some of them maybe began here ages. So don't insult us, please. The worst mistake we do in Azmir, which has been going on, is we don't want to look inside. We don't want to look inwardly. We just want to go blindly, and blindness has serious consequences. Serious consequences. The best management is where you start beginning to think about sustainability of whatever you are doing. You can't andamana forever. And even when you're andamanaring, there is an end result you want to achieve. And you have timeline. You have a goal. You set a goal. Goal is we want Baba to be president. Somebody asked here a very good question. I'm addressing some of those who are insulting us here. Yeah? Saying that some did not everyone will go for Mandamano. But again, even those who are doing Mandamano, they are talking what we are talking right now. And by the way, when we are here on this panel, we are expressing the views of people on the ground. Yes. And I can assure you, Kamkunji, you will see less people if we don't come out in a better way other than starting to. If we start blame game, you'll be shocked. We've seen people get tired, man. And if we knew it was risky, somebody is arguing, oh, it was risky. And then if it's risky, leave it. Achana nayo. Why do you want to prepare for something? Then you start saying, oh, there was going to be mass death. You didn't know that there was going to be death. You people in Azimio, you thought you would andamana peacefully, and then Ruto leaves the state house and goes home. Somebody came here and insulted us. Akasema sisi ni wajinga sana. A guy from Azimio. He asked those questions. We've been thinking. We are andamanaring, and then Ruto will say, Karibu Baba, mimi nimeenda zangu. Really? Really? If that is what we've been thinking here, then we are lost. We are lost. Anything has to be kept precise. The principle that I have followed in my life, in whatever I do personally, I like sharing my partner. I keep everything very short and quick, and you execute. And that's how even armies do it. You can't fight forever. You only fight forever if you are winning, if you are gaining ground. And so, truly speaking, we are not gaining ground. We are just being tossed around by Ruto to exhaust us. That is it. Whether we like it or not, that is what Ruto is doing. Huyu mzee atachoka, hao maandamano watachoka, which is true. Watu watachoka. But had they known tunaandamana for 1 month from beginning or for 2 weeks, then people would know what they are going for. Watu wanajua. By certain day, tunabomoa State House. That is what is supposed to be. But when we say, oh, we are andamana, tunarudi nyumbani. Really? Where has that worked? If you look at the Arab Spring, Egypt, for example, people went there and they never stopped. It was going in shifts. People are not at the andamanaring and going home. That's why you see like Kibira was blocked. You can't go out. Maandamano ukitoka umetoka. Kule mmekambu. Si shule mnaenda ama kanisa mnaenda mnaomba mnarudi. Hiyo ni ya Kenya. Hiyo mimi naona Kenya. Maandamano zikianza, look at what is happening with the Netanyahu, and he's almost kneeling down. Amepiga watu, ameua watu, but people are still there. And is there any nation that is more religious than Israel? If I may ask. Really? Israel wameandamana through their whole time here, Passover and all this. They continued. Well, that is water under the bridge for Kenya. So what I'm trying to say, it is this. We agree human beings make mistakes. And we are not saying Baba. We are saying Azimio, because Azimio is bigger. It's big. It's Baba plus many people. He has very, very, very good leaders there. Enough is enough. Mistakes are bad when you repeat them. Baba should issue a statement. Maneno ya Kamkunji achane nayo, because Kamkunji tena tunaenda tu kusema baba jeshi la baba. Those rhetorics. Then we go home. Ruto is just laughing at us. Baba did not need us to go to Kamkunji. He only needs to hold a press conference, a tough one. And Baba has to constitute a team that will call spade a spade. A team that will talk and issue warnings and all that. A team should be there now to rubbish hiyo mchezo ya hawa watu saba. Rubbish properly. Tell them this is nonsense. This is absolutely insult to Kenyans. To a point. We need to be very assertive and tough. Hii si kanisa, hatuendi kukula sakramenti kwa kanisa. ama kukunywa nini wine kwa kanisa. It is a war. It is a fight. And if we don't take it as a fight, we think we are going for harusi, too bad. Let me call who is next? Yes, Mr. G, and then we go to Msimamo and then Torotich.
Yeah, I just want to say something on what you have said. There's a day ambao tulikuwa hapa na leo. That time ambao Raila alikuwa ameenda wakati Nanyoka ameshikwa, wakati ule jamaa Mkisii Matiang'i, wakati alikuwa amepelekwa interrogation. Alafu baba akajabu kwenda kumtoa, akazuiliwa pale kwa gate. Sijui kama unakumbuka that day. After that, there's a CID officer ambaye alikuja hapa na akatuambia hiyo ambayo tumeona ni kidogo sana, ile ambayo inakuja ni hatari kuliko hata hiyo ambayo tuliona hiyo siku. Na hiyo siku alituzuia tu kwa kufanya kitu yote, but walituzuia tu, aliambia baba hakuna kuingia hapa. But wakati alikuja alituambia tutaona worse than ile ambayo tuliona. That is a CID officer. Na hiyo time tulikuwa tujaanza maandamano. So ule mtu ambaye Mutuse hapa akituambia kuwa baba angekuwa amepigwa risasi ingekuwaje? Kwani wakati tulikuwa tunaenda maandamano, the same way Kevin umesema, hatukujua watu wanaenda kupigwa. Sisi tujua watu wanaenda kupigwa. Sisi tujua watu wanaenda kuuliwa. Na asiye officer mwenyewe alikuja akatuambia kwanza this time round baba ataona kitu hajaiona. Alikuja akatuambia hapa kwa hii nini? Kwa hii station. Kwani watu wamesahau ama watu walikuwa wanajua muda kwa ni DCI officer. So nyinyi ambao mnatupigia kile mtuambia tujue kitu ambacho tunasema. Look at what's happening right now. Nini ambacho tunakupata kwa hiyo bipartisan talks? Ni nini ambao unaona inatupatia something like a win? The same way mama ametuambia, mama Kiza ametuambia kuwa hii kitu we are playing una nini na mtego ya Ruto. Listen to what Daniel alisema jana, Kimani Chungu alisema jana. Alisema nini? Alituambia kuwa hawana keys, hawana ufunguo ya server. Kama tunataka ufunguo wa server, tupeleke hiyo story yetu kwa parliament, wa parliament wa decide, alafu ndio mambo ya koti iangaliwe baadaye. Twende kotini, twende parliament. Tuko na how many MPs? Wakienda kuvote, tutashinda ama tutashindwa? Hamoni kama tunachezea wakili. Back to Houston PK.
Msimamo.
Asante ndugu yangu Stone PK, alafu hapo brother MG Zilala, brother Torotich na mama yetu hapo, hakuna Peter pia na wengine tu wengi tu ambao wapo. Nimewasikiza vyema kabisa yale ambayo mmezungumzia, lakini mimi najiuliza swali, haya mambo tunayafuatilia ni kwa ajili yetu sisi kama Wakenya, ama mpaka sharti awe Raila Odinga ndo amezungumza ndo tufuate? Je, haya mambo yanatuathiri sisi kama Wakenya, ama kwa sababu tuna imani kwamba ndio tunataka tumkalishe kwenye kiti fine, lakini mpaka atupe maamuzi yeye? Je, jukumu letu kama Wakenya ni gani haswa, ambao tunaona kwamba sisi ndio tunafinyika kwa sababu kiatu ndio kinatubana kutokana na situation jinsi ilivyo, na hii serikali ya Venezuela the way inafanya mambo yake, na the way tayari tumeshaingizwa katika mtego. So as Kenyan people, ni nini haswa role yetu tunaweza tukaicheza haswa? Ni baadhi tu ya maswali ambayo nataka tu kuuliza. Poleni kama nitakuwa niko nje ya mada, lakini nikirudi tu vile vile katika hiyo bipartisan way yenye hawa jamaa wanaizungumzia. Kwanza nitanukuu venye wale jamaa veteran militaries walivyosema. Hii ni kitu kila mtu anaelewa kwamba bunge limekuwa compromised na limechafuliwa. Kwa hivyo hakuna chochote pale tunaweza kiamini kwamba kunaweza kuwa na haki. Kwa hiyo masuala mazima ya kitaifa yakiwekwa katika parliamentary way of which bunge lenyewe limekuwa compromised, I don't see kwamba tutapata results zenye zitakuwa na tija wala kulifanikisha hili jambo katika hali ya kwamba tunaijenga hii nchi. So hawa wenzetu wa Kenya Kwanza, wao wanataka kurule by kifua. They don't want to lose their jobs. Hawataki kulose hiyo pesa, na vile vile pia wanajifunga haswa kwa yale ambayo wameshayafanya endapo kutangia uongozi mpya, basi they are going to be in for it. So it's a way kwamba wanang'ang'ana pale, na ndio maana tulikuwa tunazungumzia hapa na ndugu yangu pike kwamba ni ngumu kumtoa Ruto, kashika. It's a matter kwamba kama ni mbaya tayari. So ni sawa, yeye baba ameita maandamano, ameita kwamba watu wakutane Kamkunji tarehe 11. Hata mimi linanitamausha na linanivunja moyo, lakini je, sisi haswa kama Wakenya, tuchukule mfano tu, endapo kama angekuwa baba hayupo na hali yenyewe ya taifa ni hivyo, uongozi ni huo tuliouona ulioingia kinyume na mambo ambayo yanaendelea haswa. Je, jukumu letu haswa kama Kenya, haswa kama Wakenya lingekuwa lipi? So which tukishajua mpango mzima kwamba Wakenya tucheze role gani apart from hawa politician wanasiasa wakuu kama vile Raila, mzee Raila, basi tuangalie haswa ni jinsi gani tutakavyopigana na hili jinamizi, of which hata hapa na expect katika hii panel pia tuangalie both side. Raila akiwepo asiwepo, je, ni jinsi gani tunaweza kukabiliana na huyu jamaa kuweza kumngoa katika hii mamlaka? Kwa sababu si kwamba nazungumza kwamba labda pengine niko kinyume na nyinyi, yote yale mmeyazungumza ni sawa, kwa sababu ni kama tumeingia katika mtego wa Zakayo. Tutakuwa tukishinda tukipiga kelele huku na huku jamaa wanafanya mambo yao. Mwisho wa siku mwaka ndio umeisha, mwaka wa pili ndio huo umeisha, dakika za mwisho kila mtu atachoka, aseme sasa tutafanya nini? Hata hizi kelele tunapiga hazisaidii, tutaanza ku lose ground kama mlivyotabiri, na ndivyo ilivyo. Japo na haijaharibika vile, still tuna ways, kwa sababu wafanyikazi wa umma hawajalipwa. Kuna wale ambao nao county hazijaweza kupata nani. Tuliona hata magavana pia wameanza kujitokeza sasa hivi kuvunja ukimya wao kuhusiana na masuala mazima na pesa, kwamba hazijakuja kwa kaunti zao, na swala zima la kwa Kenya hakuna pesa kwa sababu ya hii serikali, na watu wamechoka na lawama za kila uchao. Kwa maana hiyo still bado ground ni nzuri, samata kwamba ni njia gani hasa tutakaweza kumsukuma baba haswa ama kumwelekeza katika njia ya usawa ili tuweze kulifanikisha hili jambo kwa haraka, kwa sababu I do believe wakati iliposimamishwa haya maandamano, mtu wa kwanza kupinga, nafikiri kutoa comment hapa katika ile comment section yetu kuna nini kwa hiyo wall yetu hapo, mimi nilisema kwa nini maandamano yamesitishwa? Juu kama ni ombi Ruto aliomba baba kwamba nataka tuwe na mazungumzo haya na haya, basi nimwambia sawa, kupeana ulinzi kwa watu wangu, maana maandamano yataendelea kesho, thibitisho kwamba nione kwamba kuna ulinzi wa kutosha na maandamano yapo, then tutakuwa na discussion. Mwisho nikimalizia, nadhani hili la hawa watu wa Kenya Kwanza kwamba wanahitaji masuala yazungumzwe bungeni, hili halina tija, halina nguvu yoyote. Bunge hakuna mtu analiamini, na hayawezekani masuala ya kitaifa yazungumzwe bungeni kitototo. Ni haya kama ni masuala ya kwamba ni ya nani, ni ya nchi, basi yazungumzwe mahali kando, watu wapate muafaka, ikienda bungeni ni sheria. That's the only way. Sasa mimi nitakwamia pale.
PK, can I say something? You know,
1 minute, Lala. 1 minute, Lala.
Okay, sure.
Ndugu Msimamo, utaanza tena, utarudi basi, lakini niliona ulikuwa unamalizia. Okay, Lala, say something briefly because we have Father Danny Darius, we have True Patriot people are on the queue.
I'm happy to see Father there and all of you. But it seems to me that you guys have taken just one point of view. That is, Baba wanted to follow that trend. Have you thought about this as something that is playing very much into our hands, that now the world sees these people for who they are? That basically our interest is basically mandamano, not even what they're doing. In other words, this is proving them, getting out of their holes to kind of people to see exactly who they are. Mandamano cannot stop. And I think that is, if you're doing a little research, I think our null hypothesis has been proven right. In other words, these people cannot be trusted. You try to work with them, they cannot be trusted. The world is seeing them that way. Kenyans are seeing them that way. They're not, they're failing and failing and failing. So we're in a better position now, Commander Man, than even before. So Kamukunji may be our way to renew our vow to what we believe in. So that's why I'm looking at it. Let's not look at it very pessimistically to the point where we discourage other people who are standing. I think we are in a very strong position at this time. That's what I wanted to say. Okay.
Thank you, Lala. I would want to disabuse one point before Father Danny comes in. We keep on saying watu hawajalipwa, sijui civil servants. When have civil servants ever participated in any picketing? I mean, we are disillusioned Kenyans. Tunajisumbua. Civil servants will never. Number one, these are thugs. They are thugs. They support that. They support any government that is wrong because it gives them time to steal. By the highest number of thieves, corrupt people are in the civil service. They'll be patient. They have stolen a lot of money. Niwezi. This I say without any fear of a contradiction. So they can wait as much as possible, so long as ni mwizi wao yuko. They know atawalipa. So don't sit there thinking that, oh, now civil servants will join us. Hakuna hata mmoja atatujoin. Maybe people who might join a little bit are teachers. But you see, again, teachers looks like they were given an injection by Sosion. These days, we don't hear them. We don't hear even people resisting. This thing, guys, we have to face it realistically. Hii mambo haina watu wengine, ina ule mwananchi wa kule chini. Yule ambaye ana kiatu kinamsumbua. Somebody talked earlier in the show about the middle class. That's another nonsensical group of people. It's a useless group of people in terms of any revolution, in terms of people power, in terms of fighting for mwananchi. A middle class person will never ever think about this guy who has no meal a day. Hakuna. They are the worst. Ako na kagari kake, ka Toyota, ka shilingi 1,200, anaishi kwa nyumba ya 25,000 au 30, okay? Mtoto wake ako kashule ka academy hapo kwa estate. So the guys think they are okay. Every day he is able to afford 2 or 3 beers. Because middle class, most of them are almost the same joining those civil servants. So for them, they don't see this. And where Baba went very right, and that is where his strength is when he went to Bunge la Wananchi. Bunge la Wananchi ni akina nani? Middle class? Civil servants? Nothing. Nothing. Who goes to vote? Civil servants? Middle class? Nothing. So Baba cannot afford to overstretch his army. He cannot afford to overstretch his army. And I repeat that. The army has power, it's strong. You make use of it when they are feeling rejuvenated and they feel like they are winning a war. Those are my words. Let me bring in Musimamo, conclude, and then Father Danny.
Poleni, I'm so sorry. Somebody took me out. Hata nilikuwa sijamaliza kuzungumza. Then tuangalie tu, kuna kitu nitaka kumaliza kwamba hawa Kenya Kwanza ni wapi ambapo wamesimamia. Sehemu moja tu ya kutengeza tume mpya ya uchaguzi. Hapo ndo wanasema wataenda kwa mazungumzo. Swala la Sava wao wanasema hilo swala tulichelewa na tulikuwa kama ni njia basi tuifuate tuipeleke mahakamani. Yale tunakuta ujinga ule ambao tunaambiwa kwamba mambo yazungumzwe kwa parliament, the same wanauzungumza ujinga ule kwamba tuende kwa mahakama. Tufuate hiyo njia ya mahakama kama tuna kitu ambacho tunaona kwamba bado tunaweza tukachallenge matokeo ambao mahakama walitangaza. That's the rule of law. That's what tunafuata katiba. Nafikiri ni vitu ambavyo lazima tujiulize haswa kwamba hapa is there any negotiation ama ni michezo tunachezewa hapa tu. Kwao hawa watu hawako tayari, kwa sababu yale discussion yote ambayo tumeshaipeleka pale kwao ni nonsense. Zile hoja ambazo tulitaka kwa zizungumziwe haswa na ziweke kupaumbele hakuna, special la saba hawana haja hata kulisikia, kwa sababu nakwambia si mandate yao wala si mandate pia ya parliament kuzungumzia hilo. Kwa tuelewe kwamba hawa watu wa Ruto kile ambacho wamefanya, na hili jopo limeteuliwa ambalo linakombani na watu wa Jubilee ndani, lengo lao haswa ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunazungumza tu jambo moja peke yake la jinsi ya kutengeneza tume mpya ya uchaguzi ambayo itaweza kusimamia 2027. Hawana haja na haya mengine. So ni nini sasa tunaenda pale? Itamata kwamba atuamue tu moja kwa moja kwamba hawa watu hawako tayari, na mimi tu kimchango wangu kimaoni yangu tu haswa pike mimi ningeonelea jambo moja tu, back kwa wale governors wetu, lazima waonyeshe seriousness na hii mambo. Kama wanataka watu wanaowaongoza wapate haki yao, wawe mstari wa kwanza kabisa kuhakikisha watu wanaandamana at county level, back to MPs, waambie watu lazima tuandamane na hii. Huku vijijini tusitegemee CBD peke yake kwamba watu waandamane CBD, no.
Hello,
Back to MCs, hawa tuliwachagua.
Maybe he doesn't know.
Madam Msiaen,
msimamo, maliza haraka bana, kuna watu bana.
Ni sawa. Then back to MCS, wale ambao wamechaguliwa anda Azimio mwamvuli ule, na lazima waonyeshe kwa vitendo kwamba hii kitu ni serious. Isionekane tu ni wachache pale juu, wengine wamenyamaza kwa sababu wana enjoy wakaweza kupata mishahara yenye ambayo sasa hivi pia nayo imezuliwa. So kila mtu ambaye ni member wa Azimio anafaa kuwajibika mpaka vijijini, kwa wale ambao viatu vinawabana. Tusiteshe wenzangu pia.
Network yako msimamo iko na shida. Nitamuita Father Deni. Father Deni, then True Patriot. Father Deni, karibu.
Amjambo nyote, nilikuwa nimeamua kwenda kulala lakini nikaona nipitie hapa kabla sijaenda kulala. Nilikuwa nimesema goodbye for the night. Tomorrow morning I have mass at 6 in the morning and here it's midnight. So there are 4 things I would like to mention. Number one, not all people in the comment section that put their comments there who are stupid. Some they write what they think, some write what they feel, some write their frustration, some express what they feel. But not all of them are the comment section that are stupid. Number two, failure of negotiations and dialogue for me is good news, because we knew from the very beginning it was not going to be anything. So therefore, for me, the failure of the talks, there's nothing to worry about. What we have to do is this: what we saw, how can we move from here forward? Because from the very beginning, we knew there was nothing that is going to come out of the dialogue. Even when you look at those guys who were chosen from Kenya Kwanza, some of those are close friends of Zakayo. And even one of them was a lawyer. And they are in the same law firm with Kipchumba Murkomen. And you see, he chose the people that he can control, that he can tell what to do. So the failure of the dialogue from the very beginning, for me, is good news. We don't need to cry about it or feel so bad about it, because we saw it from the very beginning. We don't need to be labor about it. Failure is good news to me. From there on, then we move, we think, what can we do? Number three, Baba has called for a town hall meeting on Thursday. What we could be doing right now is on how we can mobilize that our ideas, what we feel, what we think, and what we feel Baba should do or Azimio should do, how can we make it hard on Thursday? If we have people we can send over there to give these views and say, this is what we feel. We feel frustrated for the decisions that you are making. How can we make that voice heard? How can we make them feel what we are feeling? And from there on, we say we presented what we feel, what we think, and what we want to do. You never listen. And as much as we keep on pushing, it's not good to give up. For a good soldier, the last thing to think about is to give up when you are in the midst of a war. Sometimes even your compatriots, your friends, they will be dying beside you. Some of them, you leave them, you continue with the war. And some of them, when they are wounded, you go with them so that they don't reveal the secrets. But if they die on the way, you leave them behind, you continue. Even when we serve as chaplains in the military, when we follow them wherever they go, there are some fundamental principles that we have to follow. That even when you are a priest, when you are with them, you are serving them in that war zone. You don't have these fancy things we do in the mass. You have something very tight that you use. In case there is anything, you just move from there on. That means even when they are dying, you just bless them and give them a blessing and give them to God. Because that's the principle there. You have to always think ahead. What will happen? What we can do is to evaluate what has happened, and from there on, we give a way forward. This is where we are. We have made mistakes. But should we continue lamenting on the mistakes we have made or think out of those mistakes? No matter how many times we can talk about the mistakes that we have committed along the way, the best solution is these are the mistakes. How do we think out of it? Do we give up or we correct the mistakes? Is there a chance to correct the mistakes? If there is a chance, we get it and we use it. For me, I was talking with my brother from Kenya, the one I've been sending money to use to give those fellows to go to Nairobi. We are pushing our MCA to be there, to say what we think, to say what we want, so that we are represented there. It's like if you don't want to go, then you don't represent us. You have to be there. Say what we feel, say what we want. So what we can do is think how we can make our voices known to them on that town hall meeting. Because we don't need to have to kamukunjis, all these things. But the only place we can hear all this is during that town hall. Even if it's making phone calls and making sure our voices are heard, at least we are sure that we were listened to, even if they never followed our advice. But we will have to make sure we are heard on that in that town hall. Then lastly, I keep on always saying we must always come to the panel with working brains. Some of us, we have brains, but they may not be working. But we pardon those who may come without them. But always we have to be tolerant, to be patient, and to be resilient. Sometimes emotions can go so fast, but we have to moderate our emotions by using our brains, at least to calm down and reason together. Sometimes we can be overtaken by fear. Fear kills. Fear is dangerous. And if we buy into fear, we are finished. And if we buy into propaganda from the other side also, we shall not make it. So always we must exercise our brains, always. That our brains must go ahead of our emotions. that we must not allow emotions to overtake our brains. And fear affects our emotions, either positively or negatively. We must never allow fear to influence how we think or our emotions to overtake our thinking. Always we have to remain sober, even when things seem not to be going the right way. We have to remain sober, exercise our brain, and for those who believe in God, put God in your thinking. Sobriety is a prize, is the greatest gift you can ever have. I pray for that we may be sober always and make sure our emotions do not overtake our brains. And with that, I will give you a blessing, and because I have 3 hours to sleep before I wake up for morning mass, I'll be with you and I'll continue praying for you and I'll continue supporting in whichever way I can and push my fellows from the village to hear their views in the best way they can. For we know Kenya needs a solution and we cannot sit back and give up. Giving up is the last thing to do, and I will never do that. Even if we remain the 2 of us or 3 of us or the 5 of us or the 10 of us, let us keep pushing. Even when things seem not to be going the right way. Stand to be counted. Don't walk away. Even when Peter was almost giving away, he was asked, "Where are you going, Quo Vadis? Where are you going? Where are you going to? You're running away from the cross. You are not helping." We have to stand and make our voices known. Think forward. We may lament of the past, but we must think out of those mistakes and correct them. Recounting them and repeating them, they create a lot of fear and anxiety in people, and emotions overtake the brains. Please, let us be sober and think out of our mistakes and correct them, and make the Azimio people know during the count hall meeting what we feel, the frustrations on the ground, the pains people have gone through, and also have the heart to feel for those who have lost their loved ones in the struggle. I know close friends who lost their brothers and sisters in the Mandamano. My own cousin is still in the hospital, but he still wants to come back when he gets healed, and I will support him for that. But still, we have to keep on thinking on way forward, not backwards. We are soldiers, and soldiers always think ahead, not lamenting. May God bless you and also strengthen you. And for those who have brains, please don't forget your brains. Sobriety and the brain are priceless. You cannot give them a price. They are priceless. Keep them with you wherever you go. God bless you and have a good night.
Thank you for that, Darius, for your very good counseling. We were supposed to go to True Patriot, but Alex and Lala, you have inua mkono dakika moja alafu tuende kwa Truth. Lala, then Alex. Unmute.
Okay, thanks, Father Darius. That's wonderful words of wisdom and caution for all of us, so that we stay focused on why we are here. I also like just to add a little bit that when you're going to war, you get as much information as you can, but you don't have it all together. Sometimes you gotta trust. First, you trust your compatriot. You try to work with them, and always remember that in a war, a leader can make mistakes, but there is that contingent planning. There's just like we are thinking in terms of because Baba and the rest knew these guys cannot be trusted. Okay, so one way of thinking of it is, you know, maybe they'll do better this time. But then when you think about it, based on their history, you look at who, you know, Zakayo, you know, this guy is not going to change. So you set him up. So this could be a strategy, you know, that Baba's using. And it could be a mistake, yes. So I just want us to be open-minded and be critical thinkers so that we don't throw the baby on the bathwater, you know. But I really take what the father, you know, is you know, sharing with us, that we got to be soldiers. We got to stay focused on the battle and keep going and basically I look at Kamkunji as a place for all of us to get our command, you know, to go there and renew, you know, our call to war and get ourselves, you know, ready and strategically positioned where we are going. So it's really using the opportunity for us to get together. So let us tell people to come. Let's go there. And in fact, this will be probably the first time to be together, because remember, they stopped us from going to the city center. But this is the first time we're going to be there together. And with the feeling, emotion and anger, the feeling that people will have, I think it's a good place for us to renew that call. So I see something positive rather than negative.
Thank you, Lala. Alex Arakaraka, then True Patio.
Yes, Stone PK, there's a time you and me, right before the Maandamano was called off, we were categorical that our time spent here was not because we are idlers. It's because we have a cause. It is sad to see people accolade in the comment section because somebody has attacked a member of a panelist who comes here all the time. Just because he made comments that does not resonate with your thinking, now you think that it's time to bash them. Being a moderator here, and some people know it, I'm not going to fashitize this or sugarcoat it. Stone PK, you can sit there, or Bernard can sit there and ask for people to come here to speak, and people refuse. So when you get somebody to come and speak in their mind, you are not going to control their thinking. Neither are you going to control their emotions. You want the conversation to continue because people are listening. So if somebody comes here and we start labeling them that, oh, they left their mind somewhere, they came here with their emotion, I disagree with that conjunction. I totally disagree. If somebody has come here, they have a view on what, and they have not negated what is within our, they are just saying, on this, I disagree. As a movement, we should not have done it. We have not said that we have quit. But people are coming to question, it is just a matter of approach we are asking. Did we do the right thing? Nobody left their mind behind. So let us not forget that if you say so, and if you accommodate that, the future Stone PK will be, people will fear coming to this panel to speak their mind. If we start labeling people that, oh, they have left the mind, they are speaking with their emotions. I'll tell you, I've been a moderator. Stone PK has been a moderator. Julia has been a moderator. Sometimes getting people to come here and speak their mind, it's very difficult. It's easier to speak your mind in the comment section, but it's difficult to come here and speak your mind. So let us be easy. When Jiru came here and spoke his mind, let us not castigate him and make it the whole process that, oh, he left his mind, now he was speaking with his emotion. I feel condemned because I started the show and he is now being castigated. That is very wrong, Stone PK. As moderators, we must protect the panelists. When you come here, Stone PK, nobody tells you what you speak. Neither do I tell you what I'm going to speak. I speak what I feel is deemed to. If it does not resonate with other people, let us not castigate those people. Kwenda, I've seen Chwadegi Nyundo say, we kwenda huko, next time utarudi na jina ingine. It is not right. Totally, it is not right. Let us be nice to panelists. Without those panelists, we can't have a conversation. Now, if I get out of here, Stone PK, you got out of there, another person get out of here, just because we are not able to say what we are able. Another person comes here in 2-3 minutes, they say what you want, you clap for him, he gets out. How is the conversation going to continue? Think about that. Please, think about that. I feel bad what has been said about Njiru today. I've seen people abusing him totally in the comment section because he felt that we are headed in a wrong direction. That is not the way. He has not said he has no confidence on, but he has only said the process, the approach. He does not have confidence in it. Especially the conversation is Kenya Kwanza, 7 people. The 2 minions who have been chosen within Azimio and are over there, it is just something that we are asking, are we headed anywhere? So let us not castigate the panelists here. Without them, you're not going to have a conversation. That is the truth. It is not a must we come here. We can also stay in the comment section. We can stay in the comment section and comment there, and everybody stays there so that nobody speaks their mind. And we converse in the comment section, if that is what you want. But don't allow Stone PK, when a panelist speaks his mind, is castigated. That is hypocrisy. If somebody has come here to speak his mind, allow him. Why? Because I did not bring his brain here or his emotions. He came here by himself. We don't choose people here. We don't force anybody here. We just allow people to come here. So if somebody comes here and speaks whatever he's supposed to speak, allow him. Lala speaks his mind. Nothing but the truth has said, I allowed this to come here. And then what happened? I feel this way. So if you feel like he's not speaking well, don't castigate him. Don't say that he left his brain somewhere and he brought his emotions. I feel so bad about it. Stone PK, you can continue.
True patriot. Let's have true patriot before comments. Let's have submission. True patriot, where are you? It's your chance.
Hey, hello people. Hello, good morning. And maybe good evening somewhere else. Hey, Lex, hey, uko na emotions bwana. We, uko mkali. But all in all, according to me, we are all fighting for one cause. We want Baba in. And all what I can say is to see harakishe. You don't know why Baba is calling us. You don't know why he's actually saying it's meeting at the counties. And at the same time, the talks are continuing. Then on Sunday again, we meet again. You cannot, even if you want to go somewhere, you have to prepare. We want to prepare. We are actually preparing. Believe me, what has made me come here is people are being just relieved of their duties. These are people working, maybe people have opened their companies, maybe for bread or what. Those tiny companies, they are closing down. In a matter of time or in days, not maybe even in a month's time, people are going to go out in the streets just to protest. And this thing is going to happen from every county. You also had Mutula Kilonzo talked, and you also had this guy from Kisii, just the ones who just went to UDA. They had gone to UDA. And it's like Ruto wants to make this one party state, maybe. So when you want something, you go to him and you kneel down. So he gives you. Actually, this is where he's actually taking us. It's going to happen if we don't just take heed. But about money, it's like he had gone to look for money, but he was not given. So he's like, I don't want debts. I don't want debts. No, he had gone na akanyimwa. He was not given. That's why. That's the whole reason. But believe me, guys, people are going to go out on the streets, whether Baba mobilizes them or not. There are some who have even taken their kids out of school and traveled home. They're just looking for a way. If I can get some small money, pesa kidogo, I load this, niliona. They're just going home. Anatoa mtoto shule. Anampeleka ushago. Direct. Kwa maana there, it's safer. There's no rent you're paying. You can go to that shamba of yours, maybe ulime kitu kidogo kidogo, looking for rain, ukingojea. But here you must pay rent. It is that sad. It is that sad. However, hata tukiongea, probably Njiru is talking. Njiru is talking from outside. Njiru is not on the ground. Njiru hajui. Hajui imefika wapi. But hatuwezi payuka. Baba pia hawezi payuka. You have to plan things. Hata ukienda kwenda kuinvade. Vile walienda kuinvade shamba ya Uhuru. They had to plan. You must plan. However, our plans are that Baba is still giving them time. Do it slowly. Like he has said, I'm going to do this. Like he said it. During electioneering time. He really did it. So many times. He lied. These things are playing. The videos, we are playing them now for him time and time again so that he can maybe recollect what he had told us. But it's like he's dumb. He is not even listening to us. But these things are there. You cannot erase them. So whatever he is doing, we are seeing. And Baba is pushing him slowly. Mpaka mahali atafika. And now people are fed up. As we speak, people are fed up. There is no money. There's no money. There's no money circulating. There's no money circulating. Believe me. Amjui. Maybe Njiru anaona Baba, maybe he's not doing it as fast as he had wanted. Because kweli, he never wanted him. It's true. We accept he never wanted him. Even us. Nobody wants him. But haitaenda na haraka hivyo. It can't. But saizi, now that people are even just relieved of their duties, najua the ones who, the ones who are being relieved of with the, people's personal companies. No, these are not for the government. You can't feel it. And nobody, maybe mtu akujapa, maybe, comes here and tells you, I've been sacked today. That's when you will know. But believe me, outside here, they are being sacked en masse. Like this company of bread had employed only 300 people. He has remained with 100. Others have closed totally. Where are these people going? And remember, there's no job. There are no jobs. Kazi mtaani went. We were told they are going to they are going to build houses, mjengos. They are not there. These mjengos are nowhere to be seen. People are here and they are going to be stuck. People are even going home, traveling. And Baba has to follow. He's actually even calling people. Maybe we talk. What do we do? He wants people to tell him also. Maybe he does not even have time to look at this. He wants people. Suggestions for Baba to be called, somebody to go there to tell him what people need. It's a good suggestion. Maybe he's not listening. But outside here, believe me, guys, people are suffering. Money is not circulating. Money is actually not circulating. You see how he was talking? He was like remorse. About people not being paid. That is nothing. That is actually nothing. Nothing compared to these guys who are down here. Because they are soon going to go into your houses and steal from you those who have. That is the situation. It's going to go there. You have, wewe umetoa wapi, and I don't have. I'm also a Kenyan. They are going to go, like you see, when somebody steals here and you've stolen enough times, we take you to police station, they just release you. We take you there, they release you every day, every day. What do Mob Justice do? They lynch you and they let police carry the body. That is going to happen in Kenya now. The rich will cry. The rich will cry. Believe me, they will cry. These people are becoming too much. They are becoming too much. And it will be done. And people will be killed. And it will be like that. I've told you I'm on the ground. And I can see it. Thank you.
Yes, Monica, it's your chance.
Yes, thank you, Son PK. Mine is going to be brief, and it's a response to Reverend Lala, Father Danny Dererius, but he's not here, and to true patriots. Reverend Lala, yours is, you did mention something to do. I mean, you explaining about why this is happening, and I think your understanding of it is that Baba and the team are trying to perhaps convince or gather evidence and convince the international community by doing the right thing. And I understand that. I hear that, but I just wondered, are they not the same people that Zakayo and team are in bed with? So we know that. We know that Zakayo is in bed, and of course they will also want to fight and save their faces. So why should it be our concern, really, or our priority to then convince them otherwise, really? That's my question. To Father Danny, I had two. I think Alex did address the other one as well, because I wanted to mention or point out the fact that we should be a bit careful with the language we use when we are trying to criticize. There is a way we can criticize constructively without really putting people down. When we use phrases like, people coming here with their brains and not leaving their brains back, that really has a negative connotation, something that can actually discourage people from coming here, or thinking maybe some people have better brains than others and all that. So that's something that I really wanted to point out there. Another one was about this whole thing, the struggle and the way it is going, which is what some of us are trying to be now really rooted in reality, to just put a stop on some, pause and think and question some of the stages and steps that are being taken. So we understand that it is okay to, to be loyal and fight and have that fighting spirit, which most people have, the followers of Baba. But I mean, if we don't really take time to stop at every stage and evaluate that stage, trying to listen to people at every stage, because organization and mobilization is really about listening to people. It's very much relational. So if you're not picking out what people are saying at every stage, you kind of leave them outside. Part of what we are about, this forum, actually, we've been, I'm sure since it started from the beginning of the struggle, so many people have given so many brilliant ideas. I can testify to that, surely. And I think Son PK and others have told us that there is a way they communicate these messages. They relay the messages back to the team. But somehow, I think we feel that these are not being picked up, they're not being listened to, and that really there's enough reason, to create, to cause that kind of anxiety and anger and fear among people. So it's on that basis that I feel that people who are coming here to express their emotions and feelings, they're really valid to a certain extent, and we should listen to them. Because if these are not being picked up, it's really pointless going all the way to the very end and call a baraza after you've made series of mistakes that have not been rectified or listened to, by which time people have given up, and very few people maybe will turn up, or they'll just feel, what's the point anyway? I've not been listened to before. So that's another point. So some steps have been messed up, the stages have gone, and people are now feeling really left out, not listened to, and that is really what it's all about. So it's important that people are listened to. Some of these forums like this one should have a direct avenue, or maybe a link to feeding back to the team, so that they understand, what is going on. Now, to True Patriot, I understand that, but that people are frustrated and all that, but it has happened before. We've been talking about this middle class and all these people who never come out. Yes, they feel frustrated and they're all that, but they don't come out when we need them, So it is not really helpful for them to just be suffering and feeling disillusioned and frustrated when they actually don't come out, to be counted where they are needed, you see. So when we say, people who come here, or the people who are in the diaspora, are not on the ground, and so they are not really abreast with what's happening. The same could be said with the team itself, that it is concentrating on the strategic kind of procedural processes and all that, and really forgetting to listen to the people on the ground, people who really matter, listening to their frustrations, listening to their points and ideas and opinions, So it goes both ways. I think listening to people and going along with whatever decisions or opinions or suggestions they have will kind of really make a difference. But I think we should be able to accommodate each other and listen to people's feelings, suggestions, and opinions as they come, to understand where we are in this struggle. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica, for your very good point. And I see. Let's have George. Peter, then Mr. G, and then Lala. They want to respond. Yes,
I wanted to
Peter.
respond. Okay.
Okay, thank you Stone PK, na wasalimu wengine wote pia wala tukuwa nao katika tulipokuwa tunaanza. Jambo langu la kwanza, nina support mjadala jinsi watu wameongea, na kidogo nitaongea nje ya mjadala kidogo tu. Nitakuja kumjibu dadangu True Patriot. Jambo lingine ningependa kuchangia kuhusu jana ya mjadala ilipoanza, niliona ndugu yangu Msimamo kuna mambo mawili aliweza kutaja, na aliweza kutaja na akasema ya kwamba hili jambo linatendeka sio kwa sababu ya Raila, ni kwa sababu yetu sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya. Na nikirudi nyuma, kuna wakati nimetaja hilo jambo, hata juzi nililitaja. Ni njia ipi sasa sisi kama Wakenya, wananchi, tutakuja kuungana tuwe kitu kimoja na tuweze kufanya hili jambo liwe rahisi hata kwa baba mwenyewe. Kwa upande wangu nilikuwa nimefikiria na nikaona ile kuna mambo nimekuwa nikifanya, kuna yale mambo siwezi kuyataja hapa kwenye mtandao, lakini kuna mambo nimekuwa nikiyafanya. Mimi ningependa kumhimiza ndugu yangu kwanza Msimamo, kwa sababu yeye yuko hapa nchini Kenya. Sijui kama yuko nchini ama hayupo. Kama yuko nchini Kenya hapa, kule kwake mali yuko.
Nipo Kenya, hata sipo kwingine, nipo Kenya haswa kakaangu.
Asante sana ndugu yangu, nashukuru. Mimi ningesema hivi, jaribu kuchukua watu marafiki zako wale uko nao karibu, keti nao chini, kujaribu kuelezea jambo moja mbili tatu, umuhimu wa hili jambo linatendeka katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mimi kuna kikundi nimeform which I'm working with them. Uliongea hapa na Stone PK, kuna yale mambo na pick moja kwa moja watu wanapotoa nini zao. I pick one word, nakuja nakaa chini naangalia, naita watu wangu nawaambia ni hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, tunaweza fanya njia gani, tufuate ile njia, wewe fuata ile njia, mwingine fuata ile njia. It's about educating our people, ndio tuweze kujitokeza katika hii shida tuko nayo. Bila hiyo hatutatoka kwenye hili shida. Hili shida lazidi kuwa pale, na tutazidi kuongea hapa kwenye mtandao. Mwezi itaisha, next month tena tuongee, mwezi itaisha, nyingine liishe, kama bado Zakayo ako pale pale. And by continue talking kila siku, tunaongea kila siku na hakuna jambo ambalo linatendeka, ndugu yangu, tutakuwa tunachoka. Ndio maana unasikia kuna mtu anakuja kwenye mtandao anaongea na hasira. Sio kupenda kwake, anapeana point yake ili iweze kusikizwa. Na mtu anapopeana point yake, tusimkosoe, tusimchukulie vibaya, tunastahili tumuunderstand ili ya kwamba tuweze kumsaidia. So mimi ningesema wale wako on the ground katika nchi ya Kenya, tunastahili kuplay a very big part, a very big role. Try to educate our people, wale wengine hawaelewi, ili ya kwamba tuweze kupatia baba na kikundi chake kazi rahisi. Kwa sababu tukifanya hivyo, baba atakuwa na kazi rahisi sana. Na mara mingi nimesema katika mtandao, nimesema inastahili kuanzia na wabunge wake kama masoldiers wake. Juzi walisema, Babu Wino alisema kwenye mtandao, akasema tutaanza maandamano kuanzia kwa MCA. Kama mimi saizi MCA wangu tangu niliyomchagua sijawahi kutana naye. Ni mimi nimechukua step ya saizi kumtafuta, nataka namtafuta vyovyote niweze kupatana naye, tukae naye chini, tuongee mambo moja mbili tatu, tuone jinsi tunaweza saidia baba katika hii vita. Because hii vita si ya baba, hii vita ni ya Wakenya sisi wenyewe. Na mambo mengi sana imesemwa katika mtandao. Watu wamesema tukiacha Zakayo atatuongoza kwa miaka 30. Zakayo anataka kuondoa mambo ya ugatuzi, arudishe katika ile hali ya Moi, katika one party rule. Na tunaelezea watu wanafikia ni mzaha. Watu wanapoongea katika hapa kwenye mtandao, wengine wanachukulia ni mzaha, wanaona huyu tu anaongea, huyu hajui kitu anasema. Lakini that is where we are heading to. Because mimi nilishangaa mtu anaweza inuka na akapoint 50 CS na appoint bila idhini ya parliament. What does that, hiyo inamaanisha nini? Parliament ija approve. Sheria inasema kwamba waende kwenye parliament, apeleke majina, hawa watu wafanyiwe vetting, wakishafanyiwa vetting, wakimaliza ndio parliament wa forward majina kwake for the appointment. Lakini huyu ni mtu anainuka asubuhi, ana appoint na anakuja anaambia chukueni Biblia muape. Na watu wengine ni washenzi, watu wameenda shule, wanajiita ni maprofesa wako nini, wanaenda pale State House, wanainua Biblia, wanaapa. Ni ujinga ya hali ya juu. Na tukiangalia kwa ndugu zanguni, kusema ukweli, tukiacha tuongoze na watu kama hao, hii nchi itakuwa imeisha completely. So ndugu yangu, msimamo, mimi nakuomba sana, jaribu kupiga vita kule kwako, educate watu wako, wale marafiki zako nao karibu, waelezee umuhimu wa hii kitu ili tuweze kushikana. Kwa sababu bila hiyo hakuna mahali tunaenda. Jambo lingine ile True Patriot amesema kuhusu kazi. Hapa Nairobi kampuni mingi zimefunga. Kampuni mingi sana zimefunga. Ukitembea hapa nje unakutana na mtu akiona anaendesha gari, kama mtu anakujua anakusimamisha. Nisaidie. Nisaidie. Watu wanapitia maisha magumu. Wengi wameshindwa hata kulipa kodi za nyumba, rent. Wengine wameamua wakarudi reserve kwenda kuishi nyumbani. Alafu jambo moja ile imekuwa inakera zaidi, uwizi imerudi katika hali ya juu. Hali ya juu. Vijana wanapora watu hadharani. Imefika mahali mpaka vijana wanaingia kwenye masaluni, mahali wa mama wanafanya kazi yao, wanazingirwa na mavijana, wanaambiwa leteni kila kitu, na ni mchana, si ati usiku, ni mchana, kwa sababu kazi kwa vijana ilitolewa. Vijana wanaenda wapi? Wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa imesaidia vijana wengi sana. Kijana alikuwa anajua akienda pale atafanya kazi, ana shilingi yake 700. At the end of the week amelipo pesa yake pale, kama shilingi 3500 amechukua ameweka kwenye mfuko, inamsaidia. Lakini saa hizi hamna hiyo. Uwizi imerudi katika hali ya juu kabisa. Unatembea mahali unasikia umezingirwa na vijana, wanakupindua upside down, hauwezi sema chochote. Inafika mahali najaribu hata kukaa chini na vijana wengine kwa educate, kuambia hii jambo mnafanya halifai, tafadhali fanyeni hivi, jaribu kufanya hivi kama mzazi, lakini bado haifui dafu, kwa sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu katika hali ya juu. 2 weeks ago I was talking to a group of young boys. Wananiita mzae vipi? Sasa unafikia si wenyewe tutaishi namna gani, tutakula vipi? Nikikuja kwako mzae nikwambia nipatie shilingi 500 au utanipatia. So sinabidi mimi nitafutie kwa njia yangu. But when you look at that as a parent, it pains so much. It pains so much for another parent losing a son, losing even a daughter kwa njia ya wizi. Ni uchungu. Ni uchungu kabisa, kwa sababu naelezea mimi mwenyewe niko kwa ground, niko hapa, naishi Nairobi, ninaona yale mambo yanatendeka. Inauma zaidi, inauma. And let us be open. Hakuna kitu moja kwa mwanaume inauma zaidi kama wewe ni mzazi na uwezi lisha familia yako. Umetoka, umeenda kutafuta, unaenda kulala kwa kiwanja mahali juu umekosa. Jioni najiuliza maswali, narudi nyumbani, mtoto anajua baba alienda kazi. Ukifika umekuja kama uko hauna chochote. Wewe ndio umechoka zaidi hata kuliko mke wako. These are some of the things which are leading. Unapata mzazi mwanaume ametoka chini, ameua familia yote nzima. So my brothers, let's try and educate our people so that our people can come out and fight this battle once and for all. Let us not keep on pointing fingers on Baba. Baba is a human being. He makes mistakes the way I make mistakes, the way you make mistakes. But now it's about us Kenyans. What are we supposed to do? How can we educate our people so that our people can come out and fight this battle once and for all? Tuweze kumtoa Zakayo kwenye kiti. Hiyo ndio jambo naweza wacha nayo. Kwa sababu tunainuka asubuhi tunaketi, mimi naingia kazini, sasa bado sijaenda kazini. Nimeketi kwanza kwa sababu lazima nichange nitoe mchango wangu kwenye mjadala. So my brothers, wherever you are, kama kuna kitu unaweza fanya, ifikie watu wa chini, let us do it. Let us do it, because mimi naangalia kitu katika angle nyingine. Nisipo educate wale watu naishi nao karibu na mimi, niwaambie maana ya maandamano ni nini, nitakuwa nafanya makosa, nitazidi kumlaumu Baba. Mchango wangu ni upi katika huu maandamano? Nimekuwa nikienda kwenye maandamano, ndio. Nimekuwa nikienda kwenye maandamano. Hakuna maandamano nimekosa. Na mambo yanatendeka mengi. mambo yanatendeka mengi. Wala kwa asubuhi nilisema ya kwamba Kamargo alikuja Kenya na aliingia on Friday kuamkia Saturday asubuhi, Saturday saa 6 ya usiku, ndege imeland airport, ameingia Kenya, amekuja kutempa na Sava. Ndio ya kwamba kwa sababu pressure ipo kwenye Ruto, anajua kwamba anaambiwa Sava, akifungua Sava itatoa the exact result. Ndio kuweza kupambaza Wakenya akili, na wale wajinga wale hawaelewi hata kidogo watasema unaona jamaa alishinda uchaguzi, mnasema baba alishinda. Na mara mingi huyo jamaa halali, kila mahali yuko anapiga step ahead of us, anajaribu kupiga kila step ahead of us. Kwake ilikuwa ni shango venye baba alicancel maandamano. And me I salute baba because alifanya hivyo. It was about mambo na maombi, it was about Easter, ni about Ramadhan. Na tunastahili kumheshimu Mungu. We cannot compete with God. He did a good thing by cancelling that. Aliwapatia wiki moja. But what are we doing as the people of Kenya? What are we doing as the people of Kenya? Na mara mingi nimeuliza katika huu mtandao, je, kitu itendekee baba, God forbid, hatutatoka nje kwenda maandamano? I've asked that question several times. Nobody amewahi nijibu hiyo swali. Asante.
Baada ya Peter ilikuwa nani? Ilikuwa ni Mr. G.
Yeah, thank you, Stone PK. I have a question to Lala. Lala, what was our end game? Kwa hii issue yote, story yote, what was our end game? Kuna kitu ambayo Peter aliongea kuhusu Kamargo. Akasema Kamargo ako hapa nchini na amekuja kutempa na Sava. I know ulisikia ile case ambayo tulikuwa nayo kwa Supreme Court. And we had our own IT ambaye ni Njoroge, na alipeana some evidence kwa ile short time ambayo tulifunguliwa. We had some few numbers, we had a number of servers ambazo zilitumika on that election, but we are only given one server, na hiyo server hatukupewa chance kupata ile material ambayo tulikuwa tunataka. Tulipewa tu a very short time, na on that short time there's something that we picked on that server na tukashare kwa court, na unakumbuka court will call it hot air. So I'm asking again, what's the end game kama Azimio? Na kwa hii issue ambao sasa tunajua kama kina Kamargo wako, what will happen? There's a route ya server ambao nilishare kwa group. I think uliona hiyo route. Ukiangalia utapata jamaa waliingia kwa server days before tupige kura, na wakaketi pale ndani wakawa wanaingia kila siku mpaka kile siku ambayo tulikuwa tumepiga kura, wakaendelea kukaa pale ndani wakiangalia. What were they doing? But Supreme Court il nullify our petition. Sai wako hapa ndani, wamekuja issue ambayo wamekuja kwa sababu ya server. Sisi our end game ilikuwa ni mambo ya server. So I just want an answer from you. What was our end game? Na sasa hiyo nasema kuwa it is a plus if hii bipartisan talks zina fail. Itakuwa a plus how?
Lala.
Let me try to answer two questions. The first one was, I think Mama aliuliza kwa nini, why do we have to respond to the West or the foreigners, the Americans and the rest? And my answer is a very simple one. What the West, all the Americas, all the so-called industrialized West tries to do is to try to define our people in their own way so that they justify what they want to do. Whether it is Gaddafi, whether it is Saddam, whatever it is, they want to tell their people, these people are bad people. And we saw it with Congo and all those, Lumumba and the rest. And so they use those tags on us, on our people. And so even this election, when you hear about Raila in the West, is somebody who is losing. It's like a non.
What has happened to Lala? He's been kicked out or what? Okay, MJM, karibu.
Shukran sana Stone PK Okenyuri. I've been away for quite some time. Ni kazi ndio nimekuwa nikishika. Nimeingia tu, nilikuwa naangalia usubuhi nikatia kidogo, alafu tena nimerudi nikampata Peter akizungumza, na maneno ambayo Peter alikuwa yazungumza ni maneno ambayo yana hamasa kweli. Sijapata ni nyake nzima, lakini nimepata tu yani kipande tu ambacho alikuwa yazungumza, na kweli kile ambacho amezungumza is something that is has really touched me. That's why I decided to come. And I don't know how many people of you are on Twitter. And if you look at Twitter, Twitter is where you get like mostly like the real emotions. If you look at the comments of what people are writing and what they really think of the so-called KK government, people are really angry and people are really pissed off. Yeah. The only people who are coming out to defend the government is, I don't want to sound tribal or anything. You just look at the name and the people who are defending it, and you just already make a conclusion. And there was somebody made a post. Huh? Somebody made a post on Twitter. It was today, and I checked on it. He was saying that he has no apologies because he saw everything, and he just wishes that time doesn't waste time. If there's such a saying, time doesn't waste time, and it speeds up the collapse of the KK government or of Ruto's government. And okay, I thought maybe there'll be some bots who will come here and maybe try to attack him and all that. But from the comments that I saw was that everybody was in support. Everybody wanted the government to fail, and I was surprised. Yeah, everybody wanted the government to fail. Everybody was saying we saw this and we had already seen this coming. Yeah, and everybody just wanted the government. People are writing their comments, but the general theme was that everybody, just a matter of time before they want the government to collapse. Yeah, and you wonder because on another part, yes, other people, I know they just want to sound not politically correct, but they just want to sound sober. They just want to sound like they're in the middle ground. That we don't have any other country. This is only a country. Let's be patriotic and all that. For me, I just say that is crap. That is serious crap. I say, what kind of patriotism do you want me to be patriotic for? Because you insult us, you profile a certain community, you insult them, you say all sorts of nasty things, and then you say, hizo ni siasa tu. No, there's nothing like siasa. Those are words that can really bring civil strife into a country. Then you ask somebody to be patriotic. Patriotic what for? I don't know, be loyal to your country. Loyal for what means? After you told them that this is a company and they are the shareholders, and us maybe we're just sweepers there. We wait for the crumbs and let them do what they want to do. No, that one can't happen. That one, seriously, that one can't happen. And so it's like people have said, kufa dereva kufa gari. Kwa sababu sasa mali ambapo nifikia, hata mimi I can say I'm angry and frustrated because I knew those talks would not go anywhere. You can see the disdain, you can see the arrogance that Ruto is treating the other side with. You can just see he's not in any negotiation. Even you see it from other countries, whether it was I don't have to put to give very many examples, but you can see whenever there's a conflict, people always bring out their best negotiators, whether be they hardliners, be they what, but they know this is the best negotiator, and they come, and people usually come and agree and everything. But you can just see the disdain, the arrogance that the Azimio side has been treated with, yeah, and for it comes to a time where you wonder, and there are some people who are really have so much hopes that things will get better and everything and what, but for me, no, I don't see things. I am here, okay, for me, I work outside the country, yeah, and the number of people I know who send me requests for assistance and they were really well off and they could depend on themselves is really so bad, terribly bad, yeah. And I'm starting to see that it has reached a place where legal means are not working. Legal means seem to have hit a snag. And if you people have noticed, and I always put this, if you people have noticed, you will notice that it is out of all the countries, out of all the foreign missions, or all the diplomatic community or whatever, it is only the Americans who are really going out of their way to try and prop up Ruto and his government. For reasons best known to them, we may speculate, we may say what, but some reasons are obvious, but they are doing what they know, maybe it serves their interest. And for me, just like Peter said, it is coming to a time where now it seems the legal and the constitutional route seems not to be working. That one I can say it. It seems not to be working. And I hope you saw that, okay, he was called out yesterday. He tweeted, the Senator Gerald Gay, he tweeted, and I don't know, he tweeted, he picked up some picture, some photo in the internet and put it, and it went all around. Everybody in KK was tweeting, oh, Ruto's, I don't know what, gave birth to triplets. And the way he put, I don't know, 5 years of dealing with the mess. And then the second twin is for 5 years of, I don't know, pulling Kenya out of. Sorry for that.
Wow.
Maybe I had. Hello. I'm back.
What happened, MJM? Continue.
Yeah, I was saying that 3 terms is, even just that one term is unthinkable. That one term is unthinkable. And what Peter has said has really just pricked me in my heart. That hapa mali mefikia is this legal and I don't know parliament and whatnot, that's just crap. I call it like it is. It is just crap. It is a waste of time. It is a serious waste of time. Because the way these guys are behaving, and even you saw it, even before, this guy on the other side, he wants you to play by the rules, and he always insists of you playing by the rules, but he himself is not a person who plays by the rules. That's what really just makes me angry. Yeah, you people are being boxed into a corner and being told, I don't know, legal, constitutional means, and blah, 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 and they say this is a country of the rule of law and everything, and they put all those things together, but they themselves don't play by the rules. Yeah, it's like you're having 2 football teams. You have a referee. Already they are the ones who brought in the referee. Then they have 12 players on the pitch, but you have 11. And when you're complaining, you're told no. So when you say, okay, fine, because you people have an advantage of 12 players, okay, so we'll have to play rough. But when you play rough, the referee is coming, giving you yellow cards, giving you red cards, but already there is 1 extra person in the pitch on the other side, but you're being forced to play by the rules. Why are we being boxed into playing by the rules? Because they know they have an upper advantage. And that's, as I was saying, this legal means it is just a waste of time. And I'm saying it again, it is a waste of time. People need to sober up. In me, I don't want to say what I'm thinking in my head. I know many people are thinking other things. It could be in similar thought or otherwise. But for me, I'm just saying that this legal, I don't know, constitutional means Baba should just even just stop that I don't know, dialogue and what. Just stop it, because it's going to be a waste. There's nothing. They're just going to shoot everything down, and they'll say, you see, they went to parliament, they couldn't convince anybody, so, and we're a parliamentary, I don't know, we're a democracy, and all that democracy is about convincing, and everything will be thrown out. It is about to make people, this other side, they feel the pinch, so that when they come to the table, they come to the table when they are sober and they know the kind of pain you can expect on them. I'm just giving you the best example. Just allow me to give you the best example. I always like this example. In Vietnam, America was mighty. Its war budget was just even more than just what it was spending on the military was even much more than the economy of Vietnam. But what happened? The Vietnamese were pulled into something they didn't even know. They were not even part of, they were being pulled, they were being accused of, I don't know, being communist, and they were not even communists. What the Vietnamese were fighting was they were fighting an occupying army. They felt that they were being degraded, they were being disdained, they were being loaded over, because this was a foreign army that was coming into the soil, and they decided to fight for their country. They decided, no, we cannot, this is an army that has come, split your country, this is a foreign power has come, split your country into two. Now you have people who are your brothers are on the other side, you are on this side, and you're being forced to fight your brothers. Yeah. So they said, no, this one cannot happen. And what they decided is that they frustrated the US Army. They were bombing. Almost like 2.5 million Vietnamese, I think, could have died. 2.5 million Vietnamese could have died. Yeah, in terms of bombing and everything. But they made sure that when the C-130s were going back home, the transport aircrafts were going back home from Vietnam to the US, they were carrying coffins and coffins of US soldiers and Marines. This was so painful, yeah, because you bomb and maybe you kill 10,000 people, but 400 coffins are going back home. You bomb, maybe you kill 20,000 people, but 1,000 coffins or 500 coffins are going back home. Around 40,000 Americans died. That was a huge number to them, despite their military. So it really hurt them. It hurt them the most. What did it bring? It brought Nixon. It forced Nixon. Nixon had to find a way in which he had to pull out his army. Then when Nixon was almost being impeached and he resigned, Gerald Ford now had to negotiate for now total withdrawal of the troops, and he was the one who evacuated the Americans and some Vietnamese collaborators out of the US, and that is how America ended their war in Vietnam, because the Americans had to negotiate with North Vietnam and South Vietnam on how to hand over and to leave that country. That's what I'm saying. These people will have to made to feel the pinch of disregarding and showing disdain to others. They can have the discipline forces, they can have everything, but you can make them feel the pinch, and they will have to come. When they come to the table, they come very knowing exactly what you can be able to do. Yeah. And I've said, were it not for the 2018 handshake, whatever was going to happen there and what I saw, and I remember what I saw people were planning in some other place where I was working, it was just going to be. So that handshake really helped. I'm sure somebody went and whispered that to Baba, and that handshake was really good. Was what just maybe helped everything. And that's what I'm saying, that please, I don't even think we should think of, I don't know, that a plus in the negotiations or a plus in the dialogue. That dialogue, I feel for me, it's a waste of time. It's just about time that we stepped up and we just told, I know the feedback has to go to Baba and tell him that this dialogue is not popular with anybody. Nobody wants this dialogue. Nobody wants to listen to that dialogue. Nobody even wants anything to do with that dialogue, because it's just been shown disdain. Whether the Americans support them or not, that is up to them. But this is our country. Decide what we want with our country. We were not invited. Nobody was invited. Stone PK, you were not invited. I was not invited. Lala, you are not invited. Msimamo huku alikwa, you were all born in this country. We were all, our parents, great-grandparents were born here. Even before it was called Kenya, we were here. So nobody has invited the other. And we have to live together respecting each other and giving everybody an equal opportunity. So if we can't agree on the ballot, then you have to agree with other means, such that if you, for those who study history, there's what they call mutual annihilation, where the USSR and US knew that because they have nuclear weapons, they had to respect each other. Because if anything just sparked a nuclear war like this, okay, one side would win, but at what cost? At what cost exactly? So we have to tell them. So it just has to be known that no, we have to be treated with respect, because hii madarau sasa imezidi, hii madarau imezidi tena sana, hii madarau imezidi kabisa. Na mimi nawaambia tu kwa hii madarau, and what we are being set up for is we are being set up for something very bad. And hii madarau imezidi. I don't know why I had to talk like that today, but I think Peter just fired me up. I think we need to move away from that dialogue and step up and move to other things like what MK did in Zanzibar. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, BJM. You should not regret why you are saying the way you are saying. You represent a lot of feelings on the ground. I mean, we have clips here. If we play some of these clips, that's here what the Jeshi la Baba are saying. And that doesn't mean they're withdrawing. They're just, saying exactly. And I like when somebody says exactly what he or she feels. For me, I don't like covering the rot. And I don't like, because it is very costly when you try to force people to think your way, and even as a team leader, when you try to believe you are right, whatever you are doing is right, utaki kuambi, you think the arrangement you have, the plans you have should be that. You see, before I bring in Douglas and then Fidel.
I didn't finish my, I think I was cut off before I made it.
But Lala, you see, there are people here. If you have submitted, let them talk and then you can come in.
I was just answering the question that I was asked. That's fine. And I never answered any of them, but I can wait.
Yeah, and then you answer after Douglas and then Fidel. Douglas? Unmute. Unmute, Douglas. Douglas, you are still muted. Douglas, unmute your mic, please.
Yes, you can hear now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was saying, I am a new entrant here, but I have been following all through. That is immediately after my job, like now I am at 4. I have to enter this channel. So kitu yenye nilikuwa nasema, maybe I left Kenya last year, that is December. Lakini kenye inafanyika kwa elections, this is where the problem is. It starts from the polling station. Mimi sija vote for the last 4 elections. Sio kwa sababu I was not supposed to vote. Kwa sababu I am a presiding officer in a polling station which is away from my station. Are you getting me?
Continue talking.
So, sasa, what happens from there? Maybe, by the way, I come from I don't hide. I come from Baringo. Then in every station I am posted to a polling to be a presiding officer. What happens is the very thing which is very important you should also have to add in is something called an agent. Kwa sababu mimi ndi mtu wa Raila. I started Raila sometimes from that is the last 2 general elections because I wanted this guy to be tested. I tell my friends, why can we test this guy? See, I'm a Kalenjin. I tell, why can we test this guy for only 2 terms or only 1 term, I retire because it seems this guy has something which is hatching, and he may be our savior. So what we were doing, what I was doing in the polling station, and that is why I was saying importance of a presiding officer and agents in a polling station. What happens is an assistant afforder who is supposed to be assisted. The election laws allows the presiding officer and the agent of that party, which is ODM by that time, or UDA or KANU. So it reaches a time when you call an agent of a particular party. Can we come to assist this voter? Assuming you have 10 voters to be assisted in that polling station, it means if you don't have an agent and all agents have left the station, you are, as a presiding officer, at your own discretion to vote for your guy. Are you getting? So you just vote for the guy. For me, for example, in a polling station where I was, maybe I voted Raila 5 votes, and that will be the only votes he will get. Assuming now in a polling station where somebody was supposed to cut his or her votes, or somebody's votes, what happens? What happens in that situation? That is why I was saying in future elections, don't assume we are all human beings. We have feelings, and you are told by the election laws when somebody comes to be assisted, and you have 100 people to assist it, and there are agents. You call all of them to check, and when the voter says, "I want to vote for LX," all of them will see that I have marked the LX before he deposited the ballot boxes. Assuming no agent for any of them, and I'm remaining as a presiding officer, what I will do, I will vote my votes. So I will have 1 vote as Douglas, but I will have voted at the end of the elections 20 votes. And don't assume that I'm not patriot. I'm patriot. I all have feelings. I have to vote for my person. So the agent issue should also be taken into account in any election. In any election, don't even if all reforms will be made in Kenya, unless you have your agent in that station, wherever it is, so that you safeguard 2-3 votes accumulated, you win the election. Otherwise, what I was saying is the only thing to make Ruto and this government to pressurize is mandamano. You just block for 4 weeks, then you will add value to yourself. You will add value to. Otherwise, these negotiations will delay. You heard yesterday, Nani and I told Jeriot saying it might take 3 weeks, 4 months, 2 months, and then the other one from Mombasa was saying you want 1 month. So when you say 2-3 months, it means after 3 months they will have done what? Maybe have done some economic adjustments that will give some favor. So what I'm saying is, they could have used it this time when they are down. If you want to kill somebody, you use the weakness point. Why should you have to wait 2 months when they are strong? Now they have the energy to fight you. When somebody is down, use that energy now. You have to press him down to kill him completely. Otherwise, you wait for 2 months. It's like you are telling us, you are telling your supporters, can we stay? As this person now gain some energy or take some energy drink. That is my submission.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for your contribution. You have 2 points.
No, but I am in Adelaide, and I like guys. Tell your boys to come to Adelaide. There are some opportunities here.
Oh, okay. Then then communicate on the private chat there. Just give you.
Apart from us communicating here, we will also connect our siblings, our brothers, to be coming to these other sites. Because when you learn, you get some jobs. Yeah, and then so that apart from politics, we also encourage our village boys hustle around, get agents in Nairobi, they connect to you. Now that the borders is open, they come. We'll invite them, host them for 1, 2, 3 months. They get their houses, they move on.
That's kind of you, very kind of you, brother. You are a great man. Yeah, give us that, and then we will keep in touch. Just put it there. We also have programs where we talk to our Kenyan siblings on where to get opportunities. You have 2 points that you've talked about. I don't want to comment. Maybe the other panelists will do that. I would comment last.
Stone PK, I want to tell my friend Fidel to dress up. That's why we are taking him off the screen, please. He's not dressed up proper for the debate. So if he could just dress up a little bit, he will come to the screen. Fidel, please. Thank you, Stone PK.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Alex, for that. Okay, BJM has said something. Anybody with a comment? Msimamo sema, tukusikie.
Pengine tu kwa kaka yangu Douglas na masuala na agent unajua ninachofahamu ni kwamba chaguzi zetu zinafaa kuwa za huru, haki, uwazi, sawa kwa mujibu wa katiba na sheria. Sasa hili swala la agent ni sawa, lipo wanasaidia fine, lakini kiupande wangu ni jukumu nzima la IBC kuweza kuhakikisha wanachunga kura. Maana ndio katiba na
msimamo. Subiri kidogo, msimamo. Sitaki turudi nyuma sana, manake masuala ya agent yaliadresiwa sana debate nyingi miezi 5, na tukavuka kwamba zile kura ambazo ziko na shida, hata kama Raila ameibiwa, hakuna tatizo na maagent. Wanasema kuna mahali maagent hawakuwa, lakini hata hivyo Raila kura zile ambazo amepata imesemekana ni 8.1 million na Ruto alipata 5 something million. Masuala ya agent yataangaliwa baadaye, lakini kwa sasa hivi mbona sava inasema hivi? Shida ni agent ama ni nani? Ni wale waliokuwa wakihesabu kura, wakijumulisha hapa Bomas, si ndio mambo yalikaangwa? So kwa sasa urgently tuna address hiyo mambo ya masuala ya agent, hiyo itakuwa baadaye. Manake huwe na agent usiwe na agent, hapa Bomas ikiwa ni ukora iko, if we don't fix that, it doesn't matter whether you have agent or not. Kwa hivyo sitaki tusitumie muda mwingi kuzungumzia maagent, tuzungumzie kwanza sasa hilo swala la pili amesema. Kwa mfano inatakikana kama sasa ni maandamano tufinye kabisa. Hiyo ndio hata discussion ya leo bwana msimamo. Sorry, endelea. Msimamo amepotea tena. Mr. G.
Yes, John PK. You know, there's a question that I asked that was alikuwa nani? Huyu ametoka.
Lala, lakini ungeachia msimamo amepotea tena. Aya, Lala. I mean, ilikuwa ni Lala aliuliza swali.
Yeah, nilikuwa nimemuuliza swali lakini sasa hakujibu. Kama any one of you can answer that question. But kuongezea kitu ambacho Douglas amesema, Douglas, exactly what you said is true. Wakati mtu ni mnyonge ameshikwa akiwa ako mikono chini, hapo ndo akana nafuu finye yeye kabisa mpaka akubali. Lakini ukimpatia nguvu akakunywa energy drink, hautapata nguvu ya kumpata. So this was the right time kufinya huyu mtu, but we are giving him time. Na demo anaendelea kukaa pale, ndio demo anaendelea kuwa strong. Hatuweza toboa the issue on the server, because we are told that huyu jamaa yuko hapa ndani saa hii, Kamargo na timu zake wako hapa ndani saa hii, and there is a root of server ambao ni share, na ilionyesha kwa hawa jamaa walikuwa kwa server before election na wakaendelea kukaa pale ndani mpaka election ikafanyika, na sio wakaendelea kukaa pale ndani, lakini si hiyo kitu, hiyo evidence wakati tulipeleka Supreme Court walitutumia mbali. Now this issue sahi, kwa sababu ikiwa ukweli wameletwa kwa sababu hiyo issue ya server, that means watafungua server, na wakifungua server wakapata imekuwa tampered with, what will happen if at all tulipeleka our evidence in Supreme Court na ikapatikana kuwa walikuwa ndani na ikatupiliwa mbali, sahi wako hapa ndani, what will happen? Let's need to get something from you guys.
Bwana G, hiyo swali lako si jibu liko obvious. Liko obvious kihivi. Ikiwa ukweli Kamango yuko mtaani na Kamango ndiye ametuua, na tunaongea hapa hata kwa hii TV tunasema yuko mtaani, si ni kumaanisha ameona Kenya ni watu ni pundamilia, ameona sisi ni pundamilia tu, you know, hiyo madharau imefika hapo. I know people don't like when we say this, but that's the truth. Amejua Kenyans, na hiyo ndio Ruto alinajua. Ruto aliona hivyo, hata akiiba hiyo kura, akibadilisha hiyo maneno pale Bomas. Ruto has studied Kenyans. He knows we are very weak. Hakuna popote, hakuna vyovyote vile tunaweza fanya. Huwa tu ni mdomo, pere mingi. And he knows, na ndiye anatudharau hivyo. And it is true. We continue to pere mingi. We continue to talk of theories, sijui nini, hiyo yote, Bomas of Kenya, tukaenda, tunasema kura zinaibiwa, watu wanasema hapana, tufuate utaratibu, tufuate utaratibu, tufuate sheria, kuna katiba. We are very good, katiba. That is where we are here. Hata saa hizi unasikia tunazungumza, tufuate njia. Sasa ndio mnasikia watu wengine wanauliza hiyo njia inaelekea wapi? Inaelekea wapi? And truly speaking, if we stop being emotional and sijui kusema baba is always right, sijui Azimio tuko sawa, if we really interrogate ourselves critically, you will see the answer is very disappointing. I can assure you, and you will come to remember me for that. Tukikaa chini tu tukubali, and especially hii town hall meeting, we will see it live. You will see what will be happening there. Ni wale watu tu wanaongea, hawa a few people, hao wanababa ndio wanaongea. What are they talking? Mwananchi wa kawaida kama sasa wale wamekasirika huko, they are the ones who are supposed to come there and tell baba off, but they will not be allowed. They will come to tell baba we are mad, we are annoyed, kama vile wanaongea kule Jacaranda. Yeah. So again, hii formality yetu, when you are too formal, unangoja ati chakula kimepikwa, unangoja uandaliwe. Nilisema hii si sherehe tunaenda. It's not a harusi. It's not a harusi. Mr. G and the rest. Here you are threatening Ruto's seat which he has stolen. Ameonja upresident. Na tunakaa hapa ati tukiongea, alafu hata tuna constitute watu wa kuenda kunegotiate. Ruto was laughing all the way to the bank when we fell into that that trap. Whichever way you look at it, hata tukitaka kusema ati ni njia, ni namna ya kuwin na nini, misioni. How do you win a person who is attacking you in an orthodox manner? How? Mimi nataka tu watu wanielezee kabisa. Hiyo strategy mimi sishiki.
Douglas, funga mic yako Douglas.
Douglas, hebu funga mic. Aya, sasa Douglas, let's mute.
Nilikuwa nasema I was supporting your point. Sasa huwezi sema follow the law. Is this bipartisan meeting between the two parties following the law? That is, you are contradicting yourself. Follow the law to open the servers. And then the other one, you say, go to a bipartisan group to discuss how to make a new commission. Is this the law? Why do you break the law in the other side to be going by bipartisan committee, and then you say you follow the law in this other side? If you have said bipartisan, this is something, a truth which has to be solved. It does not have to be follow the law. Well, if you have decided that we now go down to solve the equation, you say now the law is aside. Let the 7 members say we are not following the law. Let us go to the parliament, say we are ordering the IBC, and we have agreed as Kenyans. Who else will follow IBC after both parties agreeing that let us open the servers, everybody to show, so that from next Monday we are free. Ila mtu ameshaona hii server ina kwani hii kitu ni kubwa aje? I know it is just a password kufunguliwa na Kamago. Kamago anaambiwa umeshalipo pesa bwana. I have procured your service. So can you open these servers? We are not after your secrets in terms of programming. We just want to see. And anyway, if you open the part of it, they say the Supreme Court allowed to be opened part of it to see part of it. That what else can you Eldas to be open to all of it? Then from there we move on. That is my very simple question. Nasemanga hata saa zingine naenda mpaka nasema kwa usuku nalala, kwani hii kitu kubwa gani yenye nasumbua Kenya mpaka wanaruhusu mpaka watu wanateseka, yenye ni kitu ya kusema tu rais ambie the both parties waseme let us just say we amend the law. Was select the first week, the first meeting next week was to amend the law to make the 7 commissioners. The commissioners now in Yalamandiwa mandate, the first mandate is to go and then open the servers as the first thing on Tuesday next week. The 7 commissioners formed by parliament through bipartisan committee. That is how IBC commissioners formed 3 or 4 each. At whichever the number. Then from in IBC, then they say, forget about High Court ordering the order of the system. They just read there, the order is Supreme Court. This is a situation in Kenya. You are Kenyans. Order the IBC. Let us just send emissaries like Otendo Amolo to go to where? To court, to seek the Supreme Court to seek IBC to open the servers, of which already the president has communicated to the Koome team. So they order it the same week. Then they open it legally through and then by next week we have the results. Then everything is over. Why do we have to complicate something which is very simple?
Okay, Douglas, thank you. Sounds interesting. Yes, Fidel.
Can I contribute now or what?
Yes, please. Yeah, it's you. I called your name. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know why I wasn't allowed to talk in the beginning. I wasn't really naked. I don't know why, but it's okay. I hope I've covered my chest, if that was a problem. I think it's like we have said these things so many times. It was a waste of time from the time the whole thing was suggested. Azimio should have realized that nothing was going to come out of the so-called olive branch, the moment Ruto started reading that particular press on that particular day, you just knew that he had already lied. Whatever he was reading was not the same thing that had been agreed upon. Azimio should have just gone ahead and denounced the entire thing and said, they were not going to be a part of the process. It was useless. It was meaningless. The guy was already, propagating mistrust. That's what it's all about. And they should have just said it right away. But to wait and they go and name their own people, bright people they think, hardliners, or they calling them, and the other people who have got no interest whatsoever. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, I mean, look at the people that they have ended up naming. I mean, it's just an insult to the whole process, because they know for sure that those people will still be answerable to them. Nothing is going to come out of this. Azimio should realize that they cannot allow Kenya Kwanza to keep on setting the agenda or the narrative for them. We are the ones who are on the ascendancy, that we should be setting the agenda. As a matter of fact, what they should do is to simply walk away. Tell these people that because they're not serious with the talk, they're walking out of this so-called bipartisan negotiation. It won't come to anything. I think what this is just my suggestion, and I've been saying it. I'm sure Storm PK has been saying it too. Let us go beyond this game. This is just, we're going to be going in circle and circle. Can you imagine now where we have already arrived? That every time something is not happening, we are saying we are going to go to Maandamano. I mean, Maandamano now has become the only option that we have. We should take it higher notch. We're saying now Maandamano is just an option. It's just one of the things that we can apply. But our ultimate aim is beyond Maandamano. If these people insist that they must stay in power, by all means. We are also, I mean, Gachagua has already told us that what they have is a company, and we are not shareholders. So why should we be pretending that we are forcing ourselves in a place where we are not needed? We should just go and create our own place where we can be able to access our own authority. So that should be our objective. That if this thing continue going like this, we just go and call our own, form our own nation. There's no point playing around with these particular people. I think that is the only time they'll realize the seriousness of this particular issue, that we are willing to take our share, our portion of Kenya, and govern it. And if they want to stay with their little tiny enclave, let them stay there. If that's what they must have with the assistance of America. Let America realize that they are pushing Kenyans onto the wall, and Kenyans are ready to move this thing to upper echelon. And that's what we should be having, our conversation. How do we create our own region? How do we start managing it? Let's talk about mapping our own boundaries. Think about it, because that's what we should be doing. I mean, if we know that the national government has got no money, the money they are collecting comes from the counties. And those particular counties can decide they're not remitting any money. They're remitting money to the new nation that we are creating. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? I mean, if they say now they're going to, use force, we also have to create our own, force that counter them, because we'll be a sovereign nation. We should declare our intention right away and start discussing it. And this is where we are going. Let's not play around that we want to give these particular people time. Let them know this is our intention, this is our objective. If they insist that Kenya must go down the tube, we want to save our portion, and we want to govern it. That should be the conversation our people should be start talking about, rather than begging Ruto to go and sit down with them. And look at the way they're defining the whole thing, that, we just want handshake. Eti watu tunajua bado wanataka tu handshake. Hatutawapa handshake. Can you imagine the way they're defining it? That the whole thing is about handshake. So, and we don't seem to be moving out of it because our people are also buying that narrative. And two, Azimio does not even have a way in which they can be able to counter the lies. They don't have a spokesperson who comes out there and feed their people with the right information. Because every time nothing is happening, these guys are all taking the space with lies and propaganda and innuendos, and that's what people are feeding on. So Azimio need to realize that this particular war is not just them keeping quiet and looking decent. No, I mean, you have to also play dirty. You have to have a spokesperson who updates your people constantly with information. This is where we are. This is why we are doing this thing, and so that our people are always aware and informed, rather than buying this narrative from this useless garbage that is coming from Kenya Kwanza. You know, lack of that creates a vacuum. You create a vacuum. Somebody else is going to fill that particular vacuum with propaganda. So they're not realizing that. So what we are saying here is, it's not just about if nothing is happening, we're talking about Mandamano. I mean, Mandamano cannot be the only. We need to inspire our people. After Mandamano, then what? People need to have hope. Mandamano is not hope. Mandamano is just an instrument in which you exert that particular your agenda. But they need to have hope. They need to see, the end game. Where are they going? If these people are not playing ball, we need to have our own end game. This is where we are going. And that should be our focus. That should be our emphasis. So, hii mambo ya kucheza na hawa watu eti we want to be nice. Kenya is this petty patriot. What patriot? How can you be patriot to nothing? I mean, can somebody tell me that you can be patriot to Kenya? Right? Which Kenya is that you're supposed to be patriotic to? Which Kenya that you're supposed to be loyal to? This garbage that is happening right now. We don't have a country as it is. We are trying to cobble it back, bringing it back to normalcy. And that's why we are insisting that if these people want to stay with their own portion, and they must, if they feel they must, then we are going to have our own way. We are going to have our own portion. Right from northeastern, Mombasa, coast, all of the entire coast, western, Nyanza, up to Turkana, Narok. So let them stay there, and they will be begging us to give them a pathway to the sea because they'll be landlocked. They're not really seeing that. So let us start thinking higher than simply Mandamano. I mean, because I know this is where they are just trying to look for a way in which they can be able to kill our boy. But let us start thinking of, okay, we declare our own sovereignty, our own integrity. As an integral, we have our own nation, and we will be willing to defend it after we have declared it. Hii mambo ya upuzi ya dini tuacheni na hao watu. Ushenzi kabisa. It's just garbage and nonsense. We cannot keep on playing this particular game of, merry-go-round. We keep on going round and round, where the Eti Ruto goes and stands there and say that he wants to save. The petrol will be bought with Kenyan shillings. I mean, what kind of a voodoo economics is that? And he's sitting. He thinks that he has scored a big point. We'll be buying petrol with Kenyan shilling, and we'll be saving, I don't know, nonsense, voodoo economics. Back to you, Stone PK. Sorry.
Fidel, you didn't even know that all the Kenyan media were talking about how Kenya will be buying petrol with Kenya shillings, and I wonder, even media people, how do you go announcing those kind of rubbish? Tunaenda kununua petroli Saudi Arabia na Kenya shilling. Tanzania yenyewe ukienda na Kenya shillings unakuta lazima ubadilishe. This is really nonsense. I'm telling you. I agree with you, Fidel. We started that narrative, and I've shared it so many times since last week when we came up with that option. We said it here, and people thought it was a joke. It should be something Baba should be having on the table. because right now that is what we need to tell our followers. Because it looks like Ruto ametuweza, maandamano will not take us anywhere. Okay, because of what? He will zungusha us. When we andamana, he's threatening us. People have started having fear, because I hear even people here talking, oh, watu watawawa, nini, nini. Then if you think people will be killed, don't go for maandamano, okay? Just go for the very good option that will not mean shooting, which is what? We secede. It's not an abomination. Yeah. Of what benefit does it give you? If I'm from Mbeere and you are from Luyaland, or you are from Kalenjin land, and my president is Raila, yours is Ruto. Wewe unakaa huko kwenyu na Ruto wenyu, na mimi nakaa na Raila wetu. Period. Tukae tu hivyo na tuheshimiane. As simple as that. Yes, George, and then followed by Monica, and then Patio. Mr. G, sorry.
Okay, so I'll be checking out. Niko nataka to congratulate Fidel. Last time we had a heated debate here. Wakati yeye alikuwa on side of Bipartisan. Tukimwambia kuwa Bipartisan hakuna kitu italeta. We were hit a lot here na yeye, but thank you Fidel for coming back and see what we were saying last week. Jamaa hakuna kitu atatusaidia. The best thing we can do ni kuachana na hii maongezi, kwa sababu hii maongezi yao ambao wanataka kuongea, wanaenda kuongea mambo ya reduce cost of living ya food, na hiyo ni kitu ambacho anaweza weka subsidy hata leo naunga ikarudi 100 shillings. So hakuna kitu tatusaidia. I'll be checking back and then nitarudi after around 30 minutes. Still pick back to you.
Okay, Mr. G. And then another thing before Monica comes in. Why have we accepted the role of opposition? This is another contradiction with Azimio. Is it our job to talk about lowering of food stuff and all that? It is the person who stole the election, is the president. It's their business to do that. That's why I'm never for this idea of cost of living, it's this and that. Let Mwengi fix his things. For us, it is, you stole our seat. I mean, our presidency is what we want back. That's what we should be running for. We should not waste energy about. We know how we'll fix it ourselves. Yeah, Monica.
Yeah, thank you, Stone PK. Yeah, I'm supporting Fidel on the issue of communication. We need to really have that really clear line of communication. Someone who comes quite often, frequently, to update us on what is going on, what's happening, countering all these other narratives that Kenya Kwanza is running. That will be very, very beneficial. For example, there is this current one that is going. The rumor, we are not very sure whether it is true or not, about the Camargo man being in town. Now that actually takes me down memory lane. You remember before the elections, when we had all these headlines about these Camargos coming in and all that, expired passports and all the electoral documentations or material that they were caught with, the games kits and the rest of it, which actually turned out to be true afterwards, after we, of course, our win had been stolen. Now, some of the evidences that were being tabled by our lawyers actually supported everything else that the headlines were running, and yet nothing happened. We allowed that to happen. So I'm worried that this could actually be true. And if we do not really heed it, it will be to our own detriment. I also remember very well, there was an interview that was conducted in Bomet, where the top men of the commission were being interviewed. That was Chebukati and Marijuana or whatever the name is. And observing their body language, I could tell that these people were lying, particularly when they were asked about the Venezuelan farm, why they contracted the Venezuelan farm, knowing very well of their history. And one of the journalists actually did give a specific example of some country where they had run that election, and they rigged, and to their own admission, they say they had rigged over 1 million votes. And everything about this gentleman, even if you go back to watch that particular interview, you can see that the body language tells you that they were guilty. They knew exactly what was, what had happened. So I think when we ignore some of these things, they then come to pass later on, and then it is too late. So I think we should really be very, very vigilant, but also realistic in what we are doing, proactive as well as really, because there's no point trying to play the game to the rule when these people are completely breaking every other rule that exists. And then he comes round, to tell us otherwise. So he's using the advantage of him being the so-called the president. And obviously whatever he says goes, and he has all this following. It's really going to be difficult for us to convince people otherwise. So I think we need that campaign, and I hope during the Baraza that meeting that will happen on Thursday, this should be some of the things that will be communicated to Baba and team to start really making things, correct some of these or loopholes really. Yeah, I think that is what that's all I have to contribute for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll bring in True Patriot, and then after that we begin taking our final comment, unless somebody, my other co-moderator comes in and would want to continue. But for now, I think Patriot, alafu msimamo, we go Rat, and then tuanze kufungasha. Yes, True Patriot.
Well, I concur with what Fidel said, and about that secession thing. We had talked about it here earlier, and maybe what I wanted somebody, maybe even the panelists or anybody listening who can maybe be talking to Baba direct whatever we say. Maybe there are some things maybe he doesn't know, but secession actually is the best way forward. We are just tired. Kenyans are tired, so that this guy with his people who are happy for him taking our money, stealing, he can steal with them. Yeah? Thieves can be in their country and we in ours. We are just tired, Kenyans, sincerely. Just seeing your country going down the drains, we are actually trying so that it comes up, we be in a better place, just like everybody else. Somebody just comes, takes us back. He's saying he's following the rule of law. Which rule of law? 50 CSs, surely. And there is no money. There's no money even to pay salaries, surely. Which law is he really following? That is law of the jungle. There's no law here. And it is actually the truth. He's telling us he never, ever supported the 2010 constitution at all. It was not in his menu. We are actually trying to force him, and he's forcing us back to those days. Back to the days, honestly. I can see Kenya and Saki. We are really in trouble. We are really in trouble with this man. So, PK, the best thing, try. Maybe even the people who are listening to us, even the people who are in the comment section, or even here in the panel, who can talk to Raila. Just tell him Kenyans want secession. And if he can up his game about secession, he'll see how people will follow him. He will really see. So that this guy can remain in his country with his people. Kenya has its owners. He has seen where the dollars have gone. They cannot let him trade with their money to steal again. You cannot leave your money to a thief. You cannot just put a phone there and just saying, they are thieves, they will steal and they'll go. So now that he has gone with the monies, they have gone with the monies and there is nothing to trade with, hapa na pale, sasa he's in real shit. He's in real shit. Money is not circulating. And nobody will even give him loan. There are no more loans because they are also not blind. They are seeing, Kenya is not stable. How can we just give you money to throw away? Are we tired with our money? And we cannot come to invest. You can see how you are freeing, thieves. People in courts, you are telling them no. That is not a case to answer. You can't be charged until proven guilty. So he's just left out. A man who is pretending to be a DPP there, that is not a DPP. He's their puppet. He's their person, just like Koome now. The Koome at the police station, the head of the police service, and maybe the Koome in the courts. Surely, where are we? Where are we? And now, actually, I blame Raila just to choose 7 people to go and sit with them again, sitting with thieves. Hapana. There'll be no justice there. And I only urge you guys, whoever is listening in the comment section, and even here in the panel, who can volunteer to be talking to, who can have ways of talking to him, to tell him how we feel. It will be a very good idea. We will be front, we will be knowing what to discuss and what to be telling people. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Patriot. As for this channel, personally, I share it. I share the where we have very hot messages happening. I try to share with the people who are very close there, and I hope they, you share and you hope that they will be able to do that, because Baba has to listen to most of his supporters from all over the world, including Kenya. Leo Nyabaya, it's your chance. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Don PK. I think I've been away for quite some time, but I'm happy that I'm back. Though I'm not in an appropriate place, that is why I request to maybe just give my closing remark behind the camera. Good morning, Mama Bonica, a true patriot, na ndugu au kaka msimamo. Nafurahi kuwaona siku ya leo. Sitaweza kuchukua muda mwingi kuchangia mada, manake mada imezungumziwa kuanzia jana na naona imefika wakati wa kufunga. So what I would like to say is I would like to go with the theme of Stone. Stone has always been telling us there are some things that are nonsense and waste of time. If you look at the list of the people who have been proposed to go and participate in the bipartisan talk, we are having a bunch of jokers. I like the person who came up with the title. These are sycophants who has got nothing positive. They have got nothing progressive that they can add in that talk. The same people that you hear hurling some insults, abusive words, and trying to demean the efforts that are being done by the Azimio members are the same guys who've been appointed in that group. So it is just an insult maybe to the people that maybe the Azimio proposed to go and take part in this talk. So there's nothing like bipartisan talk. This talk has already failed by the moment they decided to appoint sycophants and people who has got nothing positive about this country. And if you look at it, I can foretell that we are still going back to the street. And I like what has been proposed by Fidel. This is something we've been talking of. We had only 2 options. If they can't listen to us on the streets, then the best thing is we create another company. We leave for them this company of Gachagua and Ruto. We also create another company. So you decide. Just like today, you decide whether you want to use Safaricom or Airtel. So we can also do that. You decide you want to join the company of Kenya Kwanza, or you decide you want to join this other Kenyan company that is going to be created by majority. So that is all we have to do. And it also maybe raises some eyebrows. I've had some, I don't know, I'll call them rumors, maybe because they've not been confirmed, or I don't know the truth behind it, that there's some Venezuelans around. This could, I think so, this one can also be a certain delaying tactics that William Ruto, as cunning as he is trying to delay these things as he works on the other side. So when we will finally come to realize, then he'll tell us, sasa wacha tufungue server, after he ensured that he worked on the other side. So we need to be careful. We need to act quickly and swiftly and ensure that we sort out these things before maybe people forget. By the time we'll be reminding people to go back to the street, it will be long enough and the people will have forgotten na wamezoea zile shida zao, na shida sio zao, ni zile shida zimewekwa kwa sababu tuko na serikali ambayo haijali. So as Kenyans, we need to act swiftly. These delaying tactics should not be allowed. So I'll have to stop there, Stone. And greetings to everyone on the chat section. I can see Awino Rapemo, I can see Nancy, Full Network, and everybody else. Wacha tukutane jioni wakati tutaweza kuwa na ile show yetu ya kawaida. Asante sana, Stone.
Thank you so much, ndugu Leo, our co-moderator, for your contribution. Ni mchango mwema kabisa. Hapo ni kweli, na Wakenya mimi nawasihi, kama hawa watu wameingia Kenya, na inasemekana, hata nasikia wanasema inajulikana mahali wapo, sijui hoteli ya fulani, Wakenya, hata kabla ya kungoja Kamkunji, kwani tusiende kwa hiyo hoteli tuwashike? Na tunajua wamekuja kufanya nini. Yaani watu wamekuja kuplan kutuchinja, na ni foreigners, na tunakaa kama mende tunangoja tu, ama malenge. If it is true, hiyo hoteli inatakana tuivamie mara moja bana. Tuwashike wanafanya nini huku. Tusianze kuambiwa sheria sijui freedom nini. Freedom na tunajua Jose Kamango ndio muuaji wa haki ya mwananchi Kenya, na tunakaa hapa tukinini. If it is true, but I think it is true, manake Peter ameconfirm hapa kabisa, aliingia saa 6 usiku. Kawaida yake huwa analetwa hiyo saa 6 usiku. Alafu wa Kenya hao ndio wanampitisha. That's why I tell you Kenyans, hatuwezi kufaulu. Kama hiyo airport simejaa kabila moja tu. Kwa hivyo tu walimpitisha tu bila nini. That's the problem we are in. Tuko kwa shida. Haya. Mambo yako, final comment. Ni nani sasa? Msimamo.
Unashangaa, naona umenisahau kaka. Nika hapa muda.
Pole, ni vile imenichenga. Haya, karibu bro.
Maneno yangu mafupi. Hakuna haja ya kuandika na mate wakati wino upo. PK, hakuna haja ya kuandika na mate ilhali wino upo. Kama hawa majamaa wapo, itakuwa ni waibu kuacha waende. Na wakati tunalilia hapa saba ifunguliwe, na the all people wanaweza kufanya hivyo ni wao wenye wameingia hapa, lazima tu act. Lazima tuhusike vilivyo. So either ni romance ama ni kweli wa Kenya wachunguze hiyo sehemu. Na tukigundua wapo, the only healing solution is nendeni mfungue sasa saba. Tumewapata. Hakuna kingine. Kwa sababu tutakuja kushangaa baadaye hiyo saba mliotegemea kwamba itawapa ushindi ndio hiyo imekuja kutoa mambo mengine. Kwa hiyo kama hao mabwana wapo, hakuna haja ya kungoja. Wakenya tuandamane katika hiyo hoteli, ni haki yetu. Na kama tutazuliwa ama kutakuwa kuna ulinzi wewe utazulia, basi tutagundua kuna nini ndani na ni chanzo cha watu kuweza kuandamana tena upya. Lakini vile pia nimalize kwa kumuunga mkono Fidel, japo hili jambo tulikuwa tumelizungumza hapa PK kwamba hata ni jinsi gani ambavyo tunaweza tukafanya huo uongozi, hata nikachangia. Nadhani hili jambo ndilo ambalo linafaa kama hatua ya pili. Jamani, watakao baki na Zakayo wabaki na Zakayo, watakao baki kuhakikisha kwamba wanatetea taifa tubaki, kwamba walio wengi tuweze kulitengeneza taifa letu jipya. Hilo linawezekana. Na pia kuna swala ambalo mama hapa Patrioti ameweza kulizungumzia kwamba ni jinsi gani ambavyo tutaweza kupenda huu ujumbe ufike. Mimi binafsi nitashare hii video kwa mtu ambaye yuko close, na nitainsist kuweza kumwambia kwa sababu ni watu wanazungumza daily basis, na pia nilibahatika kuweza kutembelewa katika hii temple yangu hapa majuzi tu. So nitashare hii video na nimwambie hii, jaribu mueleze baba kile Wakenya wana feel, kile Wakenya wanaona, na mipango mizima mibovu ya hawa jamaa na njama ambao wako nayo. So tusichelewe, maana tukishachelewa basi mwisho wa siku tutamkuta mwana si wetu tena. Na mgomba siku zote usiku ukiwa wima, tusingoje uanguke, tutaikosa hata hiyo ndizi na bado nchanga itakuwa hailiki. Kwa maana hiyo ni wakati huu mimi nitashare hii video, nitajitahidi pike, nitaishare kwa mtu ambaye yuko close na wanazungumza on daily basis. Hiyo ni kitu nitawashua kama panels wenzangu, hiyo role nitacheza, nitaishare leo tu, na nimwesitu mwambie hii ujumbe mpelekee baba. Na kile ambacho tunakizungumza hapa nitajitahidi kumtumia on daily basis, kumkumbusha, kumwambia peleka ujumbe baba aelewe kwamba Wakenya huku tunazungumzia nini kuhusiana na Zakayo na mipango ya Zakayo. Hilo nadhani litaweza kutusaidia, na pia litaweza kumsaidia baba kuja na ways mpya, kwa sababu kama ni masuala na dialogue, haya masuala tumeyaona tayari kwamba hao wenzetu hawako serious at all, na ni kama wanatuchezea kubai muda huku wakijipanga. Kwa leo ni kidogo network yangu ina shida hapa, nitakwamia tu pale, lakini tu PK lazima tuwe na mpango mbadala, na mpango mbadala tujaribu hiyo, na si kujaribu, tusimamie kwa hilo. Taifa hili tuligawe mara mbili, wale wana support Zakayo well and good, but all countries zenye ambazo zilisimama na Azimio tutasimama kama kitu kimoja. Kwa kila jimbo liwe na rais wake mdogo ambaye ataongozwa na rais mmoja tu mkuu. Kila jimbo lijitawale, hakuna mtu atahisi yuko nje. Wapange mipango yao jimbo kwa jimbo zenye tunashirika katika nchi yetu, tuwe tunashirikiana katika swala zima la uchumi, na tuachane na haya maswala ya kuambiwa tufuate rule of law wakati wao wenyewe hawaifuati. Tumeona jinsi walivyotumiwa nini ule mama City, ile jopo zima. Tumeona mipango mizima ambayo wanaifanya ya kuteua maswala mengi tu, hawafati sheria. Lakini ikija jambo la kwamba tunalizungumzia kama wanaazimio, ndio tunaregeshwa kwa sheria na katiba, ili hali wao wenyewe hawafuati hata katika teuzi zao na mipango yao wenyewe wanaifanya. Hata wakati tu wajuzi tu the last tulishuhudia wakati hawa CSS wakiapishwa, kulikuwa na mgongano, lugha gongana baina ya mahakama na jopo zima lililofanya hiyo kazi, kwamba hawameteuliwa kinyume cha sheria, wameapishwa kinyume cha sheria. Sasa hiyo sheria ilikuwa wapi? Mbona waliivunja na wakanyamaza kwa sababu ni kwao? Jamani, tusifanywe wapuzi hapa tukaregeshwa kwa sheria ili hali wao hawafuati sheria. Na kama tutazeba hapa tukisema tunafuata sheria na katiba, hapa tutakuja kumkuta mwana si wetu hata si mbali, kwa sababu hawa watu hawalali, wanapanga kila siku jinsi gani ya kukaa katika power. Kwa hapa kuna vita haswa, kwa tuwe na msimamo. Na mimi nitakwamia pale kakaangu pike, niwapishe ndugu zangu wengine, lakini video kaa na ashua kwamba nitaipeana kwa mtu ambaye najua wazi ataifikisha huu ujumbe. Asante.
Asante msimamo. Asante msimamo kwa hayo. Douglas, dakika 2 tafadhali.
Yeah.
I was also saying, nilikuwa nasema tena like msimama amesema, legal issues to be solved legally, political issues to be solved politically. Alafu nilikuwa tena nimechengwa kidogo na hiyo Kamukunji rallies on Sunday. Do you know what will happen? It's like sometimes when I was teaching in high school, unakuanga na maboys unaweka waende field, alafu uko na backbenchers unaenda kwa huko una incite wa cheerers waambie, so Kamukunji will be a cheering squad. Wanaambia hawa msifanya hii. Sasa tunaingia field kushambulia. So Kamukunji on Sunday will be, I know Baba will tell them, hey, political issues should be solved politically through political means. Legal issues wachana naye now. Then alafu wasaik the mobs. Wasaik the mobs, yani wanaambia, then sasa the mobs wamekasirika wenye wako kwa field, which means the seven. The seven now will be active, yani wanaambia unaangalia kwa nje vile iko, tunaingia field tunashambulia. Then that is now the bargaining power now is the Kamukunji rally, the Kamukunji barazas will be the psyching mood. Lakini tena isikuwa extended long beyond that week, tena waseme next week tena. Ikae na time limit before the end of this week, yani after that Kamukunji rally, there must be a declaration that after the next rally we are meeting on the next Sunday is to declare Mandamano. It will be comfortable with members, and I also will be happy here when I will be watching this one and the other events in Kenya, and that is my submission.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, ndugu yangu, for that, and we hope it will work. Peter Okech, and then after that we go nothing but the truth. Peter. Unmute.
Thank you so much. Nimekuwa busy kidogo, but my remarks ya kufunga ni ya kwamba kwa upande yangu bado nitahimiza ya kwamba haina haja kikosi cha baba iweze kutana na kikosi cha Kenya Kwanza. La pili, nimefurahia sana jinsi mmesema about secession. We should just continue with that issue of secession. Tuone jinsi tunaweza gawanyisha nchi, tuendelee mbele. Wale wanao support Zakayo wabaki na Zakayo, wale wanao support baba wabaki na baba. Tuweze kujenga nchi yetu pande yetu na sisi tuendelee na maisha yetu. Kwa sababu kwa hakika jinsi watu wengi wameongea, hawa jamaa wafuati sheria hata kidogo. Hakuna sheria wanafuata, wanatudharau. Ikifika ni upande wetu wa kuongea, wanasema fuateni sheria, lakini upande wao hawataki kusikia mambo ya sheria. So there is no need for us. Let us just go with the about secession. And I think secession is going to help us in this country. Because failure to that, we cannot make any step ahead. If this guy is going to remain in power, we'll be in a very big trouble, a very big problem. So me, I'd advocate for that secession. We continue with that secession at least. Tuone mahali tunaweza fika. Because najua tukisukuma mambo ya secession, they will be scared. They will be scared. Definitely wakiona wana Kenya wamejitokeza na sukuma about secession, utasikia mwenyewe atajitokeza aseme wacha tuongee, wacha tufuate sheria. But inatakikana tukiamua tumeamua. Tukiamua tumeamua. Mimi bado still ndasukuma zaidi sana. Naomba Wakenya waweze kujitokeza. Shida langu kubwa ni mambo ya Wakenya kujitokeza. Kwa sababu unapata Nairobi tunapiga vita, unapata hapa Machakos jamaa wanaenda kazini, wameketi, wanastarehe kama kawaida, hakuna chochote inaendelea. Ukifika Mombasa kumetulia, tunajua ni wakati wa mtukufu Ramadhan, lakini at least kuna ile movement inazoonekana. Kunao wengine wale wako pale sio Waislamu, wanaweza jitokeza at least wakarepresent. Ukiangalia countrywide, ndio maana jamaa wana take advantage, wanasema it's only 2 counties, it's only Nairobi and Kisumu. Kakamega tuliona siku moja wakakuja wakazimia wakanyamaza. So if our people can come out, if they can come out, tungekuwa tumekonka hii kitu vizuri, because vita mtaipiga Nairobi, mtaipiga Kisumu, Migori walifanya jambo la maana kufunga barabara ili ya kwamba magari za kutoka Hispania zisiingie Kenya. Tukiweza funga hizi barabara, kuanzia Busia barabara ifungwe, Malaba barabara ifungwe, tukuje teremke Mombasa kule South Coast, barabara ya kutoka kwenda Horohoro Tanga ifungwe. Ndugu zangu, tutakuwa tumeweza hawa jamaa. Lakini tatizo kubwa ni watu kujitokeza nje. Hiyo ndio tatizo langu kubwa. Wachache ndio ambao wanajitokeza Nairobi kupiga ile vita. Wakenya, ninaomba sana Wakenya waweze kujitokeza. Baba ndiye ameita katika ameitana. Wacha tutaenda tutasikia sauti yake. Tutasikia anasema nini. Tutasikia atasema nini. Tuanze kuja na mipangilio zingine kando na ile baba mwenyewe atakuja kutuambia. At least tuweze kumobilize watu wetu wajitokeze. Tukishare hata hizi video venye msimamo anasema una share video, lakini at least jaribu ifikie ule governor, kama ni governor wa Mombasa imfikie, kwa sababu yeye ndio kichwa Azimio katika sehemu pale. Isiwe ya kwamba Joe alitoka kama governor, Joe aliumwa sana akaondoka akaachana na mambo ya nini politics akaenda kupumzika kwanza. Hasa tunakosa representative. Pale tumebaki na Mishimboko peke yake ndio mwanamke amebaki amesimama. Anajaribu kidogo, lakini bado hapati ile support. Wakina Omar hatuwaoni, waheshimiwa wale waazimio hatuwaoni. So hili vita tuombeni Mungu sana ya kwamba sisi watu wetu waweze kujitokeza katika strongholds za Azimio zote. Tukiweza manage kufikia watu na waweze kuelezewa, waweze kumobilize watu. At least tungefunga hii nchi only one day. One day. Azimio people come out and they sit down on the road. We shut down the country. Country come at a standstill. These people are going to leave. Even if atasema tio wacha tuongea, hakuna itakuwa ni mambo hakuna cha kuongea. Hii nchi tunafaa tuiweke at a standstill kabisa. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days ikwe at a standstill. They lack that revenue. And they are going to listen to us. Thank you.
You're mute.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much, Peter, for that. And it's a big issue. You know, for me, I look at things very pragmatically. You know, even from day one, when Baba announced for this thing, if you never joined that time, I find it very hard because it means walipuuza, unajua. That's why I have a lot of issue. That's why sikutaka iendelee, manake hao wametokelezea, nilitaka to achieve results. Anyway, tutaendeleza hiyo debate. Truth, nothing but the truth. Then from there we come to Mr. G alafu Alex. Tufunge bana. Ama Alex unataka kuendelea? Okay, continue.
Okay, thank you very much. My closing remarks will be really about 2 or 3 points really. The first one is, I believe that every one of us who participates on this forum has good intentions for this struggle. And I would like to thank everyone who participates, especially the regular panelists. Just say thank you for all your brilliant ideas, your suggestions, and everything, because they all contribute towards this struggle. And it's at this point that I would like to really say sorry to one of the regular panelists, Njiru, for whatever upset he may have felt here. We are sorry that, some of the comments and reactions caused you pain, but we value your contribution, and I'm sure you're going to come down and come back, because this is where you belong. You're really passionate. That is how I view it, that you come across as a passionate follower and a patriot, a true patriot of Kenya. So please come down and come back and contribute as always. So I believe some of these issues, the emotions and feelings that people express here that cause a bit of a conflict are partly caused by the frustration that some people may feel as a lack of a proper communication, perhaps from the top team, to keep us abreast with what is happening every step of the way. And like I said, to counter some of the annoying, very arrogant narratives that these people are putting across. So all these things really are bound to cause a lot of upset and frustrations. And when we come here, we already charged, understandably, and then, that happens. So I hope that Thursday's forum, which is tomorrow's forum, we'll try to address that, and someone can communicate that point, to Baba and the team. I also hope that the Kamkunji gathering will try to address our next step, which is this very important issue that we are talking about here, the cessation. The Mandamano will come. Obviously, we know there's a high stakes, really. Stakes are high there. People are talking about the risk involved with it and all that. But I'm very sure that last resort of cessation will be a game changer, because no matter what happens, or no matter what, we have done everything that needs to be done. And I don't think there will be any other reason to stop us from really moving ahead to assert our point, which is, if push comes to shove and he is refusing to open the server, or if when he opens that server, we find that the results have been altered, let's not get into further conflicts or negotiations. Let's just honestly go for the cessation, because I believe that the many people, the others millions that are afraid to come out to demonstrate, are waiting to participate in a referendum or anything of that sort that will lead us to that cessation. And then we can have peace if that is what he wants. So those who believe in him can follow him. That is Zakayo. And then we can follow our leader, the one we believe in, who can really deliver the changes. So I'm really hoping that the Kamkunji can address that, the Kamkunji meeting. I also happen to chair a committee of Pan-Africans where I am, and we are inspired by Dr. Arikana. And sometimes I host so many people listening into this program. Many of them are Kenyans who were supporting actually and voted for Zakayo. But obviously I managed to talk to them, educate them, counsel them, because they're actually regretting, most of them, and they're in a very worse state than us, because they are regretting about everything that is happening. So I do all the counseling with them, but obviously recruiting them, because they're also recruiting members, talking to many people back home. And the majority of them are from Central. So they are talking to their members back home to try and see sense in what there is. So they've woken up, most of them. They come to watch this show with me, and other members from the region as well as across Africa. But one of the things they have actually also agreed with us is that exactly the cessation say, well, if this whole thing is panning out to be this way, they see Zakayo's arrogance, they see Zakayo's level of dishonesty, the impunity, the manipulation, the humiliation, and they're actually, supportive of this alternative that we are going to take. So that really is a very good idea that I know that many people are very supportive of it. And I hope that that is one of the things that will be addressed in Kamkunji. So in conclusion, I just want to plead again to everyone, or the participants, both in studio and on the comment section, to be really mindful and sensitive, empathic of each other, understanding that we are all, about the same cause. Let us focus together, as a team, and I'm sure we will achieve. But focusing in reality, we should be rooted in reality whenever we are making our suggestions or even correcting each other. So I am very optimistic that if we really follow this path, we will eventually get this man out of this place. So thank you so much once again. And I wish you a good night and a good day. Thank you, Alex, for this forum. Thank you. And Stone PK, your moderation has been really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Monica. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, thank you for you guys participating. Alex, wewe uwe wa mwisho. Wacha Mr. G aseme na Patriot ushatoa yako. Dakika mbili tu. Hata moja ni mzuri.
Itakuwa tu moja, sio mingi sana. I concur with the lady. Actually, she has talked very nicely as a mama. We talk nicely. I agree with Njiru 100%. Hata mimi nakasirikaga sana. But you know what? There's nobody to go there to talk for us. Njiru said what he had to say because he's seeing us like we are dilly-dallying. And we are not dilly-dallying. I mean, there's nobody to go there and talk to Baba for us. That's why Njiru had to come out. And the way he was talking is like he's urging us, let's do something. Let's do something. We are actually behind. I really support him 100%. We are the sufferers here. And about secession, it's okay. Let us secede. We leave these people with their country. If we confront this thing and somebody should talk this to Baba, to his ears, kabisa, and he comes up with that, Mr. Ruto with his people will start thinking again. If these people can start talking about secession, I think they are suffering. It will just give him another mindset again. He'll just forget about even the Kamagos. He'll say, hey, these people are tired. And what can we do without them? Really? We are using them. And if they come they want to separate, where will we be? There are things we have to think. By the way, me, I'm for secession 100%. We don't fight. We don't kill each other. We just be there. And he'll just see us, elevating ourselves to other levels. And he'll just remain down there with his people, akiwakandamiza kabisa, just putting them down. But we will not be there because these people are for him. And it's at that time you'll see all Kenyans saying we are for Raila. All of them. Nobody will leave him behind. So here, it's emotional. Sometimes even those people at the comment section, if they are actually there and listening, come out and talk like we are talking. We are in Kenya. We are also afraid, but we are coming to talk. This Kenya is for all of us. The people who are going home en masse, these people are going to stop and saying, what? If it is a session, let's come back and vote. Hmm? It will be as simple as that, but because they have nobody to talk to. Baba is saying this, but it's taking a bit too long again. When will we actually reach there? They are saying now, if it's this way, wacha inipate nyumbani, let me be at home. I have to travel now because I'm suffering. Nobody will be there for me. So that's how it's happening. It's not easy, my friends. It's not easy. Anyway, that's all I can say for now. Maybe we can talk, maybe jioni, later on in the evening. Thank you.
Mr. G.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK. I think I'll be brief. On that issue, she said, I think I'll agree with you guys, because if at all huyu jamaa tumejaribu kumweleza hii story yote na tunaona what is happening, I don't think there's another way, because hakuna vile tunaweza kumjoin, hakuna vile tunaweza fanya kazi naye. So the only thing we can do is just to secede. But there's something that I wanted to talk about, that issue of those guys tumeambiwa wako Nairobi na hata Peter Okecha ameconfirm kwa waliingia usiku. So I'm asking a question. If Naninda alitoa this ndalishare hii story Olekina, I'm told he's the one who shared the story, na tayari tushajua wako, mbona watu wetu wajavamia hiyo hoteli tujue kabisa ukweli wamekuja kufanya nini? Because me, if at all ni ukweli hao jamaa wako vene Peter Okecha anasema, then inamaanisha kwa mtu atakuja kufungua server, na if atakuja kufungua inamaanisha atafungua wakati itakuwa imekuwa tempered with. I raise a question na nikauliza nikiconnect na Supreme Court, kwa sababu wakati nilishare that part ya server, it showed kwa jamaa waliingia kwa server before we had election, na waliketi mpaka wakati tulimaliza election wakawa bado wako pale pale. Wakati tulipeleka this thing kwa Supreme Court ilitupiliwa mbali. Sasa sahi wakifungua wakapata wameingia wametemper with, tutapata a different result from what we got? Hakuna kitu tutafanya. So the best thing is that baba atuambie usicede. Kama hamtaki kwenda kufight kwa maandamano, then we secede. Hakuna any other way, because I'm sure huu mtu atafungua kama watu wamekuja Kenya, wamekuja kutemba with the server, na watafungua hiyo server, watafungua wakati watakuwa wameshaiharibu. Hatakuwa na otherwise, because tutasema mbona mmefuta hapa, watatuambia endeni kotini. Tukienda tunakutana na Kome, what else? Tutaambiwa hakuna kitu, tutaambiwa bado hot air. That's my last remarks.
Thank you, Mr. G. So tunakubaliana ushafunga bana George, hatuwezi rudia.
Ina comment kitu moja kuhusu hao jamaa.
1 second tafadhali.
Okay. Niliambia watu ya kwamba hawa jamaa waliingia, and watu wako kwa na wasiwasi wanaona kama kile ni rumors. It is not rumors. I myself, I work at the airport. Nafanya kazi Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Hapo ndio mahali nafanyia kazi. Sikuwa nataka kureveal lakini na reveal. Na siwezi reveal mambo mengine, siwezi reveal watu wengine wala walikuja through my investigation and everything confirm ya kwamba watu waliingia, because nilisikia walikuwa wameingia, but I didn't want to come out kwanza niseme iwe ni kama rumors. So after my investigation, that is the reason why nilikuja nikawaambia leo ya kwamba that guy came. Camargo mwenyewe ndiye alikuja Kenya. Camargo mwenyewe ndiye alikuja Kenya. Yeye ndiye alikuja na kuingia venye nilikuwa nimesema. Alipochekiwa in kwa sababu passport yake it was on a red alert, ilipowekwa hivi jamaa immigration akamwambia haiwezekani. Simu ikapigwa na jamaa akakuwa whisked away. And these guys are here. And the same the information, the same day the information ilifikia baba. So venye ilifikia baba, na Fry Olekina mwenyewe alikuja kaiandika. Baba mwenyewe pia naye anajua kuna kitu anafanya. Baba kikitu ikifika kwake unyamaza, lakini najua kuna kitu anafanya. But these people are here. About hii hoteli mali wako tayari nishatumana, nishaambiwa jamaa waniambie kama kweli wako hapo ndani. So I'm still doing my investigation. Hiyo nitawaambia baadaye, tukutana jioni. Asanteni.
Thank you ndugu Peter. Unajua, wacha ni comment ndio Alex ukuje. Ni comment 2 second moja. Wakenya, we always talk of tuna mambo mingi. You are told something, unaanza tunakuwa na doubts. We are full of doubts. That's how the election was stolen from us. We said wizi ilikuwa inaendelea Bomas when servers media waliacha kufanya, then people are saying hapana, maybe the same sisi wenyewe we don't know how kuziba ufa. Sasa tunasema Kamango, Peter, you confirmed here and you even said it and you said the time. People are still thinking is a doubt. I can see even on the comment side. Yani tutambua Yesu amefika, na utasikia watu wakisema tutambua Yesu yuko Kisii ama Mbere. Watu wanasema Yesu hawezi shuka Kisii ama Mbere. Yesu anatakiwa ashuke mahali fulani. That is the nature of our Kenyans. Alex.
Yeah, I will have 2 quick comments. The first one is I've taken a great deal of time to study secessions, the cons and the disadvantages, the pros and the cons. And one thing I'll be very sure to tell you is that the way the Kenyan voted, it was a mosaic that they were all united. The price of unga does not change. One person was making a comedy the other day that nimatafuta unga imeandikwa Njoroge, imeandikwa Chepkwony, hakuna, inaitwa tu jogoo na Wakenya wote wananunua unga inaitwa jogoo. So our problem is common. If you look at North Korea and South Korea, the buffer zone where you can visit the southern, South Korea can go there and the northern, and they meet relatives just to greet each other because of a border, something that is so artificially put together by human beings. It is a very difficult thing for us even to contemplate within our mind. Secession only comes when it is impossible to resolve your problem. But as I look at our country today, there was a time I could agitate for secession when I realized some communities could not see beyond the obvious. But where we are seated today, I think Kenyans look at the present problem as a problem for all of us. In this panel, we are all represented. So when we agitate for secession, you must know it was going to be difficult. There will be somebody from Kiambu who has supported Baba for so long, but because he has land there and is not capable of coming the other side to buy land. So the political divorce called secession is not just like a marital divorce. And everybody who has gone through divorce must understand that it's better to bury somebody and know they are dead than your wife or your husband to live somewhere and know that they are alive and that is it. So I don't think we have gone to a point that we are incapable so that we can hand over Zakayo the authority to rule over some people like a monarch. The rest, we must resolve the Zakayo issue by if whatever necessary means Zakayo needs to go. That is my view. We cannot hand over a piece of land so that Zakayo can rule the rest of his life and his children to come over and we create a monarchy. I mean, we haven't really resolved a problem. We have created even a bigger problem. Some days Zakayo will regroup and come after us. And that is why even in the Bible, when God told people, go there, fight, kill the animals, kill their women, kill everything, don't bring, whoever that brought a piece of shit from there and brought it here, they were supposed to die too, because it is a thorn on their flesh. Remember, even the Palestine problem, according to the Bible, which I don't know if it's true or not, and they were told, if you go there, make sure you finish everything. But when they did not do that, what happened? They were told, it will be a thorn on your flesh. And it will continue to be there for the rest of your life. So secession can be easily be spoken of. When the East and West German separated, when that wall came out, I'm telling you how many people were happy because of what they went through. Secession is the last thing we must talk, because I don't think Zakayo can make us separate from our families, giving now an authority to start ruling over a country that is next to us and just to give up because of one person. I don't think Zakayo should be given that present. Zakayo must go. And Kenyans must decide. As a country, I think I want to go to part of countries I've not gone before. I want to live in the mosaic called Kenya. I'm used to it. I don't want to be separated from the country called Kenya. That is my view. And it's a personal view that this time around, I saw people traditionally who don't vote for Baba, who are actually even agitating for Baba than some of us who traditionally have done it from 2007, which gives me a good spirit that we are waking up from that political slumber that we thought that if our son, that we can give even a second birthday present to become the president, can still have a handshake to the person that he not like. I think it is something to learn from. The second thing I wanted to say is this. From what I saw today, Ruto, even if we were to give a benefit of doubt to go to a conversation, if, not when, if, because the when was not there, he has already shown a bad faith. By stealing legislatures from us so that he can create a stalemate, we start again arguing, these 2-3 people belong to us. Why? Because that is all he wants. He wants to buy time. He wants to create stalemate. He wants us to start arguing, whereas we do not have that luxury. It doesn't give us the benefit of negotiation. So the only solution is to make sure that we use all necessary means that have remained in our hands. We did not choose to go to Mandamana. They made us go to there. We did not choose to die on the streets. They made us do that. We did not choose whatever is happening today. They refused to have that, internally conceptuations whereby they could realize that this is wrong. So where we are today is a choice that they made. And the choice they made is working for us. It's working against them. They may come up with that bravado that you think that everything is right. But deeply, let me tell you, these people are not sleeping. Every night, they're having a meeting. Every morning, they're having a meeting. And their meeting is one. How do we destroy Baba? Because they know the glue that is tying us together is Raila Amolo Odinga. Fortunately or unfortunately. So we are telling Baba, because you are the super glue of Kenya, listen to the collective voices of our people. Listen to the convictional wisdom of our people. Our people are not crazy. True love is speaking in the suffering of the common person. And that's why even the Bible says, when I was sick, when I was hungry, when I was in prison, when I was thirsty, the little you did to your brother, you did it to me. That is the basis of going to heaven. That is how the sheep and the goats are going to be separated. And this journey, this is what we are seeing. There are those who care about the least of us in the society. There are those who are rewarding the Mudavadis with cars and offices, even to their women. So we must separate that and understand. We are we are fighting. We are going back to 1917, the fight of the bourgeoisies and the proletarians, whereby those who have the means of production wants to lord over us, do not want to give out the power. Those who are servants and peasants do not have even land, must beg again. So we cannot degenerate into that point. So it is time we must tell Baba that enough is enough. It comes to a point whereby you don't have to talk a lot. Enough is enough for us to know where we're headed. Ruto has shown that there is no conversation. His people have already said there is no conversation. He himself has said there is no conversation. So why even bother? I think we must stop that shenanigan of saying that we are going to talk. We are headed nowhere. Our people need to be liberated as soon as yesterday. Lastly, Let us thank our people that Kenya is still united against. He has bought everybody, every institution, everything, but he has not bought you and me, and he will never buy us. That is the good thing about it, that he will never buy us. So if he can never buy us, there is hope that we are winning. And if we are winning, let us understand, we will have divergent views. It doesn't mean we have lost hope. It's the approach we are asking. Is this approach good? Is this? But eventually, we are united in what will help Kenyans. All of us, we need to say Ruto must go. And we must remind Baba that we are here because of one thing. Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Mr. G, Musimamo, and also True Patriot. Let me take this opportunity to thank all those that have been on the panelist. On the side comments, and also you panelists for being here and bringing in your contributions. I think we will have another full discussion on secession because we must have what we call in Kiswahili njia mbadala. I'm to be convinced by either by Pope, manake ama Catholic, ndio atakuja nionyeshe namna mtu unegotiate na mwizi. Hiyo sijawahi kusikia, sijawahi kusoma. Hata nikifanya, when we go through as Catholics tunapelekangwa through, inaitwa nini, catechist. Hiyo tunaenda through thorough lessons, tunafunzwa, and kila mahali tulikuwa tunaambua mwizi huwa ni wa kupanishiwa. Yesu tu ndio sijui alisamea mwizi fulani, naye ni kwa sababu aliconfess. So honestly, for me, I don't see anything we are engaging with Ruto. And truly speaking, the bitter pill is we will head nowhere. Hakuna mahali tutaenda na Ruto unless Ruto tumtoe kwa nguvu. And I'm using that word, kumtoa kwa nguvu. Either by risasi, afukuzwe mbio na bunduki, but Ruto will not go anywhere. So it is either we chase him through very, 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 very violent way of doing it, vile mwizi ufukuzwa, ama ikiwa tumeshindwa kinguvu, sababu nimesikia watu wanaogopa, sasa muoga ni kusema basi sisi tukae na kwetu. I know, Alex, you are saying secession is a problem, but it is the mother of all inventions when it's necessary. When you are, those who feel they are with the Baba and they are sijui in watajisort shauri yao. But the way it is, we are not winning this war. And most of us feel that we cannot stand Ruto even for one day. So, I'm seeing kujitoa ni rahisi. And Baba labda akatae, ambaye naye itakuwa sasa basi atakuwa amemaliza mambo. But akikataa maneno ya secession, Baba will never be president of this country unless we use violence to remove this guy. And that's the truth. Maandamano will take us nowhere because we are calling people to come. We've been undermining. If people never joined from day 1, day 2, day 3, what makes us think that we will have more people coming in? That's an illusion again. Because whoever didn't join Baba from day 1 doesn't believe in it. Ama kama ana believe in it ni muoga. We even have people who come here on panelists. Wanasema wanaogopa mawe, wanaogopa hivi. So, and then you see what will happen in Kenya. Maandamano itaisha nguvu because we have vizazi vioga sasa. That's what I've been saying. Watu ni waoga mno, ni vitoto. Watu ni waoga kabisa. Yani waoga, kuna kitu mtu unamnyang'anya bibi na anakuangalia. That is the generation we have. Those people ahead of us, ungeguza hata sisi madisco zetu zilikuwa zinafungwa katikati. Vita, ukiguza my girlfriend, ile vita inakuwa hapo, huwezi kuamini. Even today, mimi nikiwa hivi, you cross my path like this, I'll forget about diplomacy. Takuwa nimekupiga hedi mingi sana. sana kabla nini. That is the truth, because that's how you were brought. You fight for what is yours. Diplomacy does not give you anything. Hakuna, nowhere. It has never worked. Whoever uses might na force ndio win. Diplomacy doesn't work anywhere. Look at Khartoum. How did Khartoum get independent? Not South Sudan. It didn't get independent by hizo hatima negotiation. They fought and fought for 40 years plus. Yeah, the Nani would never have given them. Yeah, so I've never heard of anywhere where a dispute has been sorted out diplomatically. Bado sijasikia. Diplomacy ililetwa tu na UN as part of kupata pesa, raising money, creating jobs for people and all that. That thing. But the best way to settle ni mwenye nguvu mpishe. Me, that's what I go for. This one of Ruto, no way. Ruto will not leave that office. We have to storm in. We have to show him. Like the way we were, ile tulikuwa build up. And then some of us will die in the course. Like the way Mau people died. We lost so many people. Every family lost somebody for Mau. And that's why we are where we are. Look at this second liberation ya kina Raila. How many people died? Look at how Njoya was maimed. A man of color. What Matiba became cabbage. Rubia, all of them. You think they were just nini? It was not easy. So I don't see how easy it can be. Ati Ruto must go, #Ruto must go. Poleni ndugu zangu. Kwa hayo machache, we have a new person, bwana. Oh, man. Alex, me, I have to go somewhere, please. Can I leave you to close, please?
I think
Alex,
she'll be very brief.
I
She
allow...
knows how to do summary. She knows how to. You can leave. You can leave.
Miss Nancy, you can go ahead and contribute, and then True Patriot has something, and then hey, nimeasha kiberiti inaonekana. Baki ukizima hiyo moto, Alex.
Stone usiende mahali, wewe ndio umewasha hii kibiriti. All these people are responding to you. You must know they came because ulisema maneno ngumu hapa.
Alo, nilikuwa nasema hiyo PK amesema, by the way Kenyans, hatutawahi sikia uchungu wa kitu kama hatujaifanya. Hii secession, we must write. We just have to. Kwa maana for 50 years, kutoka tupate hiyo independence, to date, tuko tu hivyo. Hapana. We just have to try tuone, na kama ni mbaya, Berlin Wall imeletwa tu chini. Hata sisi yetu hii yetu italetwa tu chini. After we have learned our lessons. But now that we have not learned our lessons, wacha iwekwe na iwekwe kabisa. Ili tuone hata uongozi wa watu wengine. Kwa maana saizi kweli ameshika fimbo, ako na mkuki, ako na hiyo sword, na bunduki pia wote wanamtii. Hata wakifanywa aje, hata wakiteswa aje, they are actually right behind him. We will say nothing for him to listen. Sasa hatuna nguvu. Sisi wenyewe tunaogopa kwenda pale kwa maana tunaogopa bunduki. It is true, we are scared. Ni ukweli kabisa. Sasa what do we do next? We secede. Tuwawache tu pole pole, we don't like fighting, Wakenyans ni wapole, and tuko wapole, and we'll remain there. But we have a leader, ule tunajua huyu, tunajua mali anatupeleka. Tukiona ni mbaya, hiyo wall, ishuke tu. Ninio, ishuke chini, baadaye after we have learned our lessons. But for now, ni mbaya, Alex ni mbaya, 50 years and now, hakuna kitu tuko nayo. What do we have? Tuko na matabu, villages bado ziko na manyumba za manyazi na nini, Kama Kagame si ule amesema tu kwake, hata he's a dictator, yes. Lakini kwake amesema hataki kuona nyumba ya nyazi anywhere. Huyo si ni leader? Na hakuna njaa Uganda hapa karibu na sisi. Na hakuna njaa Tanzania. Sisi ati sasa to an extent tunalima. Tunaenda kulima nje Zambia. Surely. Hatuna mashamba. What is that? Where are we heading to? Tulipoletewa shamba na Israel wakuje waanze kutengeneza shamba hapa. Nani aliangusha hiyo shamba chini? Si ni huyu mkubwa zaidi. Waliangusha wakakula kila kitu. Na shamba si ati iko. iko. Where are we heading to? Surely tujiulize. Hii secession Kenyans, kama wajawahi jaribu kitu, wacha tujaribu. We want to try because we are just tired. Vichwa zetu zimechoka. We want to live like other people. Hata kama vile watizedi hapa wananiambia vile wanaishi, sisi hawana hizo mambo mingi mingi kama Kenya ni mambo mingi. Na ukiona Mkenya akiingia hapa, you just know the difference. Hata wanawake wao, hata wanaume wao, there's a difference with Kenyans by far. Sisi tuko vichwa ngumu. If you approach their country like this, hata kama una gari yako utajua tu yule ni Mkenya. Hebu enda umuulize utasikia. We are known and we are being taught these things na vichwa ngumu, kwa sababu we are being taught the hard way. Vile utafundisha mtoto wako ndi vile atakuwa. Sasa sisi, we want to be in a good way. We are being headed with a thief and we know it. And we are there and we are guarding him. It's our own Kenyans guarding him again with bundukis and everything. Yani mwezi ataenda pale that you are guarding a thief. He is our thief. Kenyans jamani.
Asante, true patriot. I can hear your crying grounds. That is true. I mean, it's painful. It is painful, but we can also think about our brothers and sisters who come from those tribes, but truly have never been part and parcel of that leadership. That is the hard decision we have to make, but we all have valid points here. Mami, ulikuwa na swali point haraka kabla Nasi hajameka submission yake?
Yeah, langu ni swali kwako, Alex.
Sure.
Yeah, you gave a different perspective, which is acknowledged and appreciated. But I'm just wondering, according to you, in this regard, in this instance, the situation we are facing now, what would be your point of departure when you say this would then warrant cessation? At what point?
Good question. We have had a point whereby it was ripe and there wouldn't have been so much regrets in regard to choices have consequences. 2007 was a departure. 2017 was a departure. However, there have been a lot of learning lessons from the statistics, and that is why Baba released his voting statistics prior for the Monday that we were supposed to go, before he cancelled it. There was another statistics that came earlier that said that Baba even won our Singishu by landslide. In 2013, believe you me not, Baba won Kiambu, but it was taken away from him violently. And now from there, you look at a pattern whereby people are democratic, they exercise their democratic rights. However, because of dark psychology, over the years, we have labeled our brothers from two tribes as if they're the people grabbing actually power. For me, I've come to understand the problem we have is a system that knows how to put people together, which has continued from the word go of divide and rule. My fear is that we have a political problem, but secession is a geographical solution. So when now, look, Mommy, I come from a school of thought whereby I usually say, if you cannot define your problem right, your solution may not be right. And I've kept asking myself, do we have a geographical problem in Kenya? We have a voting system that is wrong. We have people who are counting the votes that are wrong. And in a way, it has precipitated to a point whereby all of us are coming into compounded delusion where the problem lies. The problem is not about tribes. Trust me. Okay, it's not a geographical problem. It's a political elites who, when they are on our side, we forget. When on the other side, we castigate them. So if we can come together and say we have a collective problem that needs a collective solution, because I persistently said that, then we can define our problem rightly so that we don't end up having a geographical solution to a political problem. Then we could have created a monster who is our neighbor. I don't think we could have really resolved that problem. But your question is, when do you say enough is enough? Now, the process again of cessation, as one person has rightly said here, you have to show that your marriage is incompatible. And by all means you have tried and you have irreconcilable differences. Because cessation is a divorce. And in law, when you come to divorce, you must convince the church that these are irreconcilable differences. And the process it goes through again is not a fair process. Remember, you have to go to the UN, and the same people that who are messing our country are the same people again who have the solution for us. The Security Council has to approve it, which involves the US and the British and the sources of the Europeans. Do you think it can pass through? How long does it take for even to be mentioned? It takes years. Some small country in Spain has been trying. How long did Sudan try it? So are we going to wait that long again? So those are the questions we might ask. The process of cessation, how long it takes, what it takes, who it takes, ABCD. You find that it's a long, long process. It's the same problem with ICC has. ICC is not a justice court. It's a political court. It never gives anybody justice. So we must ask ourselves if we will continue using the Western tools to solve our problems. The Westerners are not going to help us. You may think you're having a solution, but you get yourself in a different solution. Southern Sudan ceded 20 years later, you see where it is. You see it totally. I'm not going to lie to you. You see it. So I believe that if efforts are made and we learn from history, from Sudan revolution, the Zimbabwe revolution, we make amends to it, we can move. We can't be perfect, but we can move a notch higher. The question is who can lead us to the, and that's a personal view from what I've studied about cessation, which really makes me sad that cessations have never really resolved problems. And if the Americans and the British allow cessation to come, it creates a bigger problem to that region. It becomes a banana republic because they will never want you to move forward. That is what I've, especially with the international organization like the UN, whereby you still have to come to their country to ask for that cessation. You're going to come to New York where they have influence. That is what I'm saying. I mean, it's not a solution for us.
Yeah. Just one more, just briefly. Nancy, I'm really sorry. Just one. Yeah, a little. Yeah. So now, thank you very much for that elaborate explanation and analysis of that. I think it is a topic that we should dwell into much further to really understand, especially the cons and the pros. That will help us really inform us where we are going. But judging from what you have just said, and also imagining a situation where justice is denied through this other way of wanting to correct the electoral injustices, right? Now, supposing he gets in there and manipulates the server and we don't get that, that's going to cause another problem and we'll have another conflict. So in any case, it will culminate into civil unrest or conflict, which again, the other physical demarcation could bring. So it's either way, we will end up in the same situation, because I don't see how the majority of Kenyans who voted overwhelmingly for Baba are going to accept this at all. They will never move on, and this is it. So that's my worry. But thank you so much for that.
A quick comment, then Nancy comes. Somebody has put up, said Somaliland is on its way to secession from Somalia. They are doing good. I mean, that's a pure lie. This is a country that does not have currency. This is a country that does not also have traditionally for a very long time education system. This is a country that continuously has to use Kenya as its central bank. This is how good are you doing when in the end you lose all your institution, you have to depend. So you have actually to define what you really want for your country. But you see, there are consequences of secession. Okay, so you must understand it takes a long time. And you can't allow Ruto to be there for a long time to resolve this problem. For it to be listened alone is 3 years. You have to know that. The first petition you put, it takes 3 years. Is that by then we could be going for a second election? That's my problem.
I would like to know what your suggestion is.
We will have a debate on that. If you want us to, I have 3 experts who have done on
rid
that.
of him.
Yeah, we will have 3 experts who have, I know very well, I have consulted about secession. And that is what I was, for me, that's what I wanted before. And I got my answers from them that secession is also a Western tool, which made me say, if it's Western, we don't know what to do. Again, you're going to ask secession from these people. That's the question. Now, let's go to Miss Nancy, and then probably Mr. G has his, because I saw his hand up to Miss Nancy.
Hello, everyone. Alex, Mr. G, Patriot, Ms. Mamo, and Nothing But the Truth, and everyone. You can just continue talking, actually. I wanted to know more about that succession because I was just wondering, who do we have to ask about? Do we need permission? Ama?
You see, you need a charter. For instance, the Palestinians have been asking for secession and their country to be recognized. Let's even go to Palestinians. Any country that acknowledges Palestine, American gives it a sanction. You've seen it. From South Africa. You see, when Mandela came to this country, the first thing he was asked, why are you a friend to Libya and why are you a friend to what? To Arafat. He said, you cannot choose friends for us. Because it was a bone of contention. So even in secession, you have to go to UN. That's the problem I'm having. These are the same people who are causing electoral injustice in our country. Are we then resolving our problem? So we are left in a conundrum. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even the whole process of being accepted by the United Nations as a chapter of countries, then you will be adopted, first of all, not as a country. It's a process. Before you are accepted as a country, you are recognized as an entity for a couple of years. Did you even know that?
I get your point.
Years.
I get your point, actually. It is about, the Biafran situation in Nigeria. Biafra.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Igbos wanting also to separate from the rest of Nigeria. Yeah, they're separating the Igbos who want to separate from the rest of Nigeria.
Especially the Yoruba.
Yeah. It is the same problem. The British were not in support of that, and so they fought them, and they lost that war. And ever since, it has been very difficult.
It is, and unfortunately, the problem we are having is plastic. It's artificial, which the colonist neocolonialization, which again is divide and rule, and that is what they have done. And you get to agitation, and then you go back to them. They become the prefect and the monitor. What do you expect them to do? If you look at all the countries in Africa, especially now Ethiopia one, whereby recently they had a problem, again you find is one community against the other one. And these were creations. And that's why I had a conversation here with Jeremiah, so that we ask, what is the DNA of our country? What is the DNA of our country? How did we get ourselves here? Why are we fighting? Who created these problems? From land problems to the judicial problems to all this. Did we just inherit them from nowhere? We inherited them from somewhere. And that's why I asked Musimamo, why do we have land problems in Mombasa? And Mr. G, why do we have land problems in Mombasa? It is because by the time we got our independence, the coastal region and the rest of the mainland was not part of Kenya. The coastal region was being ruled by the Sultan. The inland was being ruled by the British. So they gave us independence, and the land policies in the coastal region was not as the same as the land within us. That's why you find we have title deeds. The people in the coastal, they have leases, because when the Sultani ruled over there, they used to give people leases. So now it's a combination of problems that were handed over to us, and now instead of us going to resolve them, and that's why the handshake, the BBI, Baba said, let us go back where the rain started precipitating. That's why I accepted the BBI. Let us go back in time. If we have to solve the land issues, judicial injustice, electoral injustice, let us go back. Electrical injustice did not start in 2007. Trust me. The land problems did not start with Ndungu Commission. Trust me. So, and that's why I told Bernard, the inheriting of the tendencies whereby you are seeing we're having problems in the government, we may say it is this government, but what's the previous government to do? Before that, what was the previous government before that to do? So if you cannot criticize each government equally, then we are a lame duck. At some point, we are not resolving the problem. We are doing blame game. So on the issue of cessation, I think we should have a conversation, and everybody must know the pros and the cons, how long it takes, what is the process, then people judge for themselves that, okay, are we doing the right thing? Is this the right thing again to go back to America and the British to ask for cessation, whereas they are causing all the electoral problem to us? Should we violently get out of this and get our own country? Who will recognize us? How will it be our economy? You see, these people have created a system that is very difficult. I wish we had an African economy. And that's why, until today, countries like China, countries like India, countries like Russia are fighting Americans because the dollar is the trading currency of the world. And they have captured these countries. What are they doing? They are trying to form the BRIC currency, which is not still working. Even the Chinese are trying to solve their problems with Americans. So we are a smaller part of a problem, of a larger problem that America has caused throughout the world. IMF, World Bank, UN are owned by these people. It is in their countries. So as we resolve them, let's ask ourselves, where are we headed, where are we started? It's not impossible. Countries have resolved their problems, but let us define our problem, knows the process. For me, if there is a way Ruto can get out and then we ask cessation, it's more important. But the process of going to ask them taking 3 years, then becoming a charter for 10 years, and so on and so forth, I mean, we are extending our problem to years and years to come. And these people will be happy because we are extending the problem. So, Miss Nancy, that is how cessation is not an overnight thing. And blood has to be, you have to show beyond reasonable. Like the Somaliland said, we need our currency, we need our schools, we need this and this and this and this. What do we say we need? That's the problem we are having, because these people won't listen to us. So if we say we need to remove Ruto only, every country has a problem, political problem, whereby this one wants to remove this. Do you know how many countries have already filed for cessation that are ahead of us? That is another thing. There's a country next to Spain that has been agitating for that. I don't know if it's eventually got it, but it is also a European country. Years after years, they have been fighting for cessation. They never got it.
That's Barcelona.
Probably you know it.
Barcelona, yeah.
So cessation is, for me, it's a long process that is tiring. And I don't think we are ready to engage the Americans and the British. That's why I'm saying it's easy to say that, but let's ask ourselves, are you ready to engage with them? So Mr. G, you had a point on that too. Maybe you know more than me.
No, I didn't have a point on that. There's a point that two parties are raised kuhusiana na comparing our Kenyan with that small country like Rwanda. Rwanda is a very small country. Nilikuwa naingia tu kuongea kuhusu hiyo issue because if you say that Rwanda is so clean we compare it to Kenya. Rwanda ni a country karibu almost size ya Mombasa. And here in Mombasa we have only one businessman ambaye kwa na feed watu hapa Mombasa. People come from all over. Mtu anatoka Bangala, mtu anatoka Changamwe, mwingine anatoka Kisumu, anatoka huko inaitwa aje Kisumu ndogo, mwingine anatoka kule Mikindani, mwingine anatoka Likoni. Wanakuja jamaa anawalisha ambaye anaitwa Bamburi Semen. This guy analisha watu mtu mmoja peke yake. So we cannot compare our Kenya na kitu kama Rwanda. Kenya ingekuwa size ya Rwanda tungekuwa mbali sana. But sasa compare Kenya na Rwanda, that's what I wanted to just
I only said Kagame has given a rule now that he does not want to see grass thatched houses. Lazima zijengwe vizuri. Mbona country yetu wasiseme kitu kama hiyo? Why are we hiyo tu? Hiyo. Mbona asiseme? Mbona wengine wanaishi kwa poverty kabisa? Kabisa. Mahali Turkana, mahali hata Bernard alipeleka chakula. Where Akodhe goes? Wewe, watu wana shida bwana. Ndio sisi tunaweza ongea hata hapa. People are in problem. Hata chakula, hata nguo. Kenya yetu ni the rich and the poor. Unajua ni uchungu. Alafu saizi sasa tumeingizwa sasa tunaingia kwa shimo. Sasa hata hiyo kitu bena na niyo Alex amesema hata kichwa inaniuma tu sasa. I'm just having a headache. Hata ukisema hiyo sasa ni njia refu. Sasa tunaenda wapi ndugu yangu? Where are we? Where are we really? Where are we?
Alex, yes, what I said, Barcelona is a city, but Catalonia is the name they want to give to their country in Spain. Yeah. So then, how do we? Does it really matter that these people, that these organizations recognize us if we go our separate ways? And how do we really finally entangle ourselves from these people so that we are just a united, independent African, continent and countries within the continent? This is what we should really be talking about as Africans.
Yeah, the whole issue is neocolonization, which people do not accept. Neocolonization is real, mama, and go study more about it. You're going to understand things that are going to make it very unpleasant. I'll give you an example. Ask yourself, why is it that America is able to give sanctions to Russia and Russian economy falls? How? Ask yourself. It gives even China sanctions. I'll give you one thing that they do that really cuts across. For instance, the two main plastic cards for money that are used all over the world is Visa or MasterCard. They just decide to take Visa and MasterCard from your bank's card. You will never withdraw money anywhere. You will never swipe money anywhere. And Kenya is lucky we have M-Pesa. Some countries don't have M-Pesa. So what happens? People rush to the banks and start withdrawing hard cash. The banks need liquid money. What happens to that? The ruble for the Russian case, people rushed to take cash money from the bank. What happened? The banks fell. Just because America has given Russia economic sanctions, only financial, and it's called banking sector. They just take Visa and MasterCard. And you see all these problems precipitating throughout. And that's why there is a need for an alternative currency that can be accepted. But the countries that are wanting this, can you trust the Chinese? Economically, Chinese have always manipulated their economy. Can you trust the Russians by themselves? That is the problem. Can you trust South Africans? That's the problem, because the BRICS countries are 5. They want to come together, but they've never agreed. They could be the solution on this. So we are trading on American currency throughout. The problem we have in financial today problem in Kenya is this: we don't have enough dollars. Not that we don't have enough shillings, we don't have enough dollars. So they control us.
Alex, finally, can I request, please, that you arrange a series of other forums that we really get to be educated a lot? Because what this is doing is actually trying to throw more light on why actually Baba is taking time and taking some of the decisions he is taking. You can see how broad that is. There's so many other factors that he must actually consider in making decisions. So that will be acknowledged and appreciated, and perhaps that will enhance, our patience and tolerance towards him. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. We have told people, like you, we can have one-on-one conversation. Last week, we had one with Jeremani speaking about the DNA of Kenya, the history of Kenya, where the problem started from. I've spoken to Brian. Brian has agreed. We are going to talk about his expertise. You can come also, enlighten us on other things. That is the only way. That's the only way. For instance, I've been saying here over and over, Mami, Kenya might go to Botswana way. Go watch a clip yesterday, an interview by Trevor from Conversation with Trevor of what happened to the president of Botswana, Ian Khama. 10 years. His father was also a president, more than 10 years. And you could see whatever Masisi has done to that country is what Ruto is doing to our country. A script that is written, unfolding like ours. Masisi has been expelled from Botswana. Today is in exile in South Africa. And if we are not careful, that's what will end up with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And we keep on denying it because it is Western engineered, it is Western financed, it is Western way of divide and rule. And we don't see it. Britain by itself cannot finance itself. It cannot buy food. The country, even London itself, when you go, it's not city that even Upper Hill is better than even London City, if you don't know that. Upper Hill, Kenya is better 10 times than London City. It's an old city. But what matters is London Stock Exchange. What matters is London School of Economics. They control our finances. And you do anything right for your people, you end up the Zimbabwe way. And that's why Malema, when he's asked expropriation of land without compensation, he said, we are not going to go the Zimbabwe way. Because what? Zimbabwe has never been the same. If you remember when Mugabe used to come to Kenya and Moi used to go to Harare, Zimbabwe was a country you could admire. If you knew how many intellectuals Zimbabwe has in some universities in London, it's like half of all the professors in London are from Zimbabwe. But with all that, still, that country fell because somebody has a remote control of economics and finances and it puts a country down. Zimbabwe was the basket of Africa, the glory of Africa. Most educated people came from Zimbabwe. What happened? In a switch of a remote, it fell like crazy. So your question is right. Is it the reason why Baba is taking time? You never know. You never know. So some of these things, yes, we must lambast Baba, but there is more to it. Baba doesn't want his legacy to be he destroyed the economy. So it's piecemeal, it's patchworks. Democracy is never achieved overnight. You achieve this one, you lose this one, the next person comes and achieves. Mandela came and brought political freedom, but never financial. Until today, South Africa has never gotten financial stability or financial freedom. They're still fighting for it. So we can have a conversation about that. Msimamo.
Kwanza nishukuru kakangu Alex kwa hawa panelist, maana nimejifunza mengi, ingawaje kizungu si mdomo changu, but ninajishukuru, najifunza mengi sana kutoka kwenu, lakini tu niwaambie ni lazima na sisi kama Wakenya tuwe na njia yetu mwafaka ya kuweza kuachieve hili, na njia iliyo hapo ni kuhakikisha kama Wakenya tunaifuata katiba vile inatuambia kwamba nguvu iko mikononi mwetu. Maana Zakayo anatutegemea sisi kuweza kuturudi ama kuweza anatutegemea sisi kututumia kana kwamba anatujali zaidi, kwamba niko kwa ajili ya wananchi na wananchi ndio wamenituma kazi hapa. Tofauti tu nakuja katika matendo yake hayambatani na matamshi yake. Upande huu mwingine pia tuna kiongozi wetu ambaye tunamwamini kwamba kapigania haya mageuzi, na tuna imani yeye kwamba endapo atapata nafasi ya kuweza kuliongoza taifa, basi hii Kenya huenda ikawa nchi bora zaidi katika bara zima la Afrika. Lakini yeye pia yategemea hawa watu ambao ni wananchi. Sasa palipofikia sasa hivi ni kwamba tunakuta upande wa Kenya Kwanza wanasukuma wanalimbikiza lawama kwa mtu mmoja tu, kwamba lengo lao Wakenya wote wa focus upande mmoja, kwamba Raila ndiye ambaye anasababisha machafu yote, hataki kukubali, ni mtu ambaye, na vita vyake ni kwamba vita vyao vimelenga pale, kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanamwamini zaidi kwamba na represent sauti nzima ya Wakenya. So imefika wakati na sisi pia Wakenya tuonyeshe hii serikali kwamba hapana, enough is enough, na haya mambo yaanzie hapo hapo Central, yaanze huko Uasin Gishu, haswa wananchi hasa wajitokeze, wakubali kwamba kuna ubaya ndani ya hii serikali hii. Alafu hama kabila wengine hawana shida, kwa sababu sisi tumekuwa kipaumbele tangia mwanzo na kuweza kulipigania hili taifa. So wachache tu ndio walikuwa wanaona labda pengine labda tukikosa uongozi basi sisi tutakuwa tumeisha. Hizo ni dhana ambazo zilikuwepo, ambazo tunashukuru hii 2003 mambo ni tofauti. Karibu nusu ya mlima hawapendezwi na Zakayo, na pia na imani hata pande wa North Rift pia wengi pia ya wananchi wanashangaa sana na utendakazi wa huyu bwana. So jukumu hili sisi kama Wakenya tunafaa tuhakikishe kwamba tunasema no, na mimi na imani Wakenya kama tutalikataa kikamilifu kwa kila county, kwa kila sub county, kwa kila village, kwa kila ward, sidhani kama ataongoza nini, hata kama ni sheria yenye limweka pale na mahakama limweka pale na alipewa hiyo power. Lakini sasa utaongoza nani, ambaye mwananchi yupi ambaye hana haja na wewe? Hili ndio litakalomwacha huyu bwana Zakayo atetemeke. Lakini tusipochukua majukumu yetu kama wananchi na kuachia tu wanasiasa walumbane kule, malawyers walumbane kule, wanasiasa walumbane kule, wabunge walumbane kule, basi tunampa sifa sana huyu bwana. Maana hata jaona kama Alex ulifuatilia kauli yake akiwa amepiga kanzu pale, alisema niliona maandamano yana shida na nikaona njia ya kuyazima ni kuambia kwamba kwanza nyamazeni haya maandamano yenu, kwa sababu mnaiba masimu ya watu na maduku kuvunja mali za watu. Wacha niwapeleke huko bungeni, hayo mambo yao wakazungumze huko bungeni, watamaliza huko bungeni. Ni jeuri ya hali gani? Ni fedhuli wa hali gani? Je, mtu kama huyu tena anafaa kuitwa kiongozi ambaye hajali? Kwa hivyo tumesukuma bungeni sasa na maandamano yakazima kwa sababu yalikuwa jusi. So majukumu haya mengine tusiwe na kuangalia sio fulani walifanya hivi wakafail, nchi fulani wakajaribu kufanya hivi ikafail. Sisi wa Kenya tuamue, tusiangalie tu historia, tuamue aswa kivyetu, aswa huenda pengine tukawa mfano bora hata kwa mataifa mengine ambao pengine walikuwa na wasiwasi. Endapo tutaamua kikamilifu kwamba tumetosheka, enough is enough, na kuonyesha hii kwamba tumetosheka, kwanza ni wabunge wenye waliweza kuhama mirengo. Kama wananchi tuna act na wao, hatuwachagua kwa hii mirengo muende kule muruke, viunzi mfuate pesa. Hatuna haja na nini. Tunaanzia hata huku, huu moto tuanzisheni huku tu, na hawa viongozi ambao tatu tuona wanayumba yumba kimsimamo, kwa sababu huo ndo msitu peke yake ambao Zakayo anategemea kwamba nilikusanya wabunge wa kutosha, judiciary iko mikononi mwangu, parliament iko mikononi mwangu, polisi wako katika mikono yangu. Sasa hawa watu watafanya nini? Lazima watanipigia magoti tu, kwa sababu mimi nimeshika kwenye mpini, wao nimewaacha kwenye maso bwana. So wananchi, tusitumiwe vibaya na hizi siasa mbaya na propaganda na uongo na kukawa tumenyamaza tu. Tuonyeshe kwa vitendo kwamba enough is enough, we are tired, na hatutakubali kuongozwa namna hii. Sasa shida zurugu zianze mashiniki, naambia Alex, zianze haswa vijijini. Tusingojee tusiti peke yake. Tuonyeshe ulimwengu kwamba as Kenyans, a majority of Kenyans, we are tired. Mambo mawili, either tugawe inchi, tuwe inchi mara mbili, wale wana support hiyo government yenye imeingia kimakosa na Kamago wabaki. Tutafute kiongozi tutamsimamisha atuongozi vyema, ama tutawale kimajimbo, kila jimbo lijitawale kivyake. Lakini haya mambo haya ambayo tunapelekeshwa haya, tunachezewa racket, lakini wanaumia. Maana wanaumia ni sisi wananchi, ndio nyasi. Maana wanavutana baina ya Azimio na hii, lakini mwisho wa siku wanaumia ni sisi wananchi. Wale wako kwa Kenya Kwanza wanaumia, sisi ambao tuko kwa Azimio ndo tunaumia zaidi. Sasa sisi wananchi tunachezwa racket hapa tu na kuachua mirengo ambayo mwisho wa siku ndio hiyo tunajikanga hapa. Kwa ni maamuzi ya mwisho tuko na hiyo sisi wananchi. Hao hawatawali miti, hawatawali mawe, wanatutawala sisi wananchi. Kwa ni lazima tuwakubali kwamba tunaenda namna gani. Hata hayo mazungumzo yanafaa, mazungumzo yafanywe nje ya bunge, na si wabunge tu wahusishwe, kila mtu ambaye wananchi wahusishwe, vijana wahusishwe, na kila mtu ahusishwe katika hayo mazungumzo, kwa sababu ni mwafaka tunautafuta. Kama chaguzi zetu zina matatizo na tunaamini kwamba chaguzi hazijaenda sawa, na kama ni swala la kufungua sava ifunguliwe. Kama itakuwa ni ngumu, basi tuangalie ni njia gani mwafaka. Lakini haya maswala ya Zakayo kutuchezea racket na baadhi ya viongozi ambao tayari wao ndo wanaoshikilia parastatal zote na pesa zote na kutuweka pabaya, this should have to come to an end. Na haezi malizwa na wengine, ni sisi wa Kenya wenyewe tuondoe uoga na kunyamaza mno na kutosheka ile hali kiatu kinatubana, lakini bado tumenyamaza. Ni wachache ambao wanajitokeza. For real, mimi sina usemi hapo kakaangu Alex, lakini mzigo na uregesha back kwa sisi wananchi. Tuamue hatima ya nchi yetu. Hao viongozi hawaongozi mawe wala miti, na imani wanatuongoza sisi kama wananchi, na dalili zipo za kutuonyesha kwamba hii serikali imeshindwa, kwa sababu imeanza na malaumu. Mwisho wa siku sasa hivi hameshindwa na kulipa na wafanyikazi, harama maisha yako juu, nyadhifa za kazi zimegawiwa kibaguzi. Sasa tuna kitu kila kitu cha kusema hii serikali haitufai. Hakukuficha ficha ugonjwa hakutatufaa. Kipi ambacho tunamweka nacho Zakayo hapo na timu yake? Haya matamshi ya kidhalimu, matamshi mabovu wenye wako nayo, yatatusaidia nini haswa wananchi? Je, tutakubali tu kutawaliwa na watu ambao wako navyo? Maskini awe hana sauti? Wananchi tuna haki yetu kama Wakenya kuibadilisha. Wacheni kuangalia mataifa mengine. Sisi wananchi wa Kenya tuna role kubwa ya kuweza kutathmini haswa nchi yetu namna gani ambavyo tunataka tuipeleke. Yote ni kwa kuungana pamoja, tuanzia grass level huku kwa ward. Asanteni.
Shukrani sana ndugu yangu. Na unajua tunapoongea haya maneno msimamo kukuelimisha, nataka nikwambie katika shida ambazo tuko nazo Kenya, na nitakusomea kwa kimombo kitu ambacho kilinishtua miaka ambayo ilipita kidogo wakati nilisoma katika gazeti letu. Ilikuwa mwaka wa 2012 whereby the court in Nairobi and Mombasa delivered a landmark ruling in a case that had dragged for 2 decades. miaka 20. Huyu Justice anaitwa Tuyot alisema watu 10,000 familia wahame katika 9,000 acres of farm hapo kwenu Takaungu, Kilifi, kwa sababu hiyo land it's owned by the Manzurui family. Now Manzurui they don't even live. Mmoja ni yule alikuwa scholar ambaye anaishi hapa America. Na the way the Manzurui Land Act came to Kenya is very dubious. Ni wakati watu ambao walikuwa wanaitwa Oman walikuwa wana rule that country, wakapewa janga kubwa ama land kubwa katika the coastal. Until today you cannot touch the Manzurui family. It is Kenya land, but it's being governed by a different act that is not in Kenya. So it is deemed to be Kenya, but that land is owned by people who are not Kenyans. Ukiangalia hata hii conservatory ambayo inakuwa owned by the monarchy of Britain. So Kenya has problems that we will never be able to solve unless we know the history of it, na sisi wenyewe tuseme tunataka kutatua shida zetu za Kenya. So msimamo sisi tuko pamoja na nyinyi watu wa coastal area, kwa sababu nyinyi kama watu wa Mijikenda hamna mashamba kabisa. Mashamba yenu yalichukuliwa kabisa na watu familia kidogo tu, na hii miaka yote. Sawa, nakusikiza.
Nani Alex, ukisema hayo maneno yananitia uchungu, kwa sababu hapa nilipo, unaponiona nimekaa hapa ni skota na ni mwana coast, but hapo ninaponiona hapa ni costa. Siwezi nikajenga vizuri, siwezi nikajiendeleza. Duli mahali haswa tumekodisha kujibambanya. Mashamba yetu yamevamiwa hapo mahali juzi tu, na tukamlazimika kuondoka kwa sababu benyenye waliweza wakagrab hizo lands, wakapata ma title deed, na kesi hata sijui ilikuwaje, kesi ikaweza kushinda mahakamani. Waliuziwa lini? Miaka nenda miaka rudi, watu tumeishi pale. So hilo nalilozungumzia la land cost hapa ndio donda sugu mno. Mimi mwenyewe ni muathirika wa hilo. Hapa mahali unaponiona nimekaa, siwezi labda njenge vinyumba vya makuti kama hivi unavyovishuhudia hapa mahali nimekaa. Cost, na ni mwana cost, ni mzaliwa wa cost. Leo ninakuwa skota na niko ndani ya cost. Na mashamba tunayo. Kuna mashamba makubwa ambayo yamebinafsishwa. Watu kutoka huko bara walikuwa na matitle deed miaka nenda miaka rudi. Mabaniani wako na matitle deed ya miaka nenda miaka rudi. Mashamba yamekaa bure, hayana mtu anayagusa. Kiendo kiingia hapa mkisema acha tukae hapa tujinusuru tulimia watoto, baada ya mwaka moja miaka miwili ndio hilo shamba mshakuja kufurushwa. So ni watu wa kuhangaika na tuko ndani. Hiyo kitu naizungumza, it's true. Shida za Wakenya ni nyingi mno, hususan kama tutaweza kupata uongozi mbovu huu wenye tamaa. Basi sisi ambao ni wahanga haswa na masuala hasan ardhi ndani ya nchi yetu, nani wa kututetea kama walo juu ndio wao? Kaka Alex, mimi wacha tu nikwamie pale, kwa sababu ndani ya roho yangu mnasoneka sana. Light ningekuwa na uwezo hivyo, but uwezo madamu amenipa Mungu sauti, nitazungumza hata nikiwa kwenye nyumba ya nyasi kama hii. Nita raise my voice, na naamini tu Mungu hata tuacha mpaka tuaibike. One day tutalikomboa hili taifa. Asante.
Pole sana kwa kuwasha hiko kidonde, ndugu msimamo. Si kwa kupenda kwetu, ni kuambia tu Wakenya ukweli kuwa wakati tunaamka hivi na tunaongea na tunazungumza kwa Wakenya na sisi kwa sisi, ni kwa sababu umesema hicho kidonda sugu. Pole sana kwa kuishi kama squatter katika nchi yako, katika ardhi yenu, kwa sababu hatuwezi kama Wakenya kusolve shida zetu. Ndio maana nasema Mr. G, shida zetu ni nyingi sana, na sisi ndio tutazitatua. Wazungu hawawezi tatua shida zetu. Sisi kupeleka kwa wazungu watakuwa wakitucheka. Watakupa hii, wakichukua hili. Especially land problem is something we can vouch here that unless we get Baba to that system, it will never. Mtu kama Ruto ako na tamaa ya mashamba, hawezi solve ile shamba. alichukua ya huyo nani hapa mahali Saiso ilikuwa inakuwa planted hapo karibu na ilikuwa inaitwa sucrose ama alikuwa huyu jamaa alikuwa mbunge hapa, alichukua hilo shamba hapa Taita Taveta, ambapo maji yote yanakwenda huko, lakini watu hawana maji. So shida zetu ni nyingi. Ukiangalia mahali tunatoka na mahali tunaenda, hatuna mbele wala nyuma, ni sisi tutajipigania. Na kila wakati tunapoongea shida za mashamba, watu wote wanakataa kusema ukweli. Saa ingine tunasema huyu ni kabila yangu, lazima nimtetee, lakini mwisho hao watu ni matajiri, sisi ni maskini. Ingekuwa sisi ni matajiri, tungekuwa kweli huku mahali tuko. Kila mtu anapenda Kenya kwa sababu the climate in Kenya, it is good throughout. Wazungu wanakuja kuishi Kenya, hawataki kuishi huko. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu ya hayo. So sijui kama mtu ako na chochote ambacho kinamuuma, tufunge ni criticals. Asante sana kwa kutukumbusha. Mtu yote ako na jambo ambalo linamsumbua kabisa, tuongee, tufunge stesheni kwa sababu tumekaa already masaa almost 5:30 na tulikuwa na show ingine mbeleni, wengine tumechoka. Tafadhali.
Maybe kama Nancy anaweza ongea.
Nilikuwa nikiwasalamia, so nilikuwa nataka I just wanted to say I don't know how Samago can come to this country and no one is protesting. Let me just wrong. So they say they come to make it deserve. So I don't know if anyone can hear me when you're Kenya. Something need to be done. Nasikia ako kwa sijui hoteli ya Ruto ama nini. So yeah. And then this thing of ati Ruto ametengeneza committee ya kufanya. How can you make committee then bado unaenda kusema kwa malori ati huyu mtu tulimmaliza, Ruto is not serious. We just have to go the succession way, although Alex, you said it's very hard. So I don't know, we just need to keep on pushing. I know Baba will not relax till his last breath. That one I'm sure. Yeah. So we don't need to allow such things to happen in our country. Yeah. Watu lazima wakasirike. That's all I wanted to say for now.
Asante
Alex,
sana, watu lazima wakasirike. Yeah,
Alex,
Mr. G.
just to add something. Yeah, just to add something. The issue I've raised just right now. Your issue is so painful. Mambo ya shamba. Ni juzi tu ambao there's somebody hapa amejenga gorofa ya almost 16 million. Gorofa yake amejenga mpaka anaenda kumaliza. Alafu anakuja ananyang'anywa. Hivyo tu ananyang'anywa na inaenda. So it is so sad. Sijui hata hiyo should deal nao vipi huko. Na watu wengi wanateseka, wengi. Angalia vene ani it's so sad. Kwanza mtu kama ndugu yetu msimamo sikia vene kwa anaongea. Kwao kwenyewe amekuwa squatter. That thing sijui tutafanyaje. That's why tunasema kama ni nchi kupasuka ipasuke. Tutumie mbinu yote, wacha Raila kuja kalia kiti.
Yeah, tunakubaliana nchi lazima ipasuliwe, lakini pia kuelimisha kuwa kupasua nchi sio sisi tutaipasua, tena tutaenda kuomba ruhusa kwa mbeberu. Hiyo ndio kitu inanipa shida nyingi sana, that mbeberu tena ndiye atatupa hiyo.
Si nasema kupasua ni kupasua kabisa, vita ama iwe vyovyote, njia yote ile. Wacha kama kuharibika, lakini mtu atoke. Tuache kwanza secede kando kidogo, because hiyo pia ni kitu ambacho we need to push for it, but sasa mali imefikia ni njia yote ambayo tutaweza kufanya mpaka mtu atoke. Ndio nilikuwa nasema hata kama ni kupasuka, Kenya ipasuke.
Yaani kweli Wakenya wakikasirika vile Miss Nasi amesema, tukikasirika kweli kabisa na tukanyage chini na tuseme liwe liwalo, tutapata suluhisho. Lakini ikiwa hatutakasirika enough, tutachezwa na tutarudi nyumbani. Tulichezwa 2007, tukachezwa 2013, tukachezwa 2017, So ikiwa tunataka kweli kabisa nchi ipasuke, lakini hicho kidonda kipasuke na kipone mara moja, lazima tukasirike na tuseme tunataka suluhisho. I've said here in English that we have passed problems from one generation to another. That is the problem. The problem we are having today, our fathers could have solved it. It is a generational problem that was passed to us. Unfortunately, I'm passing it to my child now. Unaelewa, Mr. G? Tumeipeleka tena kwa watoto wetu. So it has been about 3 generations. So tukiachia watoto wetu, hatujui kama wataweza kuitatua. Lakini sisi, we have the opportunity today kwa sababu tuko na baba, tumekuja, tuko na muungano inaitwa Azimio la Umoja. Sahi hakuna kama ile matrix tulikuwa nayo ya 2007 inasema 41 versus 1. Sahi sisi wote tumekasirika. So tungekasirika sana tungepata suluhisho. Sidhani kama tumekasirika vile, lakini inaweza kuwa tumekasirika kwa sababu the way Ruto alidanganya baba tukaacha maandamano, alikuwa ameogopa. So turudi back to where tulikuwa tumekasirika, na I think itawezekana kwa sababu hoja yetu kubwa katika Azimio la Umoja inawezekana. So hakuna kitu hakiwezekani ya Miss Nancy. Tunasema it will take a long time but inawezekana. Hakuna kitu hakiwezekani. Inawezekana. Lakini kumbuka lazima tuende tuandike barua. Kumbuka wakati Ndindi alileta hiyo kitu last time 2017. Akasema our marriage has fallen. We have irreconcilable differences. So this divorce must happen. And we call it cessation. Yeye ndiye alileta hiyo idea kwa Wakenya. Na alipoleta na alituambia tutaandika barua kwa United Nations. So I could have been happier if we were not involving United Nations na tupate suluhisho yetu mapema. But still tukikasirika, we will find a solution. But Kenya to remain as one and we get Ruto out, I think I'll be more happier. Baba asaidie Kenya yote ikiwa moja. Lakini ikikataa hakuna kitu tutafanya. We will succeed. But then we should have started the process in 2017. We will have been far now. True Patriot, kama hauna, si utuombee tutoke hapa.
Yenyewe zile vitu umesema, kichwa imeniuma sana, nimeshinda nikiwaza hapa. Sijui vile tutakuwa, unajua sisi tuko kwa hiyo jela tayari. Kutoka pia ni ngumu. Sasa mi naomba tu wa Kenya wenyewe tukaeni tu na utulivu. But somebody should be there to go and talk to Baba. Just to tell him, tuone tunaweza ama tujirule ki-county. Is it possible? If we go to county,
you're right. That is another solution. Unakumbuka 2017, Kilifi was the first one to rule out. Unakumbuka wakati tulivote from county to county. Kilifi ka vote, tukaenda Kakamega, other counties were doing self-determination. Unakumbuka?
Yeah.
Picha za Uhuru zikatolewa, zikawekwa chini. That's another option tuko nayo. Kwa sababu kipengela chetu katika katiba, it allows us for self-determination.
Mbona hizo tu ni maneno ndio hizo tuko nazo? Mbona msiambie Baba? Unajua sisi hata tuko hapa, we cannot even reach him. Hata huyu,
hata watu wake usikiza hapa.
Hata Mr. Ruto vile huwa anaita watu wanakaa, wanaongea. By the way, watu wanasikia uchungu, but there is no way they can even tell him. They can't stop him. Utamuka umstop, utashikwa upelekwe korokoroni na mambo yako ishi. They can even finish you. So actually there is nobody. Hatuwezi hata kujaribu, hata kwenda pale karibu. Tutafukuzwa kama wajinga. Na hata pengine mpigwe na mabunduki. You know we can't. Sinajua tu Kenya hii. By the way, you know it very well. Sasa zile tunasema ati mbana hatuwezi kukataza hata Ruto akiongea. Surely we can't. It is hard. It is hard. Hata whatever happens is ukienda pale, ukienda kumuongelesha, what happens is whatever you say, anaongea tu and nobody will even ask him a question. Nobody will even tell him what happened in Rwanda wakati alikuwa anajibu maswali huko ni Rwanda, but it can't happen in Kenya. Hakuna mahali journalist watakaa wanamuuliza maswali. Yeye ile amesema ni hivyo na ni hivyo and that's it. Sasa tunaumia by the way, tunaumia. Hakuna haja tujidanganyishe, tunaumia. Na Kenya iko karibu tu kuerupt. Hiyo ni sikudanganye. It is about to. Wale watokagi nje watatoka. Watatoka this time, wanatoka. Wanatoka na tungoje tu, hata mkiona ati watu watatoka peke yao kwa maana hakuna pesa. Wanalia, hata mi wa mangua hapa hakuna mtu anakuja. Na akikuja ni story refu. Tusaidieni jamani. Kama mnaweza muongelesha, mimi naona ni kama nyinyi mnaweza muongelesha. Kuongelesha Raila si Ruto. Sawa. Yeye ni kichwa ngumu, yeye huwezi muongelesha. Sasa tusaidieni jamani. Hata Mr. G hawezi fika huko. Sawa, asanteni.
Shukrani. Sasa tutafunga. Tunashukuru Mungu ametupa siku nyingine. We will take a break. Jioni tutarudi kuwa na conversation. Nimekasirika Nyar County, nimekasirika mpaka nimekasirika, hata sijui nikasirike beyond wapi. Unajua inatakana tukue na kasirika nometer, kwa sababu iko mtu siku hizi hapa kwa comment section anatuambia tukasirike. That's all he writes. Tangu asubuhi mpaka jioni. Wewe umekasirika. He quotes everybody's name. Umekasirika. This guy must be very very good in repetition. Lakini ndio tumekasirika, but tunataka suluhu ambayo itasaidia watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu. Mahali tumefikia, we need to find a solution to our country. Basi tutafunga show. Tunawashukuru nyinyi wote, my sisters, my brothers. Tuendelee mjadala huu. Njiru, kama unatusikia, usikasirike sana, usikasirike hadi utoke show, rudi show. Roda alirudi show, sasa usikasirike sana pia wewe. Watu wote tukasirike, lakini tunakuja hapa kwa show, kwa sababu tusipokuja kwa show watu wako comment section hawana place ya kuandika. Lazima watu wa panel wakue, ndio watu wa comment section wakue. Asante sana, siku njema, wengine usiku mwema. Shukrani, bye.